symbolic, I am destroying many possibilities of praxis. Politics is human only when it is rooted and when it grows with passion. There is no Bharat without passion, and there is no vocation without a unity of being. I pose this problem to the comrades whom I see. Embarrassedly they reply that having posed themselves these questions has meant withdrawing from politics into the personal. They are alarmed, to tell the truth, to see me moving, almost participating, in this world without soul which I now inhabit. They ask me if I want to continue being a member of Parliament. I tell them yes, for as long as I am allowed, but maybe in a month, or even less, I shall be obliged to escape. Then I add that this is not the problem, whether I stay or whether I have to leave. The problem is that of rebuilding the relationship between politics and life. The problem is how to demolish the truth of the Pentatai and of the people who have withdrawn from politics, for whom life is betrayal, or rather it is a program of eradication of the political, of the collective, of the common. The fact remains that my problem, that of life and of its full and creative coherence with politics, is completely open. Within this loneliness, within this invading desperation of mine, only the thought of my comrades and the recent experience of prison create a continuity between life and politics. But in a little while Rebibia will remain a transcendence, an indisputable value of suffering, something to kneel to in the absence of a political dialogue. Outside they offer you nothing. Nothing. It is easy to recognize it, but, for a person coming out after more than 4 years of prison, it is tragic. Literally. I have to throw myself into the symbolic, its efficacy is no smaller than its precariousness. In the evening Piazza Vetra is very pleasant. I walk a lot. By the way, I have a sizable escort. They have provided this for my own protection, they say, but from whom and from what? In my opinion they are doing it in order to prevent my escape. The escort is beginning to annoy me. This condition of liberation, and the work I have to do, and the frantic activism that all this requires, certainly do not help me to resolve my personal problems. Okay. I shall address them after I have emerged from this brothel, from this condition of being an active extension of prison. In effect I am only out on license, I must never forget that. People outside, in the streets, greet me and kiss me. And, just as I accept this immediacy of affection, the question of what my life is today imposes itself on me afresh, the fact that this work I am doing may not be determined by duty, but rather a projection of the pleasure of liberty, of the rediscovery of life. I shall give my all. But I am sure of not being able to resolve the problem. Then there's the question of flight, of escaping, and then. Milan, 15 to 18 July. Folio 63. The problem of my re-imprisonment has come to the fore again. So let us examine the situation. I have returned to Rome, to this world of rustling parliamentary robes and murmuring corporative noises. They want to put me back into prison. Fine, let's get it over with quickly. I have no chance to think about life, or to study and work on the new movement, on its powerful and destructive revival. And yet all the preconditions are there. There's no time, I have to hurry. The only thing I can do is to play my new role, this strange medium that I represent, which has no need to be performed, since it is immediate. To put irreversibly onto the agenda the urgency of breaking with the laws imposed during the years of lead, the urgency of putting an end to the state of emergency. To play the conditions for a revival. 2 possibilities immediately strike me, the first is that of the prison movement. I go to G12 in Rebibaba, to say hello to the comrades, and then, most particularly, to G11, to judge the will for struggle and transformation that these tremendous comrades, the ordinary prisoners, are expressing. I have the impression that a very strong movement is in the making, a movement which has learned from the past experiences of defeat and can now express itself with great political lucidity. Then I go to Rebibia's women's wing. I see Fiora, with the incredible emotion of a brother, and then the comrades of the homogeneous zone, with the affection of a father. Forza. I feel that we can do it. The disaster of the non-negotiability of the armed struggle is now behind us. Without provocations, without hysteria, we can now begin the big struggle of all the prisoners, from within prisons, with strength. The second possibility derives from the fact of being present in that zone where the institutional panorama is in crisis. I go to Naples. A formidable group of comrades. They have understood everything, with the alertness of people who grew up in the midst of a problem so radical as to become unsolvable, and in a highly dramatic social situation. Their alertness is the tense expectation, almost atmospheric, of somebody living on the edge of a volcano. Here, at this level, within these enclaves of the political and social crisis, the irreversibility of the courses taken by the struggle and by the needs that the struggle has consolidated can be built and imposed upon the institutional forces themselves. They tell me, in no sense are we willing to pay for a deepening of the crisis, or for its solution in static terms. We are willing to take part, with our struggles, in the selection of the values of a new development of liberty. It is incredible how close these proletarians of the crisis are, in my view, to the movement in the prisons. Prison is a social paradigm of repression in the crisis, a paradigm which has to be destroyed. They tell me about the latest police blitz in Naples, hundreds of people arrested, and about the insane mistakes made by the magistrates, and the dozens of mistaken identity arrests. They describe the brutality of the police. These comrades need to express themselves at the national level. Now, and quickly. However, the only thing which is moving forward quickly is the question of my re-imprisonment. The media are pushing for it relentlessly. Everyone I meet, friends, new friends, complete strangers, tell me escape, Tony, get away at once. Then they fall silent. I have to work fast, really fast. I am tired. But never mind. Must hurry. One single objective is to be achieved, to render irreversible the launching of a solution for the years of lead and for the problem of preventive imprisonment. It is little, very little, but even if only one comrade was able to get out of prison, out of this whole business and all this work, I would be satisfied. The rest comes later, when I'll have done my getaway. Today, in this month that remains, it is not possible to do more. Rome/Naples, 19 to 21 July. Folio 64. Padova, it's 3 in the morning. I think I started my phone in at Radio Gamma at about 10 last night. It has continued until now. I am very tired. Not so much because of the phone in as because of the charge of love and affection that I have felt among people, among friends and comrades. A love which, for me, means responsibility, and which overloads me. A joining together of affection and joy which could become new movement, but there is no time. Let us consolidate immediately what is irreversible. And yet I am slightly frightened about this project. Precisely this evening, in the discussion on the phone-in, I had a clear sensation that an irreversibility of behaviors, if it is not conjoined with an articulated strategic discourse, can become an ossified fetish. The resistance also accumulates negative stuff, bad feelings, lack of imagination, repetition, a kind of obligation towards repetition, forced on us by the memory of a movement which was great, yes, but has now become rigid. This reactionary phenomenon shows itself in stereotypical language and in a poverty of analytical reference points. So what we are getting is a kind of second-hand heroism, the heroism of solidarity pure and simple. I find it hard to see the strength of this continuism, and anyway, if it has strength, it is only a bureaucratic strength. Within itself it shows definite symptoms of cancellation of potential and progressive exhaustion. A stunting of growth. If things were indeed this way, it would be a disaster. I try to widen the discussion, to advance provocative suggestions and proposals for the building of a new movement, one capable of recalibrating its forces in the light of the changed conditions. My impression is that people understand what I am saying, but they are dominated by a fear of not being able to control consequences, almost an expectation of counterproductive side effects. If state repression has been successful in bringing about such a deep and negative expectation, we have to admit that they have done well. We need to break this condition of substantial passivity. How? What is the radical political change that will make this possible? Padova, July 22. Folio 65. This morning I went on a parliamentary visit to the Due Palazzi prison in Padova. They didn't want to let me in. I had to wait outside for an hour, with the other visitors, under a ferocious sun. This pointless cruelty is run-of-the-mill normality for the prisoners' families when they visit, and it's such an offense to them, and to the prisoners, and to good sense. The prison is modern, a bit like Rebibia. I see a lot of comrades, and particularly the ones whom I had already seen before in prison, Achille, Augusto, Marzio, and then Ettore, Libero and so on. The latest blitzes have resulted in new and old comrades being locked up, in this absurd witch hunt, which is continually fed by the fanatical repressive passion of Calogero. Fanaticism. It's really not worth framing it in terms of higher values of political and moral rhetoric, that way you'd end up giving value to the personality of this fanatic, giving him a kind of dark grandeur. No, let us look at this fanaticism from the viewpoint of the disasters it has provoked and of the suffering it continues to generate, then there really are no excuses. I feel powerfully the offense that has been dealt to these imprisoned comrades. May your soul finish in hell, you madman Calogero. I go to see the ordinary prisoners. Here too I have a clear sensation of a deep and wise desire for struggle and transformation. The prison movement is picking up again, with force. I propose to the comrades that it needs to be supported and fed with political purposiveness and with a sense of impending deadline, against preventive detention and for a way out of the years of lead. Living and visiting prisons, I come to believe increasingly that prison now represents a slice of society, and that this slice of society gathers articulated signs of the great transformations that are underway. The criminality of the administration indicates the end of political representation and the triumph of corporatism. The crimes of violence show the decline of solidarity which accompanies this process, and the many economic crimes should probably be related to the imbalance between the chaotic and diffuse desire to produce, and the command and productive hierarchy of a capitalism which is now both mature and atrophied. Today prison gathers only autonomy, political autonomy, and autonomy of appropriation and demanding, and finally the new entrepreneurial autonomy. In the chaos of our society, the violence of the institution has now become a form of repression against social innovation. Repression is blind, and this blindness criminalizes everything that is innovative and new. What is offered to us is an extreme limit. The institutional perversion and its stupidity are horrible to behold. I ask myself how we are going to be able to get out of all this. The pain that I find in the prisons is tangible, and the solidarity of the comrades contains a symbolism of rebirth, rebellion, and transformation which is offered to you open-handedly. How can we get out of all this? I think I know the answer. But I cannot do it. I know that this general meaningfulness of prison should be developed in society as a whole, and the revolt against prison should be understood as an element of social reorganization. However, I cannot move on this terrain because I have no time. In a little while either I shall have to leave or I shall return to prison. I would feel re-imprisonment as a mockery, but what would it be to leave the country? All my family, and the comrades in Due Palazzi, political and ordinary prisoners alike, are asking me apprehensively whether I plan to go or stay. Vatine, Tony, Vatine. Leave, Tony, go. My unease is related to the absurd alternatives which are being offered to me, the diabolical mechanism of the either, or. If you go back to prison you can do politics, but, if you choose exile, because obviously this is what we are talking about, you won't do politics anymore. The comrades exclude this alternative. I am uneasy about it. I don't understand the basis of it, or rather I am beginning to think that its bases are only in the nature of a blackmail. So then what? I have to move with caution, trying by every means possible to remain in Italy. Then, if they don't want me, I shall leave. But before accepting this unanimous advice to leave immediately, which is coming from family members, from the prisons, from all those who love me, and it is singularly expressed in different forms, from the loving vatine of people who no longer want to endure the experience of prison, to the political vatine of people who know that the development of political initiative cannot be shaped and calibrated on the day-to-day requirements of defending ourselves in the trial. Anyway, before accepting this unanimous advice, I have to do everything possible, and above all measure myself against the world of prison. Escape, they're telling me, escape. The individualism which sometimes underlies this prompting is infinitely more important than the moralism which underlies the suggestion that I should accept judgment and sentence. Why? Perhaps the times really have changed, and the richness and liberty of the individual person, creating spaces among the ideological illusions, are once again gaining a potency in the communist project. Escape, escape, the comrades in Du Palazzi keep telling me, almost to the point of tedium. Padova, July 23. Folio 66. This week I'm living my days between Milan, Venice, and Rome. I am enjoying the Negri case, I try to act it out. It brings to mind a story my grandmother used to tell me, about a man building a haystack. A peasant had correctly constructed a haystack, building from the bottom up, but then he overloaded it with hay, so that it ended up a bit of a mess, and the hay in the bottom part began to rot. So what does the silly peasant do? He starts digging out the rotten hay underneath, and the whole stack tips over on top of him. That's how I see the magistrate in the April 7th case. He built the April 7th case from the bottom upwards, in other words from the need to put an end to local disorders. But then he overloaded it, and the whole thing became top-heavy and tipped over on his head. The same is as true for the magistrate as it was for the silly peasant. At this point, enter the corporations, the magistracy and the politicians, who cannot permit the stupidity of the peasant to be seen, because it would reflect badly on the whole corporation. So what happens then? Grandma said that, in order to prevent further problems of rot and infection, you have to burn the haystack. And that is exactly the impression I have. This is what is happening. They are preparing the fuses. What is emerging victorious is the old peasant agrarian ideology of the corporation. They want to burn everything, and make sure the fire falls onto us. The Negri case is the symbol of the perversion of Italian peasantry, that is for sure, and also of its ferocious fables, but above all of this magistracy, of this disproportionately large power of regulation in a state deregulated, in a state which is Gothic. To defend their prestige they are ready to do absolutely anything. It would be so simple, so clean-cut, just to wipe the slate and forget it, but this is not possible. It would only be possible for people who are not Levantine in character and dirty in their complexions. I feel downright racist in their regard. But when all is said and done the fault is also mine, for the way in which I have behaved. I resist, I hold my ground, I produce a dissociation which is a definition of identity and not a pentimento, I get myself elected as a member of parliament, and in the trial I react by claiming my existence, but, Tony, don't you realize that this insane priesthood which is the Italian magistracy, an uninterrupted continuity of monarchy, fascism, and capitalism, cannot be granted dignity and honor? Only submission, I kiss the toe of your slipper, O Grand Vizier, and I crave pardon. That's how it's done. Italy, Italy, shame upon you. Only a grosh could do justice to the faces I see around me, or a Buñuel, in the cinema. The Negri case is an arrogant obstinacy, the caricatural continuity of the rule of bureaucracy. This is why there is nothing to be done other than to resist. Oppose it with another rationality, another way of life. It would be so easy for them to say, the Pentati. They are a bunch of rogues, and we've made them confess what we wanted them to confess, so now let them keep quiet with their lies, and not project their massive slanders. And the emergency laws? These were simply a necessary means that we had to use for a while, but now it's over, finished, let's get back to legality, but instead. Maybe if we had a monarch, whose virtue was honor and to whom obedience was due on the charismatic basis of a truth that is seen as absolute, if only I had a monarch and the arbitrariness of his judgment to judge me. The bureaucrat can't do this, his so-called virtue is coherence. But it's not even that. Here in Italy, in the crisis, the bureaucracy's loyalty to itself is no more than a political defense of its own separateness, of an independence which does not participate in the dialectic of society and of the state but simply pursues a line of self-reproduction. The magistrates of the Nazi regime, in the horror of their function, respected a sworn value, obedience to the law, in the Obrigkeit state. They were dogs, but they were obedient. Here they are no less dogs just because they have not yet decided to build gulags and concentration camps. Remember that they have constructed the special prisons, and Article 90, and Vahra, and death cells, and they have no values, and are crazy with power. This perversion has to be fought and destroyed. I don't know how I shall come through this Negri case. Apart from anything else, the whole thing is so absurd, my image is so distant, in this horizon dominated by the media. No matter how things turn out, they will operate on a distant horizon and I shall only be able to live them as science fiction. But what is certain is that, whatever happens, I shall continue to struggle against the possibility of further Negri cases, in other words against this irrational and cruel figure of the magistracy and of repression. I don't want to do it as an avenger or as an executioner, no, that really is not my mission. Only political struggle can change this world of ours. But at the same time I cannot remain silent about my disgust with these animals. They are repellent, clandestine, and infected, both for society and for civilization as a whole. Milan, July 26. Folio 67. More perversion, that of the political class. Here in Rome I have no way of avoiding contact with them. People tend to see me as a cynic, but here I find myself being a moralist. Even cynicism has its limits, and in Sada, at this limit, you read the highest of poetry. But not with these people. Here poetry really does not exist any longer, not even as a resolution of their evil. The perversion of the system is simply vulgar. Why continue talking of crisis and objectivate a reality which in fact is subjectively unrecoverable? A perversion that is functional. I continue with a crazy rhythm of interviews. I feel that we are at the outer limits of imbroglio and defamation. This is a rule from which journalists, a breed of person even more despicable than that of magistrates and politicians of the big parties, if such a thing is possible, cannot deviate. Molly Goodnighty. On the other hand, today I received an article by Karl-Heinz Roth. Worse than Calogero. What's got into him? Today I have no wish to get angry, it is just amusing to see how a German autonomist can be so wrong-headed. But this does mean that I'm on my own. The game of politics, in the perversion that is its nature, does not accept strong impulses towards breakthroughs. Not from the right, for reasons that are obvious, not from the left, for less obvious and sometimes banal motives, resentment, envy, and the like. It would be instructive to write a little handbook of the vulgar passions of the left. I'm on my own. Bitterly I have to admit it. I have to hurry. Sometimes I'm so tired that I could almost wish that they would speed up the business of my rearrest. I am alone, and they are making me more and more alone. At this point I'm expecting even my closest friends to start distancing themselves. I have to fight a lone battle, between myself and people who shower me with opinions. From the right, they tell me that I am morally responsible for Italy's terrorism, hence I should go back to prison. From the left, they tell me that, because I have dissociated myself from terrorism, I am a traitor deserving to be killed. And from the center I have to deal with people who want to use me politically. I cannot fight this battle on so many fronts on my own. So what then? Let us hope that it comes soon, this battle on my own personal terrain, where I can demonstrate powerfully that I am outside of that generalized perversion, alone, yes, but still alive. All the time I argue with myself about the political and cultural value of escape, conceived of as sabotage, as an act of absenteeism. Today this is the only communist possibility of bearing theoretical witness. Why didn't you do it immediately, Tony? Because the perversion of the enemy has to be revealed right down to its bare essentials. The only key which can permit us to pass through the perversion of the political and judicial system and system of the media is, therefore, that of a passion-driven alterity, of a confidence in ourselves which is founded on justice, which is continuous and always on the alert. Each of them has to hate me not only because their bosses have told them to, but also because they feel my contempt. That contempt is my denunciation of their perversion, it is honor against vulgarity, it is collective love against their individual concern for their jobs. I am certain that they are winning, I have no illusion about that. But I am serene in my lucidity and contempt for them. I say no to the game of politics, that is, to the game of constructing vulgar homologies and common interests, a general will and a common interest, a game whose law is to draw you into their camp. No, really, I do not go along with this perversion. I try it sometimes, but I simply cannot do it. I am Spinozan by nature, and I think that God is on earth and that our life is constitutive of ever-increasing humanity. And them? No. Ultimae Barbarorum. Rome, July 28. Folio 68. The escort is beginning to drive me crazy. I have told them clearly that I can't stand it any longer, and that I don't feel myself to be under threat from anybody. But they still carry on. Paula often goes berserk with them. We are followed, monitored, blocked, with an attitude half of control and half of complicity. I've had enough of it. However, the whole thing can be amusing sometimes, even comical. Like tonight. Today I was in Naples for a series of TV interviews. There were no trains, because the lines had been blocked by a protest of the unemployed, so we had to hire a car. In the evening, returning from Naples, we stopped in at Formia to say hello to a group of comrades. Really nice. Agostino took us all for a meal up in the mountains, behind Formia. Wild, fearsome places. Counting the escort we had 4 or 5 cars, because they had 2 following us. At a certain point we got lost up in the mountains, down tiny roads that would have been inaccessible to anyone but lunatics like ourselves. We started the most incredible maneuvers with our cars, and got ourselves thoroughly lost down the little lanes. When we finally got to meet up at the restaurant, our guards were looking so scared and despondent that we almost took a notion to buy them dinner. Anyway, back to reality. A day like today brings me back to the pleasures of life and struggle. On the one hand the crisis and the perversion of the system, and on the other this enormous wealth of proletarian society. In Naples I meet many comrades who are still managing to remain active, like living fishes in this swamp of misery, corruption, and criminality, and they are managing to keep hope alive. Always an inch, just an inch, above the level of desperation which this damned power has distributed, they are drugged on hope. And in Formia I find a group of comrades in whom the tendencies of the old marginalized proletariat and those of the new, educated and abstract proletariat have constructed a new universe of revolutionary values. The material, irreversible fact, the solid knot, of these behaviors has always fascinated me, and here you feel it as a solid force. And here, yes, through these given behaviors, you can read again, outside of any sectarian and small group fantasies, a memory of class struggle which cannot be erased. This seems to me like a small experience of recomposition along historical axes, in the revival of all the stories of struggle and revolution that have been lived, and along social axes at the same time, in the recompacting of different sensibilities and different sectors of the proletariat. A small and symbolic experience. Taking a stand against the obscenity of the system and the perversion of power. There are many of these groups of comrades, and, as such, they need to be discovered and put back into contact with each other. They remind me of the best moments in the building of the autonomy movement in the North during the 1970s, and then my thoughts run to all the experiences of the autonomy movement, strong and diffuse, which, albeit solely at the social level, have consolidated themselves in all the countries of developed capitalism. I never forget this strong social dualism, but when, in the night, in the long discussions which precede this dawn that begins to show itself before me, I find myself looking at it, in the interpretation the proletarian protagonist makes of it, then once again I begin to think that it will be possible to make the transition from the social to the political and to dream of this radical political change in the class consciousness of the people. What is a class? Certainly not the aggregate of typical proletarians that Engels describes, beloved of so many fusty nostalgic comrades. No, I prefer the slogan of Flora Tristan, constituting the working class. And then, why forget our good old teacher Marx, where he said that the working class is revolutionary, otherwise it is nothing. Here, once again, on these mountains, I too feel myself high on hope. P.S. Today, before leaving for Naples, I held a press conference where I presented the proposal for a bill on the reduction of preventive detention, as prepared by the comrades. Naples/Formia, July 29. Folio 69. Today is my 50th birthday. A turning point? A trifle. These days I am living life with a great desperation, this life which could be so rich and fine. 10 years ago, August 1, 1973, was the starting point of this whole story of the Autonomia movement, a big supper, with 100 comrades present. I look at my life now, the life of a shipwrecked sailor washed up on an island, released from the waves and the perversity of the trial, but at the same time I see my space getting smaller and life becoming impoverished in the most extreme tension. I have decided that I shall make my escape, and shall get out and retain my freedom, but I am preparing nothing to that end. I feel that to set about preparing things would weaken the strength of my struggles in the here and now. And yet, in this very difficult situation, I am living, and I cannot avoid recognizing it, a kind of suicide. Unconsciously, long, drawn out. With words I have the same poverty as I have in the face of the object to be described, a certain repugnancy to say them. I have to live this life even on the edge of death, and I must not admit that death is near. But why is it that destiny invites me to choose between life and death? Sometimes I think of having a sickness, a terminal illness, as a moment of rest, as a melody which resolves for you the drama of thought, and then everything finishes gently. Life and its desperation would have just one final spasm, as everything came to an end. But, when all is said and done, this just represents a new desire for suicide. Sometimes, when we're arguing and shouting, Paula tells me, when you were in prison, and when it seemed there was absolutely nothing that could be done, your mother used to tell me, cheer up, Paula, at least he hasn't committed suicide. That was the great fear of my mother, and the great tension in me during these 50 years of mine. Paula reproaches me for accepting this state of affairs, for not preparing my escape. It is true, in some ways this living of mine, now, seems like a strange mixture of struggle and testimony and rupture, and at the same time of unwillingness to act and acceptance of fate. But it's not really like that. I try to explain to Paula that this rhythm of life, this way of its proceeding, in which even desperation and heroism sometimes turn out to be empty masks, can be broken. The linear logic of life and its nullifying rhythm reach a threshold where even destiny imposes on you an alternative. This is how my 50 years of life have been, always right to the limit, to understand, to struggle, to organize moments of love. And now I am faced with the invasive presence of death and power. Struggling to the utmost limit. And then, at that limit, a jolt of hope and a re-beginning. Paula reacts by telling me that I'm crazy and that this is completely irrational. Irrational, I answer, and what is rationality, except that tragic and horrible figure which is seeking my death? That figure which calls itself law, or that nebulous machine which usurps the name of the will of the people. No, I shall not prepare my escape, I want to live it right to the limit, without ambiguity, this situation of struggle on the edge of a possible death. I shall escape, believe me, Paula, and it will be on that margin, after having savored to the limit their perversion, and after having enjoyed their death-bearing machinations. It will happen, this escape of mine, like an act of hope, like a moment of destiny. You have to construct inside yourself an impulse of struggle and of knowledge that thrusts you to live in a way that is irresistible. So don't get scared, my dear Paula, if death is our companion, if suicide coexists alongside the desire to live. It is we who have to decide between life and death, it is life that decides, the decision is made by its immediate truth. If that's not the way it is, then there is no value in either living or dying. Milan, August 1st. Folio 70. Now we're coming to the heart of the debate about the authorization to proceed and my eventual re-imprisonment. A big battle. Everyone realizes that the problem is not only about me, it is also the problem of giving a strong sign, an indication, for finding ways to break out of the years of lead. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems to me that it is precisely because the sign does not want to be given, precisely for this reason, that they will decide to put me back into prison. A moment of great nervousness. I continue with developing contacts and relationships, and also with the slow work in Parliament, to block possible prejudicial decisions. Infinite problems. Growing tiredness. Rosanna is back from her holiday, which was very short. I am very fond of her. I really would like to manage to stay out of prison and to work on the things she is suggesting to me, an inquiry into class recomposition in the North, and the restructuring of industry and the explosion of this huge and innovative tertiary sector. An apology for Rosanna. Her optimism is boundless, and sometimes it even rubs off onto me. She loves me like you'd love a kid. I go to Rebibia and manage a brief meeting with the comrades. The first problem is that of the Conference on Alternative Forms to Imprisonment, planned for September. We have to manage to put the maximum amount of meat on the fire, over the whole range of problems that have been opened up, and I have to do it in the shortest possible time, insofar as it involves me. I go to G9 to see the fascists in prison. Good people, the problem is how to give weight to their voice, as part of the prison movement. This question of unity is fundamental. All this happened a couple of days ago, if I'm not mistaken. In Rome it is unbelievably hot, unbearably so. And what have I been doing since then? Ah yes, a 3-hour phone-in on the Radical Party's TV channel. Some of them insulting me, some of them happy, but definitely a noticeable ebbing of the initial tension. Then endless arguments with the police escort, we almost came to blows. Paula drove into them with her car. This whole business is turning grotesque. Meanwhile, in the debate in the special committee, the Liberal Party spokesman, who is arguing for my re-imprisonment, has caught measles. So on this side two things are pretty weird. And they are refusing to give me a parliamentary passport, not actually refusing it, but bouncing me around from office to office. Here the grotesque is taking on an aspect of Andradian malevolence. Then, yesterday, there was a meeting in the junta, to decide on my case. Summary justice? I wait in the ante-chamber. The usual rabble of journalists. The whole thing is postponed until September. Halfway through September there will be a vote in Parliament. I've gained a month. Good. At last I am in Milan, at home. Enormous tiredness. I am shattered by a situation which is terrible, and the tasks I have set myself seem too much for me. P.S. As regards the fascists in prison, I am continually clashing with those on the left who refuse even to talk about them, both in prison and, above all, outside. They say that they're criminals. No less than those who arrived in prison from the left, I reply. They tell me that they are confused, that their ideology is shit. I reply that it seems to me not much different from that of a lot of people on the left, and that in fact sometimes I find bits of lively thinking among them. And finally they tell me that these violent fascists are often instruments of the state. This is the only argument that gets to me. Spontaneously my mind says, with all the problems that we already have, why do we need to concern ourselves with them? Let them be looked after by those, often within the state, who use these people as tools of provocation. But this too is a false argument. Yes, maybe these lads were instrumentalized, and how about those of the left, were they not? But they are perfectly responsible. They are not of the right, maybe at some time they have been subjected to the ideologies of the right, but their motives do not lean to the right. We really would have to look at the history of these past few years through the eyes of a Valiani or, and this amounts to the same thing, through the eyes of the secret services engaged in imperialist destabilization, in order to fail to understand that these so-called, one-time, fascists are simply a product of the bloc system of Italian politics. They have nothing more to do with Almirante and with the right than my comrades do. Furthermore, they are deeply involved in the prison movement, they have lived the experiences of liberation that prison imposes, and they have to be brought back into the political debate, fully and completely. I'm not sure how to go about this. I am certain that Il Manifesto will respond negatively when I ask for their documents to be published. Never mind, I shall keep pressing for it. I like those lads, behind them lies the whole history of the Italian provinces and its malaise, and the working-class neighborhoods of Rome and their antagonisms. In them there is a hope for renewal, albeit badly interpreted. But who interprets things properly these days? As far as I am concerned, fascism is disgusting, but why be so blind as to call these lads fascist, and not the movers and shakers of the historic compromise? Rome/Milan, 2–5 August. Folio 71. I talk with Paolo. Intelligent and cold, as ever. No, not cold, but dispassionate, capable of abstracting himself and keeping himself at a distance from the immediate. He has a good way of interpreting what has happened to his generation, between movement and repression. Horror vacui is the phrase he uses to define what he feels, the wind of emptiness. A wind which blows things all over the place. The wind is empty, and so is its meaning. Starting from the enormous collective experience which the spirit of the 1970s had created in Milan and other cities of the North, an experience of community and constitution, an experience which, very naively and yet correctly, we called communism. The experience of fullness, followed by the horror of emptiness. It is incredible, this collective subjectivity of suffering. The 1970s were the opposite, with their saturation with joy, with alternative life experiences, with community. But today? Fear, the horrors of everyday life, loneliness. I read the summer notes published by Census. Italy's social decomposition, it complains, has come about in the absence of any significant initiative. At this point I would like to add, except for the repression, why is it that Derrida forgets these terrible events, which are so deeply etched into the collective consciousness? In the absence of any significant initiative coming from power, that's how the census talks. The flabbiness of power. Society is terribly segmented, it says. It calls for a resumption of the entrepreneurial autonomy of the social in relation to the political. You make me laugh. Do you really not see the desert you have created? However, there is at least no hypocrisy here. The census people are not claiming that the desert is a garden. But in their mind's eye they desire the garden, and they have not measured the impressive material depth of the drought of life. This is a classic situation, once characteristic of priests, and now of the policemen of thought, to destroy life and then lament the ontological deficit which is the outcome of their actions. They moan about how everything is adrift. But this is a result of the drifting of the movement, of the repression of its creativity, of its ending in the horror vacui. What desperation, what wretchedness there is in all this! How can you think that an act of political will can alter this ontological destruction of life? The autonomy of a creative politics which is proposed here is impossible, just as the autonomy that permitted the repression of our movement was shameful. They tell me that one of my worst enemies, in Padova, in that agglomerate of evil that passes under the name of a university, is today looking back regretfully to the 1970s. They are still running late with their crises, these irresponsible young men. They should get themselves up to date, for God's sake, so that they can feel at first hand the malaise and the horror, for real. Today they are running around in the labyrinth, all of us go round in a labyrinth, and we have to exhaust all the possibilities, shall we have the courage for it, of the labyrinth. Of this will, which becomes cowardly every time it loses contact with reason. Of this cowardly will of theirs, of all the intellectuals who have surrendered to repression because they lack the serenity of reason. Failing in their task, which is to fight to make sure that reason stays always serene and constructive. But Paulo is insistent, he is not interested in polemics with the intellectuals. He lives the tragedy of the repression, of the movement being adrift, of the emptiness. And yet it is only on the desperation of will, on this presence of death and imprisonment, which sits on our shoulders like a monkey, it is only from this intensity of pessimism of the will, of the contact with desperation and repression, it is only from here that we can reconquer serenity. Labyrinth, horror vacui. Will is projected onto this unresolvable screen. Break it, Paulo. Reason is the overturning catastrophe of the world in which we live. The expression of a generation needs to be reconquered through the exercise of reason. What we are setting up here is an enormous concert, which reason can produce to the limits of the collective moment. We have lived it, Paulo, that collective moment. Your desperation is the desperation of abandonment. No, what is done cannot be undone. Factum infectum fieri nequit, the principle of every civilization. Today defeated Mongols, tomorrow Genghis Khan triumphant. Don't be scared of the labyrinth, it is not one of reason but one of the will, an obstacle and not a limit. Milan, August 6. Folio 72. Yesterday evening, a major scene with the escort. Paula stopped the car in a dark corner of a small street, and then reversed straight into the police car that was following us. I got out and started hammering on the car with my fists, like we used to do against scabs crossing picket lines, and then they followed us to the police station, where I put in an official complaint because they hadn't given me their particulars. Ridiculous but effective. It will certainly prove useful. I don't want the escort following us anymore, for one simple reason, I have to start thinking about my escape, and having the police always on my tail, and in such numbers, inevitably makes it more difficult. It's not impossible, because anyway, like any policeman, the worst they can be is irritating. So I am getting rid of an irritation, nothing more than that. And in a state which pretends to have a clean face, in order to hide its dirty face, you can make things easy by putting on a show of indignation. What a performance! So many people are telling me not to go back to prison. Almost everyone, in fact. Except Rosanna and Marco P. Who knows what they have in mind for me? Most of all, this is the word I'm getting from lawyers, in other words from people who know what's going on in this trial, the frame-up and the machinations. I spent the day in Gressoni, at the house of Marcello G. Gressoni is extremely beautiful. Already last week I was there to visit this extraordinary lawyer and friend. I would appoint him Minister of Justice. It seems that his friends don't want him in that position. Why? Perhaps because, unlike most politicians with high hopes, who end up becoming Levantines, he is a Levantine who became political in order to loosen the knots of injustice. An injustice which he experiences in simple terms, as a partisan and as an anti-fascist. Simple, but within such a quantity of doctrine, that is the fundamental thing. Not that his brain is not still Levantine, in this he is like all the rest of the teachers of Italian law, but, in the drama of the emigration to the north that he is living, unresolved, the unhappiness of life and the heaviness of injustice weigh heavily upon him. He doesn't have the bored look of Martinazzoli, who, he tells me, will be the minister. It is clear, however, that he would dearly like to be at the head of the Italian justice system. What would be better, his dramatic mobility as a Turinese immigrant, or the pacific tedium of Martinazzoli, a lawyer from Brianza? I don't know who will be nominated, Martinazzoli probably, he is the stronger candidate, but I have a certain nostalgia for the restlessness of Marcello G. From his wife and children I get the sense of a life which is not satisfied with its present circumstances. No, this is not the discreet charm of the bourgeoisie. And no, he won't make it to be minister. Contradictory feelings today, while the discussion swings between Kelsen and life, what a distance, between the image of parliamentary Rome and the splendid mountains of Gressoni. No, he won't make it to be minister. Today he is still a free man. Why? I remember how he came to visit me one time when I was in the special prison. He refused to speak to me through glass. You can't look at the mountains of Gressoni in vitro. Meanwhile the escort is still following us. I look at them as they hide shamefacedly, a bit embarrassed after the blow-up of yesterday evening. And among these bright mountains I think of the jaundiced face of Rognoni. Milan/Gressoni, August 7th. Folio 73. A hellish day, but with at least one positive result. They have definitely put off any decision about my re-imprisonment until September, the 1st or the 8th. I have gained a month of freedom. It seems unbelievable to me. Today is Wednesday. This story, very tense, started on Monday, with a hearing before the Committee for Parliamentary Privileges. Very embarrassed they were. I looked them straight in the eye, one by one. You could have got more expression out of the Sphinx. At least the Sphinx was beautiful. This bunch, with the exception of Melanie, are ugly, devastatingly ugly. I present my defense before the Committee for Authorizations in a moderate tone. I am not in attack mode. I put before them a number of points in my defense, minimal but cogent and incisive. They sit there silently. The ambience and atmosphere of a meeting of carpetbaggers. I look around me. The place where they meet is a long narrow bunker. A bomb shelter. They are waiting for orders. In this half-light, their terrible emptiness becomes apparent, they fill this shadow and don't illuminate it. Tuesday, despite the good press in the morning, in the afternoon the committee decides that I am to go back to prison, immediately. Then pandemonium broke out, I'm not sure exactly why. What is certain, however, is that the bag carriers had misunderstood the orders of their bosses. There was a MSID-CPCI majority for immediate re-imprisonment. But the thing didn't pass in the Communist Party. They are calling for a postponement of any decision until they've had a chance for political discussion. In the course of the night a variety of positions begin to be outlined. A certain Lota, a Communist Party member of Parliament, received a telling off. This is gratifying, but I don't understand the operation, its meaning, and where it is leading. Rosanna is making superhuman efforts. Today she left for a few days' holiday and I went to see her off. All very emotional. Massimo is on the rampage, I see him often during these days, and he is convinced that a lot can be done in the party, if only we could gain some time. What is happening in the PCI is certainly important, but I don't think they will have the ability to pull back from their repressive vocation, against myself and my comrades. They have already dirtied their hands too much in this regard. A party led, on occasion, by some rampaging court journalist, driven by motives of revenge, and in dialogue with some of the worst of our hanging judges. What a tragedy, this Niski returned from the dead, this Asiatic face, Sanfedist and brutish, of that once great party. No, they cannot escape from the shame of all this. The efforts of Rosanna and of the comrades at Il Manifesto have paid off, nevertheless. Massimo is happy, even though he is extremely pessimistic about the future. Already on Tuesday evening we knew that any decision was going to be put off. Today is Wednesday, or is it Thursday? It's so late, and the night is cool. I am not just tired, I am literally destroyed. I feel like I have a ring of iron round my head. I want to drink. In this house where I am staying there is not even a bottle of wine. So the great repressive alliance of the historic compromise, the DC and the PCI, with a bunch of fascists supporting them, has been shattered. I have a terrible headache. Marlboros make me sick, and today I have smoked only Marlboro. Tired. Tired. So, everything is put off till September. A month gained. This evening I walked through Campo dei Fiori with Paola, on our way to a restaurant run by a friend. In the half-light, a boy dismantling the last of the flower stalls asked me for a cigarette. I give him one. He looks at me, recognizes me, and says, "Hey, you're the professor." I say yes. I stand for a moment. Then he blurts out, "Don't let them take you in again." I walk on. He runs after me, with a rose in his hand. He gives it to Paola. "Don't let them get you, don't let them get you." He's right. No, no, I mustn't let them get me. Rome, 8 to 10 August. Folio 74. I am on holiday at last, at Montescudeo in Tuscany. After talking with Scalfaro, the new Minister of the Interior, I have finally succeeded in getting rid of my escort. At last, I couldn't take it any longer. The countryside is beautiful, and the house, rented from Sylvie and Giovanna, is delightful. The whole valley of the Cesena lies below, stretching towards Volterra upstream and the sea downstream. There is a lot of greenery, and always a wind to freshen the heat of the day. I reorder my thoughts, and once again I find a desire to live, returning surreptitiously. My relations with the people around here are good. Of course, I am a public figure, and that's how they see me. People point me out, and look at me, and there are even journalists and photographers making the trip up here. But these are communist villages, many of the local people, some of the communists, and workers from Piombino, and farm workers, are interested in discussing with me, with a communist. So we begin to talk. They tell me about the workers' struggle in the locality, about the crisis in the steel industry and the restructuring of Piombino. I notice that I have not forgotten anything of the communist style of working, and in passing I recall that here in Piombino we were doing political interventions 20 years ago. We keep talking in the bar, and then, in the evening, in people's houses, and they are most welcoming. Excellent local wine. After an inconceivable length of time I begin again to enjoy the pleasures of relaxation. I meet other very dear friends, who come to visit me. We talk about politics, a lot. My situation requires it. And not even the delights of this countryside can lessen the sense of political and institutional tragedy in the situation that we are living. We are in a blind alley, the perversion of the institutions, the breakdown of the constitutional balance of powers, and the cancer spreading through the political machine. These are the results of the political blockage that has been imposed on us, massacring our hopes. Today, they tell me, people in the factories are starting to get angry again. I hope so. But we need self-criticism here. It must be deep, and it needs to attack not only the political class of the parties, but also certain sectors of the working class who, through the blind and exclusionary defense of their corporative interests, have allowed our massacre to take place. First 7 April, then the political sackings at Fiat, then the defeat of 1981, and then downhill, all the way. Chaos. A chaos dominated by the force of the industrial restructuring that was put into place, and as a political formula dominated once again by creeping compromise. Nor will Craxi and the socialists be capable, not for a long time yet, of discharging the underlying tensions. And it is true that the historic compromise is the only possible political formula, the only possibility of governing and of recovering powers of decision-making out of the swamp of the social. It is the only way, given that the blockage of change has arrived at this violence of effects. The only problem, is how to destabilize the conditions that have allowed this disastrous stagnation to occur. But how can this be done? We know all the negative conditions, but we also know how fiercely they are capable of reproducing themselves and defending the mechanism of their reproduction. Prison, this fearsome weapon of social constraint, the rampant restructuring of industry, which is attacking and destroying the workers' aggregations in factories and in communities, and war, an ever-present threat, which includes Lebanon, the atomic bomb and nuclear terror. All this tends to create a situation of passivity and fear. A fear which does not have the metaphysical strength to develop horizons of higher sociality out of relationships between human beings and to accept antagonism as the basis for guarantees of freedom. No, this is a fear which spreads over everybody's heads, like a cloud laden with misfortune. And everything is flattened by its shadow. In such a situation only ethics, and only a new and very profound action of transformation that can be rooted in ethics, would permit us to refound politics, outside of this fearsome solitude that we all share. I am reading and rereading Leopardi, and I find him very much in tune with our times, between imprisonment in his hometown of Recanati and emptiness and passivity of the Italian way of life, between this destructive second nature which dazzles us and the ethical revolt which his poetry expresses, arising out of his solitude. I look around me, I can see these sentiments taking objective form among my children, among my friends, among the workers with whom I discuss. We need to reintroduce the prophetic into our lives. Gradually, as the days pass, my restlessness is growing. Maybe its interference with my reflections on ethics and politics has become part of my character. A malaise which wants to go and find rest somewhere beyond this condition of life and culture, of prison and society, which is imposed on me. It will always be this way, whether I am in prison or a free man, if ethical hope and transformative behaviors do not become the base of events of radical change for this society and for this state. Janji, Giorgio, and so many of the others whom I see have abandoned militancy. They work and they have children. This does not lessen their desperation, for sure, but perhaps they, like me, expect a refounding in all this. Maybe they are waiting for a sign. But there will be no sign unless we build it ourselves, unless we transform the ethical unease into poetry, into the production of new signs. There are a lot of shooting stars in these August night skies. We need concrete signs of life, new children, new communities, and justice. Happiness has to be rebuilt as a material element, through restlessness, driving it to its inner ethical limit. Only in this way can we be productive of hope, and of the new. Puta gens devin rond cum bien il a fallu être triste pour ressusciter Carthage. I contemplate with real terror the fact that I am going to have to throw myself back into the perversion of the world of politicians, into that swampy terrain of meaninglessness. Why? The non-truth of that world is such that there is no possibility of a reply to my question on that layer of significations. Why? These days I have been writing the text of my self-defense before Parliament. I shudder to think of the parliamentarians' faces I'll have before me. I am trying to be as sincere and balanced as possible, in order to lay down some kind of marker of freedom. It will not be accepted, that's sure. And it's right that this is the way it is. There is nothing to be done. Nothing other than our radical and profound ethics, only our refounded hope, only this producing of positive signs, between us and only between us. The rest is all a machine of hatred and repression. Montesquieu, 12/21 August. Folio 75. Today I was at Rebibia, with the comrades of G12, and then in the women's wing. When I walk into prisons, the measure of continuity between inside and outside is completely a given for me. But inside I experience that desire to break this continuum of repression and of acts of bad faith that you don't feel on the outside. The intelligence of the comrades, in their struggle against this prison system, reaches out to the society as a whole. Outside, in society, however, the signs of struggle and ethical reconstruction are only subterranean. Love for the comrades and emotion submerge my capacity for clear thinking when I meet them, but their intelligence and their attention are so strong that those elements of rupture with the meaninglessness of the institution and of society jump out with startling clarity. Today I came to see them with no particular problems to discuss, only the tedium of prison in August. I hope I gave them a bit of a break. We talk of this and that. There are people being held in solitary confinement, Aeneas, for instance. I go to see him. He is angry over a strange tale of things that were lost and then found again during prison searches. Silly stuff, it is August. I promise to come back tomorrow and look into it. I hope I can. With Fiora and her comrades we talk about how to develop the political campaign for freeing the prisoners, and against the special laws. Finally they gave their support to it, with all the committedness and vivacity which these women can put into concrete matters. They are beautiful in their summer clothes. Here, in this unbearable heat of the early afternoon, life is fresh and cool. Here is a sign of a higher humanity. Actually, if the truth be told, I came here to cheer myself up. And perhaps to consolidate for good the decision to preserve my freedom. These comrades are telling me, go, leave, you have done what you could. Not yet, I reply, I have to push forward to the very end. Be careful, don't let yourself be taken again. And I reply, no, I won't let myself be taken again. But I don't tell them how difficult it is to regain a grip on life, on your body, your freedom, your soul, in a world where the institution surrounds you with death and a smell of cancer. Can't you smell it? I don't tell them that I have a very strong impulse, a life impulse, to return to prison. They would laugh at me and would not be amused. But if I stay on the outside, as is my duty, will I ever succeed in reproducing a high political function and in responding to the calls for freedom, the freedom of you, men and women comrades in prison? There are no shortcuts, it is difficult, maybe too difficult. I have to do it. I have to rebuild hope and produce signs. It is difficult. I have to do it. I have to try. Thank you, comrades. Rome, August 22nd. Folio 76. I'm going crazy during these days. In the Montecitorio Palazzo, wandering round this huge empty building, I have the impression of being the only person here. If I wanted to destroy it I could. But maybe this place is so worn out as a symbol of power that, even if you set fire to it, it would not shed much light on the scene. The fact is that this building is a heap of dung. Damp shit doesn't burn. This is its strength, the fact that it doesn't actually burst into flames, the fact that people leave it to its own devices, the way in which it reproduces itself in its own fetid sweat. The only people present in these deserted rooms, in these pointless antechambers, are the journalists. They are the flies on the dung heap, untiring and always there. Either you get yourself paid by the journalists or you pay them. I would prefer the second solution, but unfortunately I am forced into the first. The relationship with them is a relationship of falsity. Their only pleasure is stirring shit. A wretched corporation. Jelly, who has just escaped from prison in Geneva, amazing coincidence. Understood them perfectly, and they were there to allow themselves to be bought. With Valiani and all those of the P1 Lodge at the head of the queue. The selection of journalists in the old days used to go via the intelligence service, in the 50s, they were chosen through the CIA. The younger generation, poor things, don't even have that good fortune. P2 and vulgarity on every hand. On the edges of the dung heap there are small pools of rampant putrescence. I imagine Scafari, Cavallari and Montanelli here in their natural habitat. I wander around the rooms of Montecitorio, among half-asleep parliamentary staff and these scum of the earth journalists. I manage to find one or two old friends who are not away on holiday, and I bring them in to survey the rubble. My decision to choose freedom is now irreversible. I tell this to my friends, in the hope that they might offer an alternative proposition. I am very calm, and I think that this society has to be revolutionized and this parliament destroyed. Rome, August 23. Folio 77. It's a 30 years war that we are living. A war of piracy, on the most diverse horizons, against pockets of humanity. A political world reduced to filibustering. If you ask people if we are in a state of war, nobody is prepared to admit it. Precisely as in the 1600s, when people were expecting death at any moment. Terror and restructuring of the state. Hobbes is a great mystifier. He talks of fear as if it were an ongoing reality between humans as individuals. In reality it was hanging over the heads of all humans, taken together. It was not antagonism but fate. The modern state is born from the sense of irresistible and radical change catastrophe, from this blackmail, and not from the struggle for security and liberty. Only the state of the future, and it will not be called a state, will be born from a desire for liberty. Nobody admits to the continuous war of this century of ours. I would like to be able to explain this to the people around me. And I would also like to explain the horrible effects that it produces. Metis versus ad superstitionem. But nobody wants to understand. Spadolina is sending people to Lebanon. For the first time we're seeing our children being sent to war again. In '68 this would have been unthinkable. One day, once the Americans have been defeated along with the current bosses of Lebanon, they will all have to run away with their tails between their legs. A nice type, this Spadolina. With the idiocy of a Luigi Facta, he lives this creeping war without understanding its dimensions, its implications, and its terrible evolutive potential. He runs to sell himself to the Americans, offering himself as a Gauleiter for one of the provinces of the empire. War. I have fought against it from within the movement, hoping and struggling, so that the state of war between the classes, this war which is eternally present, should not transform itself into open war, poor Erasmus. And now, in the name of dissociation, should I accept the irresponsibility of the likes of Spadolini and the state of open war he is imposing on us? No, really no. If you reject war, you have to reject it in its entirety. Only peace provides the conditions for revolution. With the slyness of shopkeepers, they are hard at work, so that their presence in Lebanon simultaneously is and is not, it must not be seen, but it must be seen by the great chancelleries. They have absorbed Cavour's diplomatic wiles from their high school textbooks. The Crimean War, Lebanon as Crimea. And do they really think themselves to be so clever? Spadolina. He hopes to have pulled it off with the P2, just as he hopes he's pulled it off in Lebanon, pulling out before disaster strikes. This is exactly what they said about Mussolini when he attacked France, and who would have thought that he'd be forced to send our troops barefoot to Greece and Russia? Vaca has always accused me of ambiguity. But he should look around him, at the dense ambiguity of his friends and bosses, at the way in which intellectual uncertainty shades into cold opportunism. That the people of Cuneo are stubborn is proverbial, but not that they are short-sighted. Peace is the prime precondition for revolution. So we should fight for peace. The Germans, Greens and non-Greens alike, have played a strong hand in my election, conference documents, a very strong stance against the April 7th trial, etc. Important to tighten this relationship, which has always been strong. This is fundamental. In large part these Greens are comrades and old friends, people with whom you can talk of hope. Strengthen the relationship. Lift yourself out of the suffocation of Italian politics and break the chains of the current peace movement and the traces of Stalinism in it. Here, in Italy, not in Germany. Rediscover peace as the precondition for revolution. Puncture Spadolina so that he deflates. I am amazed by one thing only. Surely they cannot be sincere in what they are doing. These gentlemen must have at least a moment of intimacy with the boy they go to bed with. How will they manage to tell him that he's being sent off to war? Montescudeo, August 24. Folio 78. Today I was in Capilbio. I met Eterigi. An amazing person. When you see this generosity and this liberating intelligence fully deployed, you get a nostalgia for democracy, for what it once was in the hopes of thousands of people. The fascists tortured him in Palazzo Giusti, and then in Vicenza he was tortured, fortunately not physically this time, by all the reactionaries of the first years of lead of the Italian Republic, in the McCarthyite 1950s. He is a man of European culture and spiritual openness. It was as a European that he watched the developments of '68 and the regeneration of hopes of freedom and justice in its aftermath. In his children, and in the friends of his children, and in the movement, he loved the reclaiming of that justice and liberty that had been so downtrodden. Here, for the first time, I am proud that I too have been called an evil teacher, un cattivo maestro, and I am aware of how far I fall short in the presence of this real evil teacher. If what Etterigi expresses is anti-fascism, then I am radically anti-fascist. I rediscover myself as such, even in the face of a republic which hypocritically assigns that title to itself. He is a man, this Etteri. I don't know why, but Brecht's Finland dialogues come to mind. That's where I would see Etteri located, eternally in flight from a nightmare that repeats itself, torture and exploitation, and always lucid, like Brecht's worker. The Constitutional Court does not deserve him. It took critical thought to dig this soil. Once the furrows have been opened, they do not close again. This earth which has been opened up remains fresh, and is black and dense and moist, like everything it creates. The seeds are deep sown. We cannot change. Etterigi brings back to me the Venetian environment of my childhood. He suffered it as a grown man. Together, in our different ways, we have transformed it. He is a demonstration of how it is possible to win, despite the repression, not because he had professional, scientific, or political success. No, this is only a piece of blackmail of his, which the political class had to endure, but because he had the strength to be a seminal influence and to stake his life on the boundary between resistance and revolution. This positive relationship is the only one in which I recognize ethical essence. But what does it matter if I recognize it, when he gives you this metaphysical hand with a moral simplicity and an intellectual sweetness that are worthy of the horizons of Capilbio? In the afternoon, in that splendid landscape, I shall be very nostalgic for it when I am far away from Italy, maybe for a long time. Everyone is telling me make your escape and don't let them get you again. In the afternoon Alberto A arrives, together with other old friends. A powerfully emotional moment. Here's another evil teacher, or maybe just a bad friend. Joking. We discover the meaning of Geschichte history when you are dazzled by the history tale you have lived. This is a knot of problems, meeting with Alberto again, and probably with Mariotti. A knot which only the entirety of history, and the great variables of the spirit, will eventually be able to unpack. Happy genealogies of dramatic stories. And then? The end has not come yet. With Alberto we do the round of the towers of Capilbio. It's like a reunion of the Beatles. With great humor and great attention. A sweet sensation, of understanding each other even before words are spoken. And it is a great music. Don't let them get you again. Maybe it is precisely in this situation of almost institutional encounters that I sense, not a nostalgia, but a desire for revolution to run through people's consciousness. I am crazy, as is known. And yet I see this naive sense of freedom in the gaze of tactful people and in the kisses of distant friends. The furrows, once opened, do not close up again. This soil that we have plowed has lines which, even in their separateness, join together at infinity. Today has been a delightfully sunny day and I am no longer scared. Capilbio, August 15th. Folio 79. I am a Marxist. And I remain a Marxist. I ask myself, recalling prison, what it was, if not my trust in revolution, that gave me the strength to carry on working. A rereading of that strong theoretical hope, of that optimism of the intellect which is Marx. Marx beyond Marx. Spinoza and the logical certitude of possible revolution. And the calm passion of this vision, which went right through the experience of prison. Lessen the anger against injustice by means of the analysis of its structural causes, and through this build a higher level of hate against exploitation and domination. Many people tell me that, like Marx, I too am a corpse, but I don't see humor in their eyes, only fear. The advantage of my hatred is that it is articulated on, and mediated by, hope. Between yesterday and today we have traveled from Montescudeo to Venice, calmly, by car. From one paradise to another. We were talking about all this with the children and with Paula, in different registers, but the same theme. Big complex family games. Incidentally, the children are telling me, don't let yourself get caught again. Marxism, it is the only practice that turns theory into a weapon. So, now, if I leave, what is going to happen to the comrades in prison? In reality, nothing worse than what was going to happen anyway. Whereas my careful long-term work, a work strongly charged with Marxism, is the only serious thing I can give them. Maybe yesterday and today, in the car and in Venice, I allowed myself to give way too much to affection. Despite that, I don't think that I need to modify those conclusions I have arrived at already in prison, and which I am now simply reconfirming, with the pleasure that the concrete gives to me. There is a revolutionary society which lives within this shit of developed capitalism. Marx has brought us to this limit, which for him was hypothetical, but for us is real. This is why I am a Marxist. Certainly not in the traditional manner. I didn't need to wait for Solzhenitsyn or Glucksmann to discover about gulags, I knew about them from '56. But what does this have to do with Marx, we asked ourselves back then. And what does this have to do with Marx and Lenin is what I continue to ask myself today. When it comes to intellectual geniuses, Calogero and his ilk are quite enough for me. Here I live the duality of revolutionary society with the same intensity with which I perceived it in the 1950s. I am irritated by the dialectical opportunism of the older Marx. I prefer the theory of antagonism of this rejuvenated Marx. Rejuvenated by what now amounts to long-standing struggles for communism by the whole of the proletariat. We are living an enormous victory in the world. The world has been reshaped by the desire for communism. What has happened is enormous. We have to complete the mission of victory that has been assigned to us. Having come out of prison, I begin to touch and feel this irreducible reality. It is there. Why should we be ashamed of telling it to ourselves, and of telling it to incredulous others? The horizon stretches out as I talk about all this quietly with my children, and the thing seems natural. What we are experiencing is a Spinozan substantialization of hope. I do not know what is going to happen. I know only one thing: exploitation is unacceptable, and it has become natural to reject it. A new natural law has been born. Existence is the source of revolution. We have been forced into retreat, but only in order to attack more strongly. And with greater force. The problem of revolution is the present of our lives. As I write, I have the lagoon before my eyes. This Venice lagoon is a consolidated history of capitalist revolution. Now it is rotting. Whereas the cool hydraulics of our spirit creates new generations of fish, and of men. We are waiting for a radical change which has already happened. Venice, 26 to 27 August. Folio 80. Here in Gualtieri, close to Reggio Emilia, I held a meeting on the Po. In the midst of so many people. A world that is strong and open-hearted, a world that I have known for a lifetime. The Po flows as powerfully as ever, here and in the neighboring region where my mother lived, some 30-odd kilometers away. A countryside where the horizon is uninterrupted by any kind of border, or by any blockage of the view. No hills here, everything completely flat, and the Po flows like a lord. Mother Earth, this place where the history of peasant struggles connects seamlessly with a sense of freedom that only the infinity of the horizon can interpret. Here I smelt the smells and heard the voices and saw the colors of my childhood. In the meeting I spoke about the difference between this history and the institutions of the Italian state, between these horizons of freedom and the squalid regime which dishonors it by dominating it. I spoke calmly, but with great determination. There were many people at the meeting, very dear comrades. I felt at home. And I felt as if, once again, everything was possible, our dreams of liberty and justice, and the possibility of taking these things, with the strength that struggles give us. With this mass potency that the river represents. The village is architecturally delicious, an example of Renaissance perfection. I feel really good in such a place. And how it feeds open-hearted imaginings and hard behaviors of struggle. I think of the birth of socialism, of how people found their feet, uncertainly at first, but then with growing confidence, along these same winding banks of the Po, as they spoke of revolution. A revolution which grew throughout the duration of this century, overcoming the counter-attack of the bosses, and of fascism, and of capitalist reconstruction. The waters of the Po run fast. And this image of the river's potency must be part of the awareness of the people who work around it. This strength does not abate. It is from the river that you learn the purificatory and invincible function of mass struggles. The work of maintaining the river banks and the irrigation systems which these lands have known for centuries. In people's eyes, and in their smiles, and in the movements of the young, and in their dances, and their communal singing, I find so many recollections of my youth. I remember my mother dancing on the threshing floor. I've been followed here by the usual bunch of little provocateurs, the father of poor Alceste Campanile, who shouts murderer at me and is drowned in the laughter of the people at the meeting, and a couple of journalistic hacks. I am so completely serene, even though I am dead with exhaustion, that I barely notice their pointless pinpricks. I look at paintings by Ligabue, who spent his own desperate life as a free man around these parts. Here it makes sense to attack the state, the cliques of the political parties, those of the magistracy, because this is a frame of mind handed down through generations. People are naturally communist, and it is as a communist that they welcome me and draw me into their affections. I feel good here. And so many people here. I touched earth again. Once again I can see those possibilities of mass struggle which political reason demands and which repression cannot have destroyed, either here or elsewhere. Gualtieri, August 28. Folio 81. I have returned to Rome, to this parliamentary cesspit. After the day of yesterday spent in Gualtieri, I understand even less why I should continue to be here, to conduct this impossible struggle. And yet something is moving. By now we have an enormous documentation on the strikes and struggles of the prisoners, enough to push towards the solution of various problems, preventive detention, prison conditions, the call for new codes, application of the 1975 law on penal conditions, etc. So they have started, just as they had promised. The forms of struggle are completely new and original. Peaceful struggles. And one has the impression that they have been conducted with great tactical wisdom. They are not allowing themselves to be trapped in unwinnable confrontations. We have here mass struggles led from the base. News is arriving from prisons all over Italy. I am receiving a load of letters from prisons, from friends, and from people unknown to me. I read and read, all day long. And I answer the letters. I have to function as a relay of this struggle, in relation to Parliament. I shall do it, in the very short amount of time still remaining to me. I feel that something can be done. But I am still amazed by the disproportion between the huge quantity of hope for justice which sustains these struggles, and the scary rigidity and the crude, uncaring response at parliamentary level. Those in power do not deserve these struggles, which we, the prisoners, have built with such democracy and correct tactics. But it's good to go ahead like this, because this fighting educates us and makes us stronger. It offers a way out of the alternative of shipwreck or desperation, which are the only options offered us by those in power. I have no difficulty in imagining the course that the struggle has taken, the obstacles, the clashes, the discussions, the decisions. and the nerviness and the tiredness which, in prison, colors each and every one of these movements, not to mention the loss of confidence, which so easily overtakes you. But I also imagine the warmth of those movements, and the popular wisdom they contain, and that act of liberation that is created for each person when they decide, in the course of communal discussions, to make the choice for struggle. The objectives are undoubtedly reformist, they really are the least that could be demanded. But it is important nonetheless, and indeed revolutionary, to indicate this trajectory of the mass struggle, and to involve everybody, personally, in decision-making. It is an enormous sign of the maturity of the people in prison, and probably also a sign of changes in their composition. Nowadays the whole of society is filtered through prison. And yet this force, this generosity, this democracy will be disappointed. Why this incredible distance? Here in Parliament prison is seen as a place of prevention and a terroristic exemplification of punishment, which capitalist countries necessarily have to offer. There really is no possible contact between this conception and the desire for liberty. I try to understand what can be gained out of all of this, in fact it is almost nothing. This country of ours needs a revolution. It needs one on the basis of a transformation of consciousness which has already taken place, at the broadest mass level. It needs an expansion of this root and branch change catastrophe in needs and desires, which has already taken place. Today the Ministry of Justice appears as an archaic monster of wickedness by comparison with the prisoners' groups and the mass meetings being organized in the prisons. How are we to move within this reality, which has now reached such a degree of size? Zion. Rome, August 29. Folio 82. In the morning I met with the Chancellor Il Garde Sigilli, to discuss with him the conference that the comrades want to organize in Rebibbia on the theme of alternatives to imprisonment. The discussion immediately shifted to ways of bringing an end to the state of emergency, and then to the communist project of the abolition of prisons. An intelligent man, with a sense of spiritual freedom and a deep irony, a man who is tired and disenchanted. One can be reactionary even through being simply realistic. He is not a cynic. The conference will happen, yes, no, if, we'll see, the minister is difficult, there's a security problem, and so on. It is devilishly hot today. I return to working on interviews and on the media. I have a long discussion with Gad. The movement and its history. He reproaches me for not having intervened in time to block the disastrous line the struggles were taking. But it wasn't like that, I reply. The problem was the internal disproportion, the unboundedness of the strength of the movement, which made it so that the radical change in the conception of needs and desires and the urgency of appropriation ran up against the poverty of organizational means. We, on our own, too much on our own, did our best to intervene in this conjuncture. The fault of many others who had experienced the movement, a fault which was serious and historically marked in fire, was that they attacked the consequences of this disproportion but did not address themselves to the actual problem, trying to find ways to resolve it directly. This was the mistake that led to practically all the leadership groups in the movement breaking apart. Including the leadership group of Lotta Continua, even before that of Podera Operaio Workers' Power, preceding it chronologically. That the problem was profound is illustrated by what happened afterwards, the years of lead and the thousands of comrades who were caught up in the repression. And the present demonstrates it more than anything else, the lack of fiber atonia of this society and the fragmentation of interests, the impossibility of getting a whole picture of them. Just now I was looking at the endnotes in the census report, which offer a Greek-style lamentation over all these things, always supposing that they are not a hypocritical justification for the electoral defeat of the major political parties. As for myself, I certainly have no illusion that everything can be resolved by a wave of some magic wand. But how are we to move forward? There is only one way, by deepening the logic of our history and reproposing the original problem, which we left unresolved. A continuity is possible for us, it is not a continuity of what they are accusing us of, but of what actually happened in the movement, the things you don't see unless you actually want to see them, and which are, quite rightly, hidden from our accusers. We have to study and organize the content of the radical change which our generation has lived and which can in no sense be cancelled out. Is this conception substantialist or non-substantialist, rationalist or irrationalist? I really do not know. I am not interested in defining reductive categories, but in grasping the sense of complexity of things. And the complexity consists in this, that there was a revolution, and that it was inscribed in people's consciousnesses and posed certain central and fundamental problems. And it was prevented and repressed at the point at which it was engaged in this transition, in the transition to organization. But it has remained in people's spirit and it manifests itself in their unhappiness and anguish, because it was not able to find expression in Constitution. For sure, it is difficult and hard. I'm seeing Rosanna today. We are discussing the idea of starting a research project on northern Italy, on class composition, to be precise. I don't know whether research work like this can actually be done. What class, dear Rosanna? The class which is being disaggregated, and that's that. Then there's the other class, the one which moved through the period of radical change and moves itself only for revolution. This one is intent on detachment and alternative ways of life. I do not know when it will express itself. I have the impression that it is extending infinite numbers of threads and constituting a new web of being. How is this to be grasped? Sarcastically, I almost find myself saying, through travel. At this point I have an increasing detestation for what I see around me, even the intelligence, even the honest self-questioning about where we went wrong. We didn't go wrong, except insofar as we did not ask ourselves the question. We should have lived this incredible tragedy of ours even more to the limit, knowing that this is what it was, and that only by imposing on ourselves a profound asceticism could we have succeeded in interpreting an event which was too enormous to be capable of being contained within our language. The primary inscription of our being is communist revolution. P.S. Kafka, wedding preparations in the country. The first sign of the beginning of knowledge is the desire to die. This life seems unbearable, alien, inaccessible. There is no longer shame in wanting to die. One is asked to leave the old cell which is hated in order to transfer oneself into a new cell which we shall learn to hate. A shred of faith continues, however, to make you think that, during the transfer, the big man will happen to be coming down the corridor, and he will say, "Don't put that one back in prison, he's coming with me." Rome, August 30th. Folio 83. Interviews again, and work on the media. My endless refrain, Parliament is the only armed gang of which I have ever been a member, highlighting Parliament's distance from the real problems of the country and the fact that it is a perverse image of the state. My words are not much appreciated. But, while the press attacks me in its customary ranting style, I am referring to the press of the likes of Cavallari and Scaffari, of the P2 and Fiat. There is not a single member of Parliament who dares to reproach me. Why is that? Because, obviously, I could answer easily, showing how absent and distant Parliament is from people's real everyday lives. But also because there's a certain shamefacedness among the younger parliamentarians, at least among those whose faces have not yet become frozen into the customary, chilling grimace of cynicism. However, dealing with the problems is what protects me, what keeps me in the saddle even after these 2 months of freedom, what enables me to maintain a high profile both in defense and in the attack on the perversion of the institutions. Now we have the problem of the great struggle going on in prisons. The movement continues to grow, the forms of struggle continue to be extremely peaceful. There has not been a single incident yet. Good, they won't manage to set in motion the usual provocations, which give them an excuse for repression. But here, in Parliament, not a word. I talk to the radicals, they tell me that it's very hard for them. The only people who are moving, with their splendid generosity, are the comrades of Democrazia Proletaria. A handful of true Catholics and people from the independent left are also beginning to discuss the problem. for them, as befits the administrative, and only incidentally political, persons which they are, to perfection, it will take a long time to weigh the arguments and to propose, discuss, and quibble over the complexities of the problem. And meanwhile the movement moves ahead. For the rest, nothing. And yet, I keep telling myself, here we are witnessing a generalization of the experiences of San Vito and Rebibbia in 1982, a generalization which is almost a typical representation of a qualitative leap of consciousness in the social composition of the prisoners. How is it that people who claim to be the country's representatives are failing to notice this extraordinary process? On the other hand, I know that the military and civil prison authorities have certainly registered all this. This development of the struggles reveals in a grandiose manner the modification, which is now definitively in place in prisons, in the relationship between the prisoners and those who hold them in prison. Furthermore, the problem of prison is now a fundamental intersection point of modern consciousness, almost a paradoxical slice of society and of its problems. How can they not notice all this? How can a parliament be so external, so empty of understanding, so lacking in response? The situation scares me. Is there too much ambiguity around? It is certainly the case that, if Parliament is tone-deaf, the social is deaf. However, this does not seem to me to be a sufficient justification. What is the social, in the face of this Parliament? Is it still a force which, in all its differences, is capable of making its voice heard? No, most certainly not. Here we no longer have channels of general communication. There is only the invasion which a few corporations make, every once in a while, into the spaces of the political, bringing some of their servants to guarantee their expression in politics. Fragmentation and segmentation. At this point I feel almost nostalgic for the old notion of general will, of the autonomy and force of the political. However, the illusion lasts only for a moment. I am mindful that this nostalgia borders on fascism. No. The only way is for the prisoners to express themselves, to express and impose their problem with force. There is no longer any mediation of the political in relation to society. Parliament is a clandestine gang. The comrades in prison, on the other hand, have begun to walk along the only line that is correct, the abolition, elimination, end of prison. Don't let yourself be taken again is the word from all the comrades who write to me from within the prison movement. Escape is the only form in which we can today conceive of the abolition of prison, in the face of a ruling class that is so inept. Rome, August 31st. Folio 84. Yesterday and today saw a continuation of the meeting of the Authorizations Committee, and it finished badly. Yesterday I made a very powerful speech, unlike my presentation at the first hearing. Calogero is mad and should be locked away. The power of the magistracy must be restored to a correct constitutional positioning. These were my basic points. Not that they understood much of what I was saying. They decided to send me back to court, with a request for my re-imprisonment. However, the clash was very strong over postponing discussion until the end of the April 7 trial and until a decision was reached that might take account of the sentencing. These months of parliamentary work have not been in vain. I don't think in the slightest that the proposal for deferral will pass. It is nevertheless true that, unlike in the committee, in the chamber there is an abstract possibility that it might be passed. This is a compromise that I can accept. The communists and socialists have fallen into line with this proposal. This strikes me as important. A great job has been done. I have many comrades to thank for this. I harbor no great expectations. I just hope that the debate in the chamber will bring about further contradictions. It is clear that the left is unifying around this proposal for compromise and postponement. For the first time we are seeing a breaking of the DC-PCI axis, which up until this point had been the party of no compromise. Albeit with extreme caution, the PCI is abandoning that position on questions of civil rights. This is the hypothesis entertained by those at Il Manifesto, and it is Rossana's great hope. How solid is this hypothesis? Will it succeed in transforming itself into a tendency? Today Melani, for the Radical Party, abstained from giving his vote. I begin to get a whiff that Penella is not prepared to accept, under any circumstances, the formation of any such front on the left. The thing terrifies him. He hates the unity of the left, and in particular he fears for a unity of the left that might rob him of his monopoly on the defense, painless, when he does it on his own, of civil and political rights. Penella is an American, sometimes a progressive, I mean on civil rights, but above all an American, I mean he is dead set against the communist point of view and against the unity of the left. Melani, who is only from Civitavecchia and is generous and intelligent, clearly suffers under this political stance of his boss. On the other hand, you certainly can't say that things are particularly clear on the left. Lula B., a member of parliament for the independent left, was taking issue today with Rossana for the passion with which she is committing herself to defending the April 7 people and myself. She is saying that we should be more cautious in order to achieve our ends, and she is sincere in this. I conclude from all this that I am stuck in a big imbroglio. I really do not think that any of this is immediately resolvable. In this I agree with Lula, but I do not believe that it is resolvable in the future either, through good tactics. In this I disagree with Lula. The situation is politically perverse, and good intentions and correct tactics are not sufficient. This perversion is structural, and there is always an ultimate institutional instance founded on repression. Even goodwill and daily work can bring about perverse effects. It is strange to have to spend time explaining this to the only people who, despite everything, sincerely passed through the experience of 1968, Lula and her comrades of the independent left. They have a naive notion of the state. As for Rossana, it is clear now that her generosity and her optimism of the will have caused her completely to lose sight of the terms of the situation. She sublimates everything, the violence of the institutional relationship which is implicit in the April 7 trial and the dense contradictoriness of the political relationships involved. We probably have totally different evaluations of the inertia of the institutions, which for me can be blocked only through a radical change, and of the PCI. For her the historic compromise is now definitively behind us, but for me it still lingers. On the other hand, how could she fight this battle if she did not still nurture these illusions? In order to move in the world of parliamentary politics you need to get the realistic measure of it, take its measurements and dress in its stuff. And, anyway, there's no saying that every once in a while illusion doesn't win. Was it not perhaps on the basis of an illusion that I got out of prison, even though it was only to fall into this new parliamentary prison? The one who scares me more than Rossana is Penella. This evening, after Melani's abstention and after strong insistence from Rossana, from what I understand, she has started counting the potential votes. I asked Marco if he, too, intends to abstain on the vote in the House. With his usual clear-sightedness, Johnny F. today reminded me that even 10 votes would be no small thing. Marco answered neither yes or no. He reminded me of the code of conduct of the radicals, not to support laws that strengthen the partitocracy nor to involve themselves in theatricals, but he also added that nothing would be done to prevent the passing of a solution that would leave me free. This discourse in negatives gave me the shivers. Let's keep hoping. I don't have many options other than hope. Thinking back over things, I am anyway satisfied with the work that has been done. In these 2 months, less than 2 months, and with the holidays in the middle, we have succeeded in creating a possibility and defining a spiral. This is not tactics but strategy. This possibility is a knife plunged into the institutional inertia, which cuts away its ties to the ideology of the state of emergency. Modestly said, bravo, Tony, well done. They may fuck me, but I'll leave them with a hot potato in their hands. Rome, 1–2 September. Folio 85. What a day today. I spent the afternoon in Pisa, a few hours on a phone-in on a local radio station. Then, in the evening, to Livorno, for the Avanti Festival. A load of people. I am sitting in a hotel in Livorno, extremely tired, trying to sum up my complex and difficult perceptions of the situation. But first, within this tiredness, there is the continuously drumming repetition, I don't know why it was so continuous today, of the phrase "mai più in galera, never again in prison." I had this from the autonomist comrades of Pontedera, and from the ex lotta continua people of Pisa, and from the socialists in Livorno. 10, 15 people. Why? Why this very strong value attached of the symbol of escape? Because this escape is a claim to autonomy in relation to the institution, it is a freedom asserted in the face of a state that is perverted. But would my escape not be in contradiction with the declaration of dissociation, with the politics that follows from it, and with all the small steps we have taken towards a political solution? I ask this insistently of everyone close to me. This escape, if it is going to happen, is coming very close. We are well beyond the point of talking about it as an abstract principle. Now, if it is necessary, I have to do it, and all the consequences need to be weighed up. And yet in this "mai più in galera" there is a force, a solid feeling of autonomy and freedom, which grips me and moves me. Perhaps this is precisely the key to today's events. Autonomy and freedom, put solidly, in the manner in which these Tuscan comrades know how to express themselves. Including the ex lotta continua people, sometimes they express a past of which they accept the value, but from which they protect themselves, and sometimes they almost desire to repropose the dream of revolution but are incapable of carrying it through. A whole cocaine scene here. This is not to say that drugs necessarily eliminate the truth. However, the general scene seems to me anarchist more than political or communist. It is quite the opposite for the comrades of Pontedera. They contacted me when I was on holiday in Montescudero. Then there are the autonomists from Lucca, all new working class. Here libertarianism has lost the stamp of the artisanal. What we have here is abstract labor. It is good to be able to touch the abstract with your fingers and to kiss these comrades. It's completely different in Livorno. Thousands of people. The taste of the sea is tangible, and the music is as solid as the air that carries it, salty. I do the meeting with Endo, from the executive of the Socialist Party. I proceed to attack. The emotion of the moment is very strong. In the chilly and vengeful silence of a big hall that is packed, these are the people who want me back in prison. In particular I attack the magistracy. Endo manages to get himself a hearing among the audience, which had not paid him much attention at the start. He is very good. He explains, through the emotionality aroused by my presence, how the special laws are evil, not only because they cause unjust suffering but also because they give the magistracy powers outside the Constitution, and those powers end up being destructive of political representation. I have to applaud what he is saying. I talk about prison and the prison movement, and I say that the only way these problems can be resolved is through a profound renewal of the Constitution. I speak of the material Constitution, of what actually is, and not of the great principles which a degenerate political class likes to claim as its own. I am in tune with the meeting. There is an incredible emotionality to it all. Some people are crying, and people tell of the injustices that they themselves have suffered. There is soul in the whole thing. They come up to me, they embrace me. Ex-prisoners cry like babies. They break through the stewards who are there to protect me, big chunky stewards, local dockers, and what a sweet thing it is to hold these unknown comrades close. For God's sake, leave me a bit of time for the political project of reorganization and liberation of the comrades. Leave me some time. Then, more calmly, I talk with the socialists. Here, in the port area, I discover in them a libertarian will which under the arches and tapestries of Parliament all too often disappears. Basically, throughout the April 7th affair, the socialists have never behaved badly, even if they did keep themselves at a distance, fearing that it was all going to fall on their heads. Anyway, I am completely wiped out with tiredness and now I'm going to bed. In Gualtieri, in Naples, in Padova, and now here in Livorno I have experienced those emotions which certify that another society, proletarian, is alive and reproduces itself in the face of the inertia and perversion of power. I should sleep soundly tonight. I see the light of dawn coming up. I like the analogy between the landscape and our political and revolutionary hopes. Pisa/Livorno, September 3. Folio 86. My escape is necessary. I talk about it with all the comrades. Not one of them tells me no. Today, between Venice and Padova, the weather is crystal clear. I see not only comrades from the movement but also old friends. Feliciano B. is a great and old, now, bourgeois intellectual. He has the cynical lucidity of the reactionary. He doesn't believe that the world can be much different from what it is, but, on the other hand, inasmuch as he is an intellectual, he is often seized by theoretical imaginings of transformation. However, precisely as a pure intellectual, he keeps his theoretical imaginings to himself, and in no sense applies them to the world. It is truly wonderful, this schizophrenia of his, which becomes frankly cynical when it has to deal with the real world and enlightened when he examines his own thoughts. He is rarely wrong in his views of what is likely to happen institutionally, and as a result he has a clear view of how things are unfolding. Theoretically, on the other hand, he would have a dialectics of liberty which does not exist, or which has been repressed, and he is confident of being able to handle it because, anyway, that's the way the world goes. I really enjoy his sense of irony, his reactionary iconoclasticism, which is the lucid proof of a free intelligence. In historical terms, he reminds me of Paolo Sarpi and the crisis of the Venetian Republic. I wonder whether his defense of liberty is a hope, or whether it is nostalgia. It is the latter, for sure, and this is better. Nostalgia, only this gives value to thought. Set against this we have the fierce will for conservatism of others of his generation. Somehow it takes you aback, but the same thing can be said of so many others of my friends in the Veneto, the way in which they allowed the terroristic demonization of Padova and of the Veneto, not to mention of myself, to pass without lifting a finger to stop it, even though they knew that the basis of the charges was false, even though they were sickened by the madness of the media. In my view this was basically laziness. Their view of the University of Padova was a bit like Voltaire's comment on the University of Coimbra. After the earthquake which destroyed 3/4 of Lisbon, the country's wise men could find no better way of preventing total ruination than to give the people a fine audit of fe. It was decided by the University of Coimbra that the spectacle of a few people being burned alive, in a big ceremony, was an infallible secret for preventing further earthquakes. A combination of caution and aloofness, from people who don't want to get involved in dirty business. Those of the magistracy in particular. With their smoking caps on their heads and their cats on their knees, they sat and waited for the institutional frenzy to pass. Always playing things in a low key, never explicitly defending what was happening. Living a disenchanted view of power, surviving in the crisis. Maybe they were right, but why accept to live such unhappy lives? Sometimes craziness consoles. Massimo C. is, basically, one of that kind. One time I used to be disturbed by his intelligence, now I am amused by his desperate desire to survive in the crisis. His disenchantment has taken on tones of asceticism. For the pure reactionary disenchantment can be also a way of not getting involved, and of allowing yourself to continue, with irony and detachment, in making money or a career. For him these things are derisory. For him, what counts is knowledge, but a knowledge that shuns horizons of hope and raises the possibility of a comeback only in an act of knowing, in a dimension of ethical or aesthetic transcendence. Here cynicism is not neutral multiformity in the use of the concrete, but a contempt for the whole of the concrete, in absolute terms, as a horizon, with a blind faith in the power of a destructive and liberating intelligence. Except for the generosity of intervening and of applying oneself to the particular case, a generosity which is undermined by sarcasm, but all the greater precisely on this account. Politics becomes application to concrete cases. The subtext here is a despairing judgment that there is nothing to be done, maybe a few small battles can be won, we're doing our best for you, Tony, but with no illusions, and let's leave it at that. Really, only in asceticism can we decant unhappiness. I am probably strongly affected by this world, in a negative sense. When it comes to the transcendency of hope, that hard nucleus of values, I overturn it, I try to see it in its concrete aspect, in its totality. This quest is equally desperate, but inexhaustibly filled with hope. Is this my great fault? My escape is necessary. It offers the possibility of rendering my protest concrete, not only in relation to these infamous court proceedings, but also in relation to those people who think that hope is no longer on the agenda. There will be many difficulties, enormous in fact, but only in freedom will it be possible to resume that work of thinking and acting which, precisely here in the Veneto, enabled us to develop and innovate in relation to a tradition of cynicism and disenchantment. Here we have dug deep. Today has been a calm and beautiful day, the sky merges with the green of the earth. Venezia/Padova, September 4th. Folio 87. Everyone was playing at war in 76 and 77. But among these Milanese intellectuals you would not find even one who would be prepared to admit to it, not even if you promised them that their books were going to be published chez Gallimard. They were all involved, and how they elbowed each other out of the way, in Nanni Balestrini area cooperativa scritteri, and then in his Alphabeta. I understand the fear, and I also understand the disgust with what happened during the years of lead. But why has none of these intellectuals, not one of them, contributed to the collective self-criticism? Why did they hide away? It's hardly the case that they were not right there in the thick of things, en masse. One more than the other, and all together, they toiled away to prove that transversally was more important than discussions about organization, and they informed us that such discussions could only end up in ideology and violence and Stalinism. Then it turned out that precisely this sprouting of groupuscules and sectionalism, and the dispersion of that small amount of political intelligence which was being formed at the center, degenerated into blind violence, whereupon transversally turned into a killer. That led to a situation in which the repression started striking out blindly. And they all fell silent. Or rather they all met up again, very cozily, at the dinner table, to talk about other things. So why not set up a journal? La Gola, an open journal, naturally, because anybody can talk about Gola throat/gluttony, materialists or idealists, traditionalists or postmodernists. But things had not hit bottom yet. When the final tragedy hit Milan, with the killing of Tobagi, and our trial has shown the extent of the degradation of the red and cultivated bourgeoisie and the perversion of the state, so that both sides made use of killers in order to solve problems of rank and to make sure that the socialist parvenus never made it through to the inner sanctum of power, both then and now, nothing happened, except a headlong race to justify pentatismo, or, for the more astute, to bundle up everything together, autonomists and terrorists, judges and police, Corriere della Sera and Mondadori. There was a crisis, and this was the magic word that pacified their consciousnesses. I am in Milan, talking about this with Primo M., with Sylvie, and with other friends. Everyone is at their wits' end. What needs to be studied here is the axis of repression, perversion, and the transformation of fear into resentment, and that cancellation of memory and intelligence which is tantamount to a death wish. There is nothing tragic in this. There is only failure in intellectual and ethical duties. Every generation passes through some moment of crisis. But here we have seen too many crises, and now you can say that a certain slothfulness dominates the scene. This red generation of Milanese intellectuals has seen too many corpses. It watched impotently the passing of a whole parade of corpses, even before those which blind terrorism left in its wake. The corpse of the resistance, the corpse of Stalinism, the corpse of the economic boom and the corpse of '68, so nothing surprises them any longer. And all the time you find them inventing alibis and disguises. I ask people if there is any hope that out of the sequence of traumas they might still be able to re-emerge with some kind of life energy. And they tell me, look, you were in prison for 4 years, you don't understand. What has happened now cannot be compared with the big crises of the past. The intellectuals saw those crises on a screen, projected onto the big dimensions of universal history. The crises of recent years have been different. The dramas ran through whole families. Criticism and self-criticism became our daily bread. Intelligence should have reacted. But, instead, it did nothing. This is not failing in functions and historical responsibilities, this is pure and simple betrayal. It is weariness and cowardice. We no longer want to understand anything, we are hurt and affronted. Then, when my friends go, I spend the rest of the day thinking over our discussions. On the one hand, I see many things growing, and it really does not seem to me that this Italian proletariat has abandoned its desire to change, to transform itself and the world in which it lives, but on the other it seems to me obvious that we have to rebuild a scenario of thought and a dimension of communication through which this desire can reinvent itself in effective ways. However, what is certain is that we cannot rely on that circuit of traditional Milanese intellectuals. Their desire to live has mouldered away, and they have betrayed the mission which alone justifies the existence of the function of intellectual. Milan, September 5. Folio 88. Is it a betrayal, to escape? That's how I experience it. But rationally it seems to me absurd to think like that. There is an infinite number of things you can do when you are free, for the comrades in prison, and above all for the rebuilding of the movement. It is obvious that the radicals are not a means for doing this, and, while Democrazia Proletaria is an important historical nucleus, its traditionalist limitations mean that it is not up to the task of rebuilding. It is obvious that we have to build a European dimension, as a basis on which, and so on. Nor does it seem to me misguided or wrong to escape when I look at it from an emotional point of view. When Lazo and Paolo Verno went back to prison after they had already been released, I told them with profound conviction that I would not have done that. I don't think that the desire for freedom, which you feel with such force from behind the prison walls, can be cancelled out. I live it in its entirety, and I find that I'm always living that desire when I'm out walking and my imagination runs riot, representing every possible route of escape. So is it wrong in political terms to make my escape? Here too, I don't think so. Escaping is a political declaration of dissociation which, for me, has good practical effects, removing oneself from the state of emergency, and which also leaves the comrades in prison the possibility to act. My politician friends are of the opinion that the battle of the trial can be won. I think so too. The Pentateuch can be destroyed. But the April 7th case is not just a courtroom battle, and it would be idiotic to reduce it to that. It is a political battle, and we have some prospect of winning it. People are starting to tell me, a few more years in prison, and then the European elections, and then I don't know what. But the cost of this gamble would be the acceptance of their rules of the game, and this is exactly what I do not accept, because those rules are irrational and therefore cannot be counted upon. Furthermore, they do not promise a rebuilding of the movement and a project of revolution. It is I who will choose my limits, within an analysis of the rational possibilities. So why is it that, having said all this, escaping still strikes me as something of a betrayal? Why is it that, even though there is only a week to go before the resolution of the matter, I cannot yet decide to give the go-ahead for my escape to be prepared? Between the abstract of truth and the concrete of community there is an infinite distance. And it is difficult, this inhuman acceptance of abstract truth as the only rule for action. It is not only difficult, but also desperate. We have to gamble on the truth, but is it possible? I am not a gambler, in fact I detest gambling. On the brink of making the choice to escape, I find that I am paralyzed. I talk about it, over and over. There are many indisputable reasons in favor of my escape. Reservations are useless, objections are stupid and tied to petty electoral interests or concerns about public opinion. And yet I still cannot decide. This evening my escort suddenly popped up again, unexpectedly. I was coming out of Pier Giorgio's house, and they followed me to Moro's house. I immediately called the Ministry of the Interior, but they claimed they knew nothing about it. Anyway, the escort disappeared during the night. I am expecting subtle systems of surveillance. All this raises the problem of how exactly I'm going to make the break, as and when I decide to get away, in case I want to get away. I am resistant to thinking about it, but I have to. Between the abstract of truth and the concrete of community the gap is enormous. It does not seem to me that my escape will have disastrous consequences, either on the comrades or on the trial, even though some imbeciles claim that it will. I reply that it is rather my presence that is having a disastrous effect, and this I truly believe to be the case. But the problem is different. It is the problem of loyalty to a habitual way of thinking, of community and loyalty to this family, which is our life together in prison. It is the problem of breaking this with an anticipated and unilateral choice of timings and themes of political struggle which are not those of the community, or at least not immediately so. The choice of a different time scale, in the community and for the community, but outside of its immediacy. The tearing of a fabric. I don't know how to resolve the problem. I am going almost crazy with this. I hear the voices of thousands of comrades who have told me to get out of here and not to fall into the pernicious trap of institutions and of perverted politicians. I am aware of the silence of the Rebibia comrades on this question. I am aware of the desperate desire for my freedom on the part of all those people who love me. I think and think again and I cannot see a single rational, emotional or political reason that even faintly suggests that putting myself back into prison would be a good idea. And yet I am unable either to decide or to clarify for myself the reasons for this desperate perplexity. Between the abstract and the concrete I have always allowed the abstract to win. But is it correct to do so at this time? After the experience of prison, and after the struggle? Is it correct? What kind of frightful gamble am I committing to if I make my escape? And yet I must win this fight. It will be difficult. Rome, September 6. Folio 89. Last night Marco P. called me in urgently. He talked to me about his own crisis, and that of his party, in a way which seemed to me to be sincere. Then he suggested a possible scenario for my escape, to leave just for the period of the vote. Stay in France for 3 months. Then, at some point around Christmas, to present myself at the Strasbourg Parliament and at the Court of Human Rights. The idea is that I would get myself extradited to Italy. For his part, he says that he will support me during my escape and would get me elected in the European parliamentary elections of June '84. Honestly speaking, the scheme strikes me as crazy. I do not share this way of working, so tied to the media, to calculated illegality. I tell him that today the problem is to guarantee the passing of the Communists' proposal for a further postponement, and at the same time to do nothing that might obstruct its final stages or impede its approval. As for his suggestion, I shall give it some thought. But, already this morning, Marco was trying to be clever with the foreign press in the press conference. While I was blandly reassuring everyone that the matter of an escape was not on my agenda, he was openly encouraging me to escape. I am beginning to think that he sees me as some kind of puppet that he can stake in a risky game of hazard. The man is obviously a gambler, but this is a strange sensation for me, to find myself being used as money in this kind of gamble. Money and symbol at the same time. All hell has broken loose over my presence in Parliament and what it represents symbolically. On the one hand those in power and the journalists are trying at all costs to destroy me as symbol. Today we have the latest vile stunt Vigliaccata. Biaggi ran my TV interview alongside an interview with Captain Genova, the torturer of Padova, thereby invalidating it through recontextualization. And today there was another cheap operation of taking my words out of context, by Bones Anti, who, not accidentally, is a close pal of a communist boss in the palace. This journalistic operation makes a pair with the total falsification of the facts published in Der Spiegel earlier this summer. And yet another article today, an interview with the wretched little hired pentito, Coniglio of Milan. Once again I am accused of being an evil teacher, on the grounds that, about 10 years ago, I drank a toast to a mass appropriation which had taken place in a supermarket. Cretin. Tell us why you killed. Did I teach you to do that, you runt? On the other hand, Marco P. wants to maximize, for his own party, the symbolic value I represent in party political terms. In particular, it is becoming increasingly obvious that he has no intention of allowing my figure to become a symbol for even a temporary unification of the left. He will continue with provocations designed to prevent the formation of a majority, just as he did this morning, in a first simple preparatory essays, by telling me escape and quoting Salvini and his opinions about preventive imprisonment and the judicial corporation. But, I ask myself, if I do make my escape, would I be extracting myself from the area of significations that the symbol represents? No, for sure. Escape is part and parcel of the symbolic content of me as a figure. So, if I do escape, how is Marco P. going to react? If I withdraw from Panela's party-oriented agenda the objective content of my escape, a content of getting out of prison, of liberty, a content voted for as such by my electorate, how will he react? Presumably by teaming up with the journalists and with those in power to destroy me as a symbol and to muddy my image. Or would he be more intelligent and wait for things to become clearer? I don't really know, but I do know that I have to be very careful. Money symbol, that is certainly not the way that Rosanna sees things. I had a sharp meeting with her today. Jairo must have told her of my uncertainties. She came on heavy, reminding me of Socrates and various other fine things. She sees the problem as being twofold: on the one hand, the push for a unification of the left around the issue of civil liberties, on the other hand, winning the April 7th case. I agree about these two threads. But there is a third one, which is missing. Namely my freedom and my possibilities for continuing the struggle. There is nothing egoistic about this, only my natural right. Socrates doesn't come into it, because he was saying that the just laws of Athens should be obeyed even when they are badly applied, and if necessary even through one's own death. But here we do not have just laws. We have laws that are ferociously unjust, and nobody is obliged to accept their consequences. Nor does the democracy which we enjoy offer any hope of rapid modifications of the picture, or any prospect that the law will ever operate fairly. Nevertheless, my uncertainty remains. And I explained to Rosanna that, if I decide against escaping, it will certainly not be because I have been persuaded by her arguments. If I decide not to escape, it will be because I have understood the silence of the comrades in Rebibia as a tacit lack of agreement. A disagreement tied to a culture and a sense of right which have nothing to do with the money, other people's money, with which the wretched Marco P. is so spendthrift, and have nothing to do with the immediacy and the importance of a political battle over rights, here and now, which Rosanna is proposing to me. Rosanna, the basics of life are powerful in another way, when they break servitude and build community. Only that could keep me here. Deciding to stay as a revolutionary act. Who knows? Rome, 7–8 September. Folio 90. A really fine demonstration in Brescia yesterday. 1,000 people, so many people have not been seen together for a long time. A tense, focused discussion, the people, together, are beginning to see freedom. I am very tired. Today I arrived in Milan from Rome by air, and then we were stuck in a traffic jam for hours. Then, here in Brescia, together with the comrades of Democrazia Proletaria, in a working class environment where I feel very much at home, the people in Valcamo Nica started telling me, "Don't let them put you back in prison again." And the sister of Stefanino, a comrade from Rebibia, said the same, and this moved me hugely. And so did many, many others, it went on and on. I am a symbol of liberation, not something tied to the vile dialectics of infamous laws and of this equally infamous state. Set them free. Free all the comrades who are in prison. The people, as a whole, give you this impression of strength. I think of the techniques that power uses to divide people and remove the strength of their unity, like a reverse path, a musical fugue turned on its head, moving from ensemble to separation, to the point of destroying that sense of ethics which only the collective can construct. The people, as a whole, give you a potenza. Here talk of freedom is common currency among people of all ages and generations. I lay down a strong attack against the magistracy. In fact, I am increasingly convinced that these constitutional ruptures, this coercive, separated and non-accountable power, are among the most bestial instruments of the reaction. The magistracy represents the triumph of consolidated political relations over all forms of social mobility that might develop potential potence and be political transformation. My speech was warmly received. Today, in Milan, I see Alberto again. A comrade since forever. He is being destroyed by his sickness. It is beyond me why nature has to take this terrible revenge on the intelligence and lucidity of its project. The other evening I met Bifo, another comrade forever and since forever. We talked about war. And about Lebanon, and the sparks fly, they stink of death, of pain, of rottenness. Only Spadolina feels comfortable in all this. Bifo says a lot of trivial things, but they are true. War has become the inescapable horizon of our being, and in California they have taught us that there is no escape from this situation, but that at least you can save yourself through an ecological discipline of the mind, and so on. But he takes the discussion onto another tack, trying to be intellectually detached when in fact he is only defensive, with that implicit recognition of weakness and of the insuperable disproportion between the potency of war and sickness on the one hand, the weakness of mind and life on the other. And yet, if we could only stand together, we could reverse the relationship between life and death, between war and liberation. And Alberto and Bifo know this. This evening in Brescia I was completely convinced of all this. What is capitalism, if not the power to divide the masses and then to destroy, in a negative dialectics permanently poised between sickness and death, consciousness and freedom? What is communist potential, if not the possibility of producing an opposite path to that? Increasingly and with increasing intensity, I grasp the abyssal difference between the institutional world of bourgeois and capitalist democracy and this desire of ours for a free and collective life. The tensions which I feel in society and in people with this head of mine, which has been once again rendered virgin by the experience of prison, continually confirm me in this. Revolution is possible. The transformation will happen, in Aristotelian style, around a formal cause which embraces entirely, like a reality already lived, the material cause and its efficiency. I have to start over again. I protest against the timid and wearied ghosts of my consciousness. That's what I'm saying to everyone, we have to start over again. This evening in Brescia, like a man in deep water, I found something to cling to. I am beginning to entertain a hope of extracting myself from the shipwreck. I see a collective consciousness that is capable, again and anew, of mobilizing itself. Maybe only to live. During the evening I see Alberto again. How I understand his sickness. And how I shall live it if I decide to escape. But both of us need to free ourselves from it. With the collective, with the masses. The desperation of having suffered oppression, of bearing in our flesh the scars of the enemy's violence, we can only get over that through an operation of revolutionizing life. It is possible. Until and unless they kill us. Milano/Brescia, 9 to 10 September. Folio 91. They came right up to the front of the platform. I looked them in the eye and saw the same violence I had seen in the eyes of those who wanted to kill me in the special prisons. They hurled coins and bottles onto the platform. Today, in Piazza Navona. This is a meeting I shall not forget. But why all this hatred and all this violence? In my speech I tried to explain what is both necessary and possible to do in order to get at least some of the comrades out of prison, but they came up and said that this was not an option, because all the comrades have to be freed. They may well be right, but at least let's discuss it. What I can't stand is this homology, in terms of hatred and violence, with the police and the state killers, with the judges and their prefabricated sentences. At least let people speak, and maybe we'll all gain something from it. This evening, at the start of the meeting, I felt that same emotion and that same solid, sure sense of justice and of an alternative society which I had encountered elsewhere. I addressed myself to that. So why, instead, this hatred and this ritual of destruction? I know well this kind of street action, I invented it. But in those days it was life and potenza. I do not experience what is happening today as a repetition, and not as nemesis either. When, for the first time, we attacked and took over the trade union platform in San Giovanni, in 1969 if I am not mistaken, we were a majority of struggles. We brought working-class Turin, Marghera and Milan into that people's square, and against that bureaucratic platform. But today the hatred is fed by a memory that is static, vengeful, full of bad feeling and not of life. Nor of struggles either. Whereas I was talking of struggles. Of struggles in prison, of struggles for freedom. And all they could answer was grunf grunf. However, as usual, my thinking in this regard is too rational. What needed to be answered here was a stupid action, which was only provocation. Penella prevented my comrades from intervening. There were lots of them, and they were experienced in the best stewarding situations, vintage, dock bodyguards. He was wrong. We could have given a lesson to those arrogant idiots, filled as they were with resentment against the fact that I was a free man. This was nothing more than a masochistic revenge for their own defeat. A good kick in the pants would have done them good. But Penella is totally non-violence. Except when it comes to making political use of situations that are not clear to me. Here we are not administering a vaccine, a la Martin Luther King, to the current mass violence in order to turn it into a political and organizational force. Here we are being subjected to an idiotic violence, which comes from a few people drugged on ideology and ritual. There is no project for organization here, not even a promotion of consciousness being put into effect. Penella is engaged in an operation that is purely symbolic. It is of no interest to me. Piazza Navona, there you have it, the fruits of terrorist irreducibilism and of the no-compromise stance of the partitocracy. Really there could not be a more fitting image of a modern hell. They were slavering. At a certain point somebody told me, be careful, they're passing round plastic bags with guns. Careful of what? Of guns. Sure, they can shoot, but I am both too close and too far, too close in understanding their madness and in reacting to it with a contempt of equal intensity, and too far for them to be able to burn up, in stolid immediacy, the time of revolution which I want and live with intelligence. My contempt for these imbeciles is as great as the desire for revolution that I feel in my body. Enormous. These idiotic, fanatical manifestations of extremism. Look at their eyes. Their hatred says it all. They are a mere flash, not the continuity of the revolutionary process. They will never get aboard the Finland train. Be careful, they've got guns. They can go fuck themselves. Meanwhile, like a good Jew, while Penella is jumping up and down spouting his usual pacifist nonsense, I bend down and pick up the coins, a few thousand lire, which should provide the price of a decent pizza this evening. Rome, September 11th. Folio 92. In Rome today, waiting for the final round. Very heavy pressure from the press, total provocations, a complete scandal. They are gnawing at my image like a pack of rats. I find it hard to fathom how much of what I have represented in the past few months will remain in the collective imaginary. Maybe nothing. Maybe it will all disappear very fast. I am very tired. I have been working too hard. Maybe after 4 years in prison my re-entry into the world could have been organized more cautiously. But what else could I have done? It was important to play this moment of opportunity, to use it to the hilt, to place the problems of a political resolution on the table of the institutional negotiations. I think I have kept my promise, without sparing myself. As they used to say in the old days, my conscience is at ease with itself. More than this I could not have done. Now it's up to other people to do the talking. If they let me move forward I shall move forward. And if not. Another discussion with Rosanna today. I have the impression that the possibilities of the confrontation have been exhausted. How can one hope to create anything positive out of hopes for justice and struggles on the one hand, sickness and institutions on the other? Some people regard the need for a relation with the institutions in the same way a doctor might envisage his relationship with a fatal illness. An unequal battle which nevertheless has to be fought. Pessimism of the intellect. I can only respect people who see things this way. However, this is not the way to get a grip on the world. There is a point in this process of disease where, vice versa, the sickness is the one that gets hold of you and clouds your brain. Personally I prefer alcohol and drunkenness and delirium, the scream of the Furies to the lament of the Fates. Death is not any less distant, the ghosts of my nighttime dreams, which return to haunt me during the day, speak only of that. Here, in my forehead, between the eyes, I have a black and painful hole. My spirit becomes strained in trying to understand why so much pain. And I think I am also experiencing this strain in my relationships with people, too much uncertainty, maybe ambiguity, intensity of concentration and a frightening rigidity in understanding. In reality, as the institutional deadline creeps gradually closer and I have this foreboding of unavoidable disaster, I understand at this point that the material conditions of this political operation of mine, and of this institutional existence of mine, are poised on absolute precariousness. You cannot build on precariousness. On the other hand, freedom, my freedom and that of the comrades, has to be built. During these 2 months I have lived moments of struggle and the expression of a desire for politics that are irreducible to this institutional mediation. To the same extent that the latter is irreducible to the former. And so, the sickness is beyond curing, and at this stage there is also a risk that it will turn infectious. Rome, September 12. Folio 93. Here, in the Radical Party group in Montecitorio, ever since I arrived they have obliged me to use a room with no windows. Completely paneled in wood. I work in artificial light all day long. It is here that I see people and do interviews, in a continuous and undifferentiated nighttime meeting. I hate this room. At night I go a couple of 100 meters down the road, to a studio flat in a building in Campo Marzio. There is a folding bed, which I open with enormous difficulty, and that is where I sleep my nights. I hate this room, so pompous in its furnishings and dirty in its decor. Has the debate in the House started yet? No, not yet. It seems, however, that the heads of the political parties intend to prolong it for a whole week. Oh well. It seems that I have a very large number of enemies. I live between these two loathsome rooms like being trapped in a den. My energy is destroyed in an impossible defense. Like a hunted animal, caught by its hunters now, in a trap from which it feels it can't free itself. I remain, however, a fighting animal. Comrades arrive from the south. They tell me about the resumption of organizing work and the building of new social centers. This is happening a little bit everywhere. For the freedom of the comrades in prison, for peace, for proletarian recomposition, this is what they talk about. I take a long hard look at this place in which I find myself. Italian democracy is, unfortunately, nothing more than a gang of criminals. Here the incompatibility, in a period of crisis, between capitalist development and democratic government becomes caricatural. Crooks, thieves, businessmen with their hands in the public till, mafiosi, the scene is like something out of the threepenny opera. What can I say to the comrades who come to see me, except take a look around you, what is to be done? We are in need of something different. We need to rebuild movement and power. We have to strip of all its credibility this corpse-like institutionality and pull people out of their passivity. They need to speak out and tell their truth and their needs. The work is long, but at least this time we know where we are trying to reach. If power is this perversion, we have to build a different power. And now the news has just arrived that the party begins tomorrow. Rome, September 13th. Folio 94. Today I read this document in Parliament. Madam Speaker and honorable members, in what follows I am turning to you to call for the authorization to proceed regarding the trials against me which are currently underway and which all arise out of that single complex of trials known as the 7 April case, and, on the other hand, to ask you to reject the call for authorization to proceed to my arrest for the trials involved in that case. Inevitably I will have to summarize for you, extremely briefly, the history of this trial and of the 4 years and 5 months that have elapsed since the whole thing began. The first phase began when I was arrested in Padova on April 7, 1979, on the charge of being the head of the Red Brigades and of other armed groups hierarchically and functionally linked to the Red Brigades, and of having taken part materially in, a. the kidnapping, b. the so-called negotiations and, c. the killing of the Han. Aldo Moro. Within a short time the charge was extended so as to include a charge of armed insurrection against the powers of the state, and the trial was taken on by the Rome magistracy. Honorable colleagues, I know what the kidnapping of Aldo Moro represented for this House and for the institutions of the state, and I fully understand the high drama of that period and your emotions at the time. At the same time, however, I have to ask you to understand what those accusations meant for myself, who was innocent of them. Then came a second phase. On December 21, 1979 and during the early months of 1980, the accusation that I was the leader of the Red Brigades and that I had taken part in the killing of Moro collapsed. It was replaced by a series of other charges, related to the part played by myself in the organization known as Podera Operaio in the period 1968-73 and to my involvement in the birth of that diffuse phenomenon of social opposition which was known as Autonomia Operaio workers' autonomy in, and exclusively in, the period 1973-5. In other words, the context of the charges against me was completely changed, but it retained its pharaonic extension into charges of armed insurrection against the powers of the state. During the course of 1980, precisely in the period of the collapse of the accusation that I was part of the Red Brigades, I was the subject of about 20 further arrest warrants and notifications of investigation for a total of 17 despicable murders, including that of my friend Judge L. Sandrini. On March 30, 1980 a third phase began. The authorization was issued for me to be sent for trial. Nothing remained of any of the preceding charges, either the ones related to the Moro case or those that had emerged in the second phase of the proceedings against me. However, various elements of the initial theorem remained in place, on the basis of an alleged unity between all the subversive forces in existence at that time and of an organizational continuity which the prosecution claimed to have existed between the movement of '68 and the autonomous social movements of the '70s. On this basis the accusation of armed insurrection against the powers of the state still stood. As regards specific facts, or so-called facts, in the document which sent me for trial, we saw the collapse of the charge related to the odious killing of one of my dearest friends, Carlo Saronio. But other specific facts remained, for which I was accused solely by virtue of being the presumed head of a non-existent and completely undefined organization, the famous a responsibility which I have always denied, and which I am certain that I can refute in the course of the trials for which I myself am requesting the authorization that they be restarted. In the light of the relative fragility and continuously shifting nature of the charges in terms of specific facts, and, on the other hand, in the face of the solid and permanent nature of the accusation of armed insurrection, it seemed to me, and to a broad swathe of public opinion, that the continued application of the charge of armed insurrection had more to do with political responsibilities than with material responsibilities, and that the 7 April case was a political trial, driven, promoted, conducted, and guided by political motives. This feeling was confirmed by statements made by not inconsiderable sections of the magistracy itself, who had analyzed the April 7 case and had, belatedly, admitted that it was based only on a political intuition. I should say that this is also the substance of the report drawn up by the Hahn de Luca, which identifies the procedural irregularities that underpin the theorem and multiplied even as it was being constructed, except that the report then went on to say that they were irrelevant and reproposed the political and prejudicial notion of the unity of the whole subversive project, an accusation which not even the final charges of today have been able to sustain. Honorable colleagues, I am not asking you to declare that I am innocent. I am only asking that, in your role as members of this House, you do not accept the positions of those who have prejudged the issue. So the April 7 case is a political trial. Unlike many defenders of civil rights, I fully understand how the state and its normal juridical powers should have the option of embarking on political trials at times of major threats to constitutional order. But at the same time I do not accept a situation in which this function is concealed behind a formalistic hypocrisy. I refuse the fact of having to defend myself against charges of another kind and in another place. When things become political, I affirm my right to discuss them politically. Furthermore, I would remind you that, when political trials become a function of the state itself, there is a very strong danger of a degradation of the institutions. When everything is subsumed under a logic of you are either with us or against us, some of the fundamental rules of democratic legitimation inevitably collapse. Now, when behind all this talk of major threats to the institutions party political interests are also concealed which attempt to subordinate a very high and delicate function of the state to contingent political ends, and at this moment of particular peril they start setting in motion dubious compromises and coalitions, then, honorable colleagues, it seems to me that the problem becomes extremely serious. All this, therefore, has to be opened up to debate and discussion. Not only because I am here as a representative of the people, and hence I exercise the function of representing a significant sector of public opinion in this country, but also, honorable colleagues, because the nature of the thing you are judging cannot possibly be eliminated from the judgment you are called upon to express. So, I have been charged with political and moral responsibility for the social struggles which took place in Italy during the 1970s. I do not deny these responsibilities, and this is what we have to discuss here. I simply want to offer my contribution. Of what political and moral responsibilities do I feel myself to be guilty? Certainly not of having maintained, defended, or directed terrorist activities, associations or groups. I have absolutely nothing to do with terrorism. In fact, I have always fought against terrorism, in a manner that has been linear, coherent, and continuous, both in prison and outside. I accept, however, the responsibility of having taken part, through my writings and thoughts, in the movement of social transformation which developed in Italy throughout the 70s, on the side of the exploited classes. These were movements for the transformation of life and of the relations of production. From 1968 onwards, albeit for a brief period, they pitted a social majority against an institutional minority. These movements gave expression to a concrete utopia of changing consciousness and of changing political relationships. Subsequently they also developed into the mass hardline positions and violence which characterized the movements of antagonism in the years of crisis. The passions that were nurtured at that time by great masses of workers, women, and young people were not abstract passions, they were concrete needs. Needs for freedom, for community, for wages, for housing, for culture, and for a different quality of life and social relations. We believed that the crisis could be resolved without any institutional compromise. That this did not happen is demonstrated by recent history and, not superficially, by the very physiognomy of this parliament. We believed that alternative spaces of freedom and new forms of popular participation could be built. These problems have not been removed through repression, and indeed their resolution remains incumbent on this Parliament. Our hopes could not be realized. Certainly, in the clash with the blind forces of reaction, often, too often, these were lurking within the actual structures of the state, and demonstrably within various corporative and party bureaucracies. The movement and its desire for transformation can be presented as elements subversive of the institutions. I do not deny it, but in this crisis of ours, and within this troubled relationship between society and its institutions, let he who is without sin cast the first stone, as they say. On the other hand, it is absurd to create vicious circles within which the clash between people's desire for change and the institutions' urgent need to control such movements creates moments of exclusion and criminalization, of repression pure and simple. The events of April 7, 1979, following on the shameful initiative by the procurator in Padova, which was then picked up and amplified by the procurator in Rome, have created a dramatic situation. The claim that the autonomy movement was the same thing as the forces of terrorism, which lived alongside it, certainly not without mutual contaminations, but parasitically, on the basis of organizational traditions, ideological driving forces and strategies which were in no sense unifiable, has created a dramatic situation for many social subjects, both individual and collective. Every possibility of internal political mediation within the movement was removed. All possibility of political representation was denied. The alternatives were all too easily at hand. Some people went into drugs, as an individual solution. The terrible death toll from drug usage is rarely if ever cited. Or they went into retreat, the withdrawal of an entire generation into voluntary exile from the political life of the country. Or the organization of desperation led to the creation of scattered groupings, engaged in the murderous and destructive activity of terrorism. I am unable to say whether there were specific collusions between individual judges and the party political and bureaucratic apparatuses which set up the April 7 operation. However, I do know that, in objective terms, that repressive operation erected an institutional wall in the face of the various forces that were calling for transformation and participation. I know that, in objective terms, this repressive operation had the effect of opening murderous political spaces for terrorism. And I know that, in the name of a repressive state of emergency, this operation succeeded in sustaining coalitions of forces, both old and new, both within and outside the institutions, which were seeking to defend their own common interests by blocking any movement towards social change. I do not claim, as the founding fathers of socialism always used to do, that proletarian society in revolt is the only force capable of effecting social transformation. But I do insist, stubbornly, on rejecting the validity of the reactionary reflex which, on April 7, 1979, as also today, saw in law and order the sole guarantee of society. Honorable colleagues, I am neither a pentato nor a turncoat, and this is why, at the same time as I reject what the facile defenders of the April 7 operation are claiming, I can also develop the theme of political responsibility to the point where I recognize my own errors. The illusions, the utopias, and the, often devastating, effects of these impulses were as much a part of my own thinking as they were of the entire generation of '68. We were living in the midst of social upheavals. I made some mistakes, but on the other hand things were changing, and I am not ashamed to affirm my own change within the reality of that movement. I am accused of having been an evil teacher for students at my university. Perhaps I was, but here again this happened in the midst of things, within the terrible marginalization of thousands and thousands of young people, in the face of the impotence of the institutions to respond to the most elementary requests that were being put to them. I have never said that violence was the sole solution, and where there were violent responses, those responses cannot be considered as having been incited by myself. Nor have I ever killed anybody, as was irresponsibly claimed by a member of this House just the other day. Nor have I ever organized criminal actions against people and their lives. I moved in the real world of that time, between utopias and the reactions of the force of law and order, between a tumultuous upheaval of demands and institutional responses that offered nothing but blockage and repression. So the problem of political responsibility is actually far more complex than people are prepared to admit, particularly when my own political activity was immediately marked out as criminal activity. Let us never forget, honorable colleagues, that April 7th is located at a pivotal point in the extraordinary production of emergency laws. Now, what are the contents of these laws? We know what they are. Preventive detention, which can be extended for life, denial of bail, the law permitting the use of penalty, a maximum extension of the repressive efficacy of the accusation of association, and, above all, exceptional procedures. All this is accompanied by a configuration of extraordinary powers for the judges and investigating authorities, and thus by a virtual termination of the normal processes of balancing the evidence in the investigative phase and of a correct articulation of the regime of evidence. The rules of the game have been turned on their head. For example, take the law on penalty. Try to imagine the development of a trial which uses that law. Even supposing that, at particular periods, in various aspects of the juridical system, efficacy is allowed to prevail over the force of law, this prevalence cannot be carried to the point of overturning the actual evidence. I have always considered the state of law stato di diritto to be a utopia. I have always pointed out the fragility of its mechanisms. However, it remains the case that, before and beyond any other juridical ordinance, we must have rules which prevent the abuse of judicial processes and put limits on power. Honorable colleagues, political responsibility cannot be formed in these conditions. You should know that, when contemporary philosophers define political responsibility in contemporary society and try to give it a critical definition, they speak of an institutional conjoining of evidence and legal validity, of consciousness and intersubjectivity. This means that the political decision, in order to be responsible, in order to be rationally founded, has to nourish itself on debate and on a consensus which is neither prefigured nor extorted. The emergency regulations and the exceptional legislation have rendered impossible the formation and expression of a real political responsibility on the part of many of the subjects involved in the struggles of the 1970s. In particular, we, those of the 7 April case, have been caught in the hystericism of the media and opinion makers. We have been prejudged. And the functional outcome of the mechanisms of preventive detention has been continuously to reconstruct presumptions of guilt, regardless of the fantastical nature of the charges brought against us. The more the facts failed to fit the case, the more we have been accused of political responsibility. 4.5 years later, not one of us has yet seen our accusers face to face, despite the fact that they were prisoners like us. There are prisoners who, after 4.5 years, have had only one hearing, which lasted at most for a couple of hours, even in cases where they were willing to collaborate in the trial process but wanted to reject the accusations that have been brought against them. I set before you all the case of Luciano Ferrari Bravo, whose case has been taken up by the European Court of Human Rights and by Amnesty International. Nor do we understand why it has taken 2 whole years to move from the stage of permission to proceed in the trial to the actual opening of proceedings, despite our insistent requests for the trial to be started. However, my purpose here is not to complain about violations of the law and of public opinion. The problem lies elsewhere. In this case there has been a breaking of the principle of the plurality of subjects participating in the justice process. There has been a dissolution of the condition in which it is possible to exercise not only the power of rendering justice, but also the power of accepting that justice. The democratic state takes on board the division of powers that is traditional in the constitutional state. But the order of things is no longer simply constitutional, it is also democratic. And in this latter respect there is no conception of justice which is not established solidly, or at least conflictually. Both individually and collectively we have asked to be represented as part of this mutual process, or at least of this conflictuality. The answer we have received is that the rigidity of the material constitution, and of the equilibria and historic compromises within it, would not permit that. So what political answerability are we talking about, then? Of whom? And how and when? On our side it was politically responsible, I reaffirm this, to struggle for social change and to suffer, in the environment of a social struggle that marginalized terrorism, unavoidable forms of mass violence, never murderous ones, which were often productive of a new and more democratic ordering of things. It was, however, politically inadequate to think of overcoming a deeply rooted social crisis through the exclusion, marginalization, and repression of new and irreducible social subjects. Thus I accept my political responsibility, honorable colleagues, but I also denounce those who pose as the saviors of democracy but at the same time deny the very preconditions of that democracy. Perhaps I made mistakes. In fact, for sure I made mistakes. But this does not justify the deafness which, in the April 7 case, has produced the conditions for an ecological disaster of the legal system and the democratic establishment. Mistakes are always implicit in grand circumstances, but they are also present in my small circumstance. I do not intend to deny it. At the same time, however, I reject the claim that the autonomia was a cradle of terrorism. I cannot deny that contigities were created. But this was not because the movement was organized in some vertical sense, as the prosecution is claiming. On the contrary, the contigities actually developed at the time when the movement was coming apart of its own accord. In the Veneto, we only started to see the killings a year and a half or 2 years after the start of the 7 April trial. Before that we had outbreaks of violence, which I condemn, and I categorically refute before this House what has been falsely attributed to me, even recently, by various journalists. Never, either at that time or now, did I approve of those acts of violence, nor was I responsible for them. I insist, however, on the fact that it was only after 7 April that the violence slipped across into the barbarism of murder, being brought there from the outside by the likes of Savasta. Continuing on the theme of political responsibilities, honorable colleagues, I would like to add some further elements of reflection. After 7 April there was a strong temptation, both for myself and for my comrades, to accept the solidarity which was offered to us in prison by the terrorists, in tune with what the 7 April situation had determined in the movement, both inside and outside of Italy's prisons. But we resisted that offer. Against everyone, really against everyone, in terrible solitude. The Ministry of Grace and Justice put the 7 April comrades into the special prisons, together with the terrorists. Good sense, which normally means finding ways of living with people, would have meant seeking a modus vivendi with them. But our history, our responsibility would not permit that. Despite the daily confrontations and the not always inefficacious death threats, we succeeded instead in building and consolidating that pole of political dissociation and in reconstructing our identity as militants for life and against death, against the violence of terrorism, and at the same time against prison and torture. In short, a front of hope for social change. When we dissociated ourselves politically from terrorism, we did not do so for us, but for all those whom the combined mechanisms of repression and a blocked desire for struggle had driven into the arms of terrorism. Here we are talking about thousands and thousands of young people, women, and proletarians. Political dissociation became our banner, against the Pentatismo laws and for a political resolution of those years of lead. Honorable members, do you really think that this was easy, or hypocritical, as some people have claimed, and that it was simply a matter of words? If so, you should have tried saying those words in the prison at Pomai in 1979, or in Trani prison during the revolt of 1980, or in Cuneo, where 2 young men, guilty of having succumbed to torture, were killed, or in Rebibbia, where we were being sent repeated death threats in 1982. And do you think that it is easy to utter words such as refinding of communist identity and political dissociation, when the honor of these declarations is turned on its head by the media and by the regime's persecutors, and the word dissociated is used in cases such as that of the animal o animale, Pascal Berra? So perhaps you should try it for yourselves, carrying forward this kind of politics, when the deafness of judges and party hacks destroys the very preconditions for a resumption of democratic requalification on behalf of subjects who have conducted, with mistakes, but also with generosity, struggles for social change. However, despite all these misrepresentations, our battles have achieved important results, extending beyond the growing number of political prisoners, to become a mass agenda for all prisoners in the system. Today we are witnessing a major struggle in the prisons, where there has been a reduction in the strategies of the big clans and in the irresponsible behaviors of the irreducibles, who always push for taking the fight to extremes. We are seeing important openings towards a democratic order of things and towards the kind of debate which is indispensable today for a solution to the prisons problem. When for the first time, in 1981, we proposed democratic delegations of prisoners in Rebibia and elsewhere, and we battled in order to introduce, against the logic of violence, the method of discussion in assemblies, we found ourselves caught between two fires, the deafness of the institutions and the threats of the irreducibles. Honorable members, I do not want to say that the one is the same as the other, but it is certain that, since I first entered the system of repression, I have always found myself crushed between the one and the other. Preserving our own lives and identities has not been easy. So, honorable colleagues, today, inside the prisons, there is a large majority of political prisoners who ask to be reinstated into a democratic order of things. And they are doing this on the basis of a critique of the mistakes that have been made. I am very well aware that there is no easy solution to this problem. But I also know that reasonableness and responsibility require that some sign of hope be given by the governing classes. The disregard for human rights in prison and the exceptional juridical measures which were imposed during the period of emergency have to be subjected to criticism and gradually eliminated. A sign needs to be given that a start is being made along this path. A reversal of things is needed, indeed it is overdue, also in order to avoid, and this is not a threat, or blackmail, but a simple forecast, desperation turning in on itself and producing new incitements towards terrorism and new impulses towards death, not only in the prisons but also outside. But let us not concentrate on despair as much as on the hopes of the generation which has been caught up in this vicious circuit of terrorism and repression, crushed, with no other means of expression, by the institutional blockage of political development, and at the same time carried by Italy's particular historical situation to a richness of desires and impulses for change that found no satisfaction. Let us look at the hopes of a generation which, albeit with serious errors, had conceived a dream of justice. The plague has touched these young people, but it has not killed them. Honorable members, this is what we represent, my comrades and myself, and everything else that is summarized under the heading of 7 April. We represent a relationship between the past and the present, a hope for social change in which anyone who so wishes is welcome to join us. And a political tragedy for which all of us are responsible, and which needs to be resolved. So, honorable gentlemen, I urge you not to opt for imprisonment. That would be a negative sign, it would impart a sense of blocking a necessary tendency, and it would lead to a new and terrible disillusionment regarding the ability of democracy to resolve its contradictions. Rome, September 14. Folio 95. The discussions continued in chamber. My speech was well received by our friends, but it was not much appreciated by our enemies. Immediately after I finished, the chamber was deserted, but I stayed in to listen to the debate, albeit with some boredom. There were many speakers, both friends and enemies. Among the former, the formidable Giacomo M. I appreciate his warmth, his intelligence, and his parliamentary practice. Then various people spoke in my support, Fiandrati, Felicetti, and the good Franco P., then Stefano R., and, with great emotion, Johnny F., and many others. Speaking against me, and fiercely, was a band of fat Christian Democrats and hysterical fascists, plus various parliamentary clowns among the Republicans and the Social Democrats. Such is Battaglia, in the midst of this pack, demonstrating the most excited sense of the state. Ignorant of things, but with arrogance. Big confusion among the communists. Lota made a speech. He had already distinguished himself in the committee, with a heavily sermonizing, inquisitorial tone. Aketo, on the other hand, spoke in favor of postponement. The ferocity on the one side is barely lessened by the sense of opportunism on the other. I do not understand how a proposal so timidly presented can have any chance of being passed. As a mediation, it is presented in terms that are solely formal. It says nothing about the substance of the trial, or the exceptional laws, or the problem of how to emerge from the years of lead. In the PCI there is a clear rank and file call for a political solution to be found. The debates at the Festa dell'Unità festivals this summer showed this, and a leadership which evaluates this possibility. However, there is also a series of utterly ferocious intermediate levels who have no intention even of discussing their deadly loathing of the autonomia. On this issue the party bosses are deadpan, because the truth is that, like the sorcerer's apprentice, they have set in motion a dreadful dance, which they do not know how to stop. Here, both yesterday and today, the main people to speak have been these intermediate cotters. They tell me of very hard-fought discussions apparently taking place in the PCI parliamentary group. I don't understand this very well. I have the impression that the proposal for postponement is biting on a void, that it is politically sterile. On the other hand, it is the only political alternative to returning to prison, and those who are good at number crunching assure me that it is going to pass. Despite the customary absences, what a sinister impression the chamber gives when it is almost empty. The debate is tense, with a sense of urgency. I don't think it's only my nervousness that produces this impression. However, I feel in myself a sense of detachment, a schizophrenic repulsion, more and more as the hours go by. Okay, better to head back to Milan, to talk to my friends. I'm on a plane now. Tommaso M accompanied me to the airport. With his great affection and considerable legal skills, he gives me good advice. Remember, Tommaso, when I was in prison and I told you that we were not going to get out of this ugly story, or, better, that the only way out was by political means. You looked at me through those bars and that glass, as if my optimism was insane. It may have been insane, but, as it turned out, it was realistic. And now, Tony, be realistic. You tell me, there's nothing more to be done. You're right, Tommaso, but is it not possible that this realism will also turn out to be insane? Anyway, I have to decide. But what a wearisome thing it is, to have to live these different dimensions of one's consciousness, on the one hand, the timescales of institutions, and, on the other, this hope for liberation. And to have to act decisively and to choose between them. Not that my spirit is not totally inclined towards freedom, and not that my head has not been rendered almost impotent by the relationship with the insanity of life in this institutionality, but this time of freedom seems to me to have been too short, and almost voraciously destroyed. You say, what you promised to do has been done. 1. The political and parliamentary dramatization of the April 7th case and of the problem of finding a political solution. 2. The opening up of the legislative debate in the institution and the opening the historico-political debate in the country. 3. Support for a reopening of the prison struggles front, and its capacity for undermining the institutions. What more do you want, Tony? You could not have done more than that. Now the problem is entirely theirs. You're right, you're right. And yet, the plane is flying over the sea, with excellent visibility. Down below, to one side, you can see Sardinia and Corsica. This sea is beautiful. Rome/Milan, 15 to 16 September. Folio 96. Good, so the decision has been taken. I am to leave even before we know the results of the voting. Pointless risking further delay. My exit route has been arranged by sea, assuming that the weather doesn't turn bad. So in the course of the day we need to check out a land route as well. Splendid friends, they take on this task immediately. Also, as regards organizing an easy and safe return in the impossible event that things turn out all right in Parliament, everything has been arranged. It is evening. I've had a hellish day. Paula is in a state of total nervousness. The children are very sweet and strong and decisive. I see Maurice and Christian, and many other brothers and sisters. I see Giuliano S., in fact I've just seen him off. It's the middle of the night. We talk of Spinoza and communism, a maximum of tension, but also a very strong sense of the values of life and liberty. Communism, the necessity of resuming the struggle. And then the timings of the struggle, unavoidably tied to, and necessary to be detached from, those of the institution. The dilemma, the mystery of this antagonistic temporality. It is a wound that begins to open in my consciousness, and the pain is strong. But so is my critical ability. This house, maybe I shall not see it again, I never particularly loved it, except from prison, when Paula and the children came to live here. Now even the dog is gone, it was always present in the photos they used to send me. And the trees of Piazza Vetra, which came in through the windows and spread over the terrace, seem to have dried up. They're calling me. I have to leave. It is hard. Will I have to start a new life? Caught in this necessity I find myself, for the first time since my release from prison, hoping that the vote in Parliament will turn out in my favor. And that this horrible separation from too many things that I love will not be definitive. The trees of Piazza Vetra are not dry now, but laden with nighttime dew. They're calling me, I'm leaving. I'll have to change cars a couple of times, to make sure that I'm not being followed. What a business. Then the goodbye, which may or may not turn out to be definitive. Goodbye everyone. They're calling me. Milan, September 17th. Folio 97. I am in Rome, in a small apartment in the suburbs. I traveled down last night in a state of extreme calm, sleeping in the car for a couple of hours, in the light of a Tuscan dawn. A strange calmness of my heart and in my veins. Maybe I am getting old. Minimal excitement. I am not representing the future to myself. It is flattened on the present instant. I'm imagining nothing. This morning they had me doing a very fast runaround on a motorbike, to be absolutely sure that we'd shaken off anybody who could have been trailing us. Is this a foretaste of what life is going to be like for me in the future? In front of me I have one of the books in this apartment, a copy of Lucretius. Avia Pyridum perigro loca, nullius anti/trida solo. Iovat int egro etc. fontes /it horire, Iovat novos decarpere flores. I snooze for a bit, waiting for the friends to come. The word arrives, the comrades are waiting for me in a boat at Punta Ala. So it's all working out. The weather is excellent and the sea is good. Rome, September 18th. Folio 98. Monday morning. Somewhere near Punta Ala. A pleasant little house. Friends of friends are putting me up. Everything is very simple and natural. I read the papers while I wait. In La Repubblica, Arbacino rants against me. Insults, pure and simple. This rosy Spadolinian is so vain that I cannot prevent a feeling of revulsion. I remember him dancing with Letizia's tutu. Firpo writes in La Stampa, attacking my La Forma Stato and il Dominio e il Sabotaggio. Describes it as oppositional thinking which finds no possibilities of mediation, because the thinking in them is so maniacal, etc. All of them weighing in with their two-penny worth. However, unlike Arbacino, he is against the idea of my rearrest. In this very brief stopover I run through the problems one last time. It seems to me that my leaving is necessary, accepting all the risks involved in the decision. This is not only a generic choice of liberty, it is also the choice of a particular kind of freedom, which escape can construct. Maintaining the symbolic value of liberation. Certainly the dialectic I am living is without mediation. But at this point it is the crisis of capitalism and the degeneration of its state that are devoid of mediation. Maybe the only problem is how to lessen the values of death that this negative exit implies, not out of a dialectical moment but out of an entire historical episode. It is not by denying the nature of the crisis and its horizons that we shall succeed in bringing about any kind of future at all. I have lived the experience of the palace. I have seen at first hand its irreducible perversity and the impossibility of opening, within its space, any discourse which is other than tactical. Certainly tactics does not mean simply political cunning, and many discussions of political solutions have been powerfully posed within a tactics, à la Machiavelli, or rather à la Balthazar Garcian. But tactics in itself does not suffice. Here we have a world that has become separated. A revolution has already taken place. This particular power is wallowing in perversion. Is it the case that, with my exit from Italy, I am perhaps giving value to an objective scenario and, when all is said and done, to those same unjust accusations that are being leveled against me? No. Rather I am revealing and confirming a truth. Inasmuch as they don't want to leave me in Italy, to fight my battle for the justice to which I have a right, they are saying not only that every strategy of liberation must be repressed, but that every tactic of liberty is burned out. Soon they will have terrorism on their backs again, and the signori of the palace will each come to feel the terrible precariousness of their own lives. Why should they be so stupid as not to negotiate peacefully over their own euthanasia? This was what I was offering them, and it is something preferable to the slow revelation of functions which by now are only destructive and degrading. They have not seen fit to rise to my suggestion. So, this morning, in the midst of these merry discourses, the pitiful obscenity of Arbesino and the funereal incomprehension of Firpo, I wait. It is a long wait. The weather is beautiful, and from here the sea seems very calm. My internal weather is also excellent. Punta Ala, September 19th. 4. Freedom. September 19 to November 30, 1983, folios 99 to 135. Folio 99. So everything began yesterday, at about 1:30 in the afternoon. Two friends came, very happy, to collect me from the comrade's house where I was staying. I went down to the port with them, and then boarded the boat. Worried that someone might recognize me. On the boat we waited for half an hour, then the skippers arrived and we set off. A splendid sea. A calm crossing. The sun shining, and then a full moon. The sharp profile of Elba, then the deserted profile of Pianosa. The happiness of love and the formidable complexity of the unexpected. With a bit of luck, fingers crossed. I am on my way to freedom. Goodbye semi-liberty, hello freedom. Last night I slept happily in Corsica. This morning, with a crazy driver in a very fast taxi, we raced down to Isle Rouse, and then the hydrofoil to Nice. I'm on board now, and the sea is still flat. I get the feeling that freedom is beginning. I don't know, or I pretend not to know, what it means. It must be a fine thing. In my body I have an immense happiness. Here are spaces of liberty, of joy, of alternatives. In addition to this short and pungent time of the experience of freedom, there is space and broadness of horizons, spaces capable of being defined and circumscribed the same way you would describe the alternative time. But I don't know, in front of Pianosa, at the point where Italian territorial waters come to an end, their time stopped and it seemed that the boat was immobile, that we were not going to be able to get past that last obstacle. Next to me, as I write, some children are playing with little toy lorries, they're having fun embarking them onto tiny ferry boats. They believe in their make-believe. The youngest one is towing a little train of overloaded ferry boats, taking care that they don't tip over. The children are transforming reality into illusion. I, on the other hand, am already living an illusion which is reality. I pinch myself. No, I am not dreaming. I am happy for the freshness of my attentiveness to the real. My voyage towards freedom continues. Our train of hope rattles along. What an effort, but at the same time we can increase the speed of our hope and raise our sights enormously, aiming at freedom and happiness. Meanwhile, in Parliament, the debate continues. I listen on the radio. Really incredible how distant I am from all that. This ship and that sea of yesterday have opened a deep caesura in my life and have brought hope seeping into my tiredness. Yesterday evening I was watching with the soul of Lorenzo Tremaglino as the coast of Tuscany and the profile of the islands went by. A new life is beginning, heightened by the joy of escape. Time presents itself to me as liberty. For sure, there is a huge task awaiting me and a terrible amount of work to be done. But my consciousness is now illuminated by the sun of this Mediterranean September. Why did I not have equally positive and powerful emotions when I came out of prison? On that night too there was a full moon. Why? Why is it that this experience of yesterday and today fills me with such happy eagerness for projects? Why do I finally feel myself to be a whole person? Perhaps because when I came out of prison it was an event overfilled with the past, whereas this is an experience of the future. That must be it. It is a choice which is beginning to be concrete and operative. There are ontological differences between the two situations. I am living a humor of liberty and the warmth of hope. Escape means rebuilding a free body. A renaissance. I experience the moving mass of the ship and the quiet throb of its engines as spatial, temporal signs of a future which is approaching. I have an incredible enthusiasm inside me. I exchange smiles with the comrades who are accompanying me, intense smiles, of great freshness and love. I feel again the spray of the ship in my face, and once again a sunset, this time behind the mountains of Corsica, and the appearance of the first lights in the night. Right then, the skipper brought me hot chocolate. It's been at least 30 years since I last drank hot chocolate. I experience my tiredness with the soul of a teenager and am looking beyond the edges of life. Once again I hear, with joy, people's encouragements that I escape, extract myself from the perversion of italic justice. I am living an illusion which is real, it does not have many differences with reality. I am fascinated with freedom. Punta Ala/Nice, 19 to 20 September. Folio 100. Yesterday I was in Aix, staying at Morgan's. On the radio I heard the result of the vote on the deferral of my imprisonment. The unbelievable has happened. On the proposition put forward by the socialists and communists there were 293 votes in favor, 300 against. The radicals did not vote. If they had voted, I would now be able to go back to Italy. A crazy situation. I listened to 3 radio news programs in a row. I could not believe it. This morning, despite the abstention of the socialists and communists, there were 75 votes against my arrest. Between abstentions and votes against my arrest, the total number is favorable to me. A broad majority, in short. Yesterday, after the vote, it seems that somebody spat in the face of Marco P. They did well. What scum, that Marco. What a vile mystifier of the popular will. How dare he assume the right to decide against my freedom? How dare he, with his short-sighted party political interests, come out against the desires of so many people to see me free? Cowardice, a stab in the back. So 3 cheers for desertion, and down with Parliament. Long live my escape. I'm in another world now. Tonight is the night of the autumn equinox, there ought to be portents. They are happening in my conscience. Not even the drab realities of italic politicking can spoil my sense of serenity. Today we left Aix, after my long conversation with Morgan and the joy of seeing the life he has built for himself there. We set off for Paris. A big car, a long journey, and all the most beautiful skies of France open to my frenetic attention. I am browsing through Heidegger, Gelassenheit, serenity. I hate his permanent, fabulous ability to manipulate the truth, but he has great strength when, from within being, he counterposes the various figures of existence. I too live his Offenheit für das Geheimnis, this sense, not of mystery but of discovery. This evening, a long discussion with some very dear friends in Paris. They have started immediately preparing a document to legalize my situation in France and to get me granted asylum. There will be difficulties, for sure, but they have good hopes of overcoming them. I am staying in an apartment in Place Monge, in the Latin Quarter, a place I have known for 20 years. I feel good here. I feel at home. Then I phone Italy. Long calls, to argue, already this evening, with certain unfaithful friends. Anyway, they tell me that there is a determined drive underway to destroy my political image. This job has been left to the Pentiti. It seems that Barbone and Coniglio have already started. Pentiti sounding off about my escape. How much longer do I have to put up with the moralistic invective of the likes of Furani, the murderer? I am expecting the worst, but I no longer care. I am calmer than I have been for very many years. I think of the comrades with the greatest of affection. Thoughtfully I summon up their faces, one by one. Equinox, mystery and discovery divide the night between them. And remembrance and hope. I shall need to start work again, immediately, and continue in my newfound freedom the battle that has been started. And yet, even in the quiet of this night, I find myself unable to lay to rest my anger at what has happened in Parliament. Every now and then I get up from the table where I sit writing and curse loudly. The friends chatting sleepily in the next room smile at me sympathetically. They are foreigners who cannot understand what a tragic overturning of the real happens when you have to deal with the vanity and cowardice of Italian politicians. They don't understand the grinding lack of civilization. For them this is all, in some sense, comical. As for me and the excited state in which they see me, perhaps they think that this will pass. The first question they put to me was, "And what are you going to do now?" I replied cautiously that I'd have to think about that. They replied, "It seems to us that there's not much to think about, you can't return to that world of mad people." They are probably right. But I have to wait and see. My life is not only my own, and my present freedom is the fruit of a collective work. We shall see. Paris, 20–21 September. Folio 101. A day of prison today. We are waiting for news from the government. So far the only news to arrive has been advice to proceed with caution. Don't make waves. Don't move, don't make a fuss, don't publicize your presence here. All of a sudden, the right of asylum seems to bring with it an obligation of passivity, control on their side and silence on my side. Is the Republic maybe a remnant of the past? Certainly, but why is it that this remnant lacks the powers to defend liberty, immediately and with vigor? Anyway, I am waiting with caution. I read the newspapers of the last few days, with the description of what has been happening in Parliament. It must really have been a major fuss. What strikes me most is the quantity of ambiguity in the conduct of all the politicians, from the mealy-mouthed ambiguity of Marco P. and his media-directed opportunism to the cynical ambiguity of the communists. It is beyond doubt, as the newspapers have said after examining the voting figures, that the communists did not apply the party whip. In fact, this is exactly what must have happened. From non-left sectors there must have come a lot more votes in favor of my freedom than was expected. In any case, they outnumber the ones from members of the PCI who voted against me. It is probable that Panella did not understand this, and, because of his short-sighted stupidity, he ended up being the decisive element in my re-incarceration. But, whether this was cynicism or stupidity, we can no longer rely on him. If it was stupidity, it's even worse than if it was cynicism. As for the newspapers, they really don't know what to say. They must be saying to themselves, "Okay, we need to be against Negri, but this time the operation to put him back behind bars seems a bit too dirty." So they are taking their time. Their attacks are not particularly hard-hitting. But I ask myself in exasperation, is it possible to continue having a relationship with that world? Is it maybe the case that, during the period when I was out of prison and in Parliament, I made such mistakes as to make possible this reproduction of persecution, be it even among all this ambiguity and filth? I don't think so. Actually, at this moment I am unable to fix a terrain of self-criticism which is sufficiently articulated. Maybe I have made mistakes, but those mistakes were contained and integrated along a firm line, that of not selling myself to anybody, of preserving my integrity and of keeping intact my capacity for struggle and choice. Transparency instead of ambiguity. A powerful transparency. Even if only from this point of view, I feel that I have held my ground. Succeeding, perhaps, in dealing with some of the problems that the antagonism of the media has thrown up. In other words, despite everything, I have succeeded in upholding the figure of the immediacy of liberty, of the significance of escape, against the flattening and erosion operated by the media. So I don't deserve the perverse ambiguity of these operations in Parliament. Maybe I brought this about as a perverse, destructive, and inimical effect of my transparency. But that is a paradox. What should the comrades and our friends do now? They should press again and again the image of freedom. It would be good for them to speak of my decision to leave Italy as a continuation of my release from prison, which was achieved through the popular vote. I have respected the will of my electors. Only if the comrades and our friends keep up this level of attack shall we be able to do something and to continue and enlarge the battle. We have to give technical form to the intensity of my choice of freedom. Probably the fundamental point, as of now, is to come out directly with an attack on the court, pointing out how it is utterly complicit with a perverse political class, within a perverse framework of repression. The social force of my liberty, however preserved, has to be transferred to the political level and made to work. The real antagonism which I represent cannot be forgotten, it has to be insisted upon, it is strong. Only through ambiguity and illegality can they succeed in denying it. This is exactly what happened in Parliament. They never actually won a majority vote against me, only a vote which was valid according to a liberal and partitocratic rules. Thought a lot about prison today. I am a bit alarmed at the situation which seems to have come about, a vertical split in the defense lobby as a result of Panel's cheapskate operation. Surely Rossano will not want to see him again. The Democrazia Proletaria, the PDUP, and the independent left have spat in his face. And what about the comrades? What will they do? Will they have the strength to sustain yet another betrayal? Today there absolutely has to be a project of attack, of forward response, solid and unwavering. But with what forces? If I made one mistake during the period of my parliamentary bail, it was that of not having prepared my escape from a political point of view. An error of generosity. As usual, I was so tied up in building the conditions for a debate on a political solution and on prison reform. But, maybe, my escape is a different kind of problem from that. Paris, September 22. Folio 102. 2 days of discussions with the Guru. Very tiring. In his relations with me he seems like an agent provocateur. I am trying to explain to myself the development of events. He turned up yesterday, as if nothing had happened. Or rather he told me immediately that it was only thanks to his deep knowledge of the parliamentary mechanisms that things had gone as well as they did. He is an idiot pure and simple. The sympathy he enjoys here is minimal. People who know him tell me to beware of him, because he is an actor in the style of the Grand Guignol. He makes me furious. Then he uses moral blackmail by telling me that I have to think of the comrades in prison. Vile man. But of course he is right, I do have to think of the comrades in prison. He offers me a rendezvous this morning, to do an interview for the Radical Party TV. I go to the appointment. He arrives. He brings the police in his wake. He denies it, but the house is surrounded, and I have definitive confirmation of this when they photograph us at the window. I become completely hysterical. I understand, and he, with cynicism all wrapped up in smiles, today he was smiling, yesterday he was not, tells me that I have to accept his plan. In other words, he thinks that I should give myself up to the police in a very few days. Or indeed, he urges, I could do it straight away. Whatever happens, I say crazy things during the interview, I have to get out of this apartment, and that is definitively the last time I go to Rurambutia. As for him, I see that he has not lived 40 years of partitocracy in vain. Like a reactionary, I find myself hoping that one of these days he will die in one of his hunger strikes. He lards his triumphant cult of the institution with a tawdry moralism, simple-minded and 18th-century style. Like Indian gurus, he is able to talk only to those who want to listen to him, uttering banalities that only he thinks are anything other than banal. He lives on inquisitiveness. He is closely related to all those who, hypocritically, do wrong while denying that they are doing so. He is an individualist Jacobin from his feet to his head. I say feet first because there's no point talking about his head, it comes in a poor second. The only advantage to be had from discussing with him is that he is so emphatic and obviously insincere that you see immediately where he is heading. Fortunately, in his psyche circumvolutions do not exist. He organizes his illusory game, however, in the tones of a revolutionary Jacobin. Poor man, he is the perfect product of Italic non-culture, lay and bureaucratic, a mixture of books not read and resentment towards those who have read them. He is only bad in individual relations, he has never known collective and disciplined levels of working. However, despite my compassion, he really should not have played the joke of bringing police around the house. Enough, he can go to hell. With incredible fear, helped by Emma, I finally managed to get out of that house in Rurambutia. I can't take any more of this. Ferret says, the Jacobin knows how to be dumb. When we talk about this, Jean-Pierre F. adds, Sada is the only hero for Jacobins. Enough. This evening I see a fine bunch of old friends, and I do an interview for Ramsey, for Les Nouvelles. Socialist Journal, first issue. We have to liberate the power that exists in society and give it organization. We have to break with that fetid separation which, in the crisis, the organs of the state bring between themselves and society as a whole. Corporate interests and power. I talk at length about all these things with the comrades. They agree, and we shall work together to develop these themes. They tell me that there are people in the government who are open to grasping their centrality and full implications. I doubt it, but let us try anyway. I am very tired this evening. I try to phone Rosanna, I can't get hold of her. Is her institutional story beginning once again to separate itself from ours, from the class struggle? Escape is an act of class struggle, nothing more and nothing less. But there are too many people these days who see class struggle and insubordination as the projection of an undefined subject. Not at all, here we have person and flesh. It seems that in Italy certain old comrades are angry about the fact that I have made my escape. I wonder whether this is a general attitude. I don't think so. But if it is, so much the worse for them. It would not be the first time that so many comrades have fallen on the accident-ridden road of refounding the movement. Escape is a powerful symbol of it. And, as always, only the analysis of the tendency is capable of winning. Paris, 23–24 September. Folio 103. The discussion with the comrades here has been frank and hard-hitting. They are all French. I have neither the desire nor the interest to see the Italian refugees. The comrades are insistent in what they tell me. First, it is absolutely necessary that you put an end to your remaining doubts about whether or not to return to Italy, it would be madness, and we have no intention of following you. This position is put most forcefully by people who have followed the trial. Second, if you do stay in France, you have to get it into your head that you are in a foreign country. You have two possibilities, but your choice has to be clear, either you move as an intellectual or you move politically. Third, if you decide to move politically, you need to realize that, as things stand, your possibilities of doing anything around Italy are minimal, and it is only by working through political forces at the European level that you will have any chance of effective intervention in the medium term. In short, dear Tony, you are going to have to recycle yourself and to set aside thoughts of immediate interventions. I protest loudly. Today the trial is resuming in Rome. I imagine the terrible tension among the comrades, the arrogance of the court, the provocations related to me coming from the press and the media in general. From Italy they tell me that the lawyers are being timid in the face of such an unfavorable climate. I protest at the positions advanced by the French comrades. What am I supposed to do? Must I be the lone crusader? If I go ahead, will it be with no support whatsoever, either from here or from there? The contacts I was hoping for not only do not exist between France and Italy, but will be very hard to set up, given the position of the French government. I also have to take into account one very basic fact, namely that our Italian defense lobby has fallen apart. This has happened because of the vile behavior of Marco P., the over-imaginative freedom of judgment of Rossana, and the justifiable anger of the left at the betrayal which has been perpetrated. In Italy, my only remaining points of reference are the lawyers and a group of friends. Even my comrades in prison will shortly be swept away by the immediate concerns of the trial. No political battle that I may envisage can take for granted their involvement. And yet I protest, how can I abandon the comrades, even for a short period? Today, as I say, the trial started again, with Paolo Pazzi on the stand. The radio is very short on details. In my mind's eye I can hear, see, and share the chill of the situation in that damned courtroom. Go for it, Paolo. How are we to get out of this imbroglio? Only if the lawyers and the comrades immediately raise their sights and maintain an aggressive profile in the daily confrontations in court. This is the only way we shall get a good result. But it seems impossible, now that our defense lobby on the outside is so weak, and in fact has more or less dissolved. At the same time I should not underestimate the strength of the enemy. In the 2 months since my parliamentary release from prison, our call for a political solution managed to get a vote of 293 for and 300 against, and that fact is going to generate a ferocious and determined reaction. How will the court react? What will be their strategies for effecting a political restoration and for cancelling out that fact? The political forces, except of course those of the far left, and maybe the socialists, have not yet succeeded in creating a stable policy for a potential political solution. The PCI, in particular, is flailing about incoherently between a nostalgia for a hard line and for the historic compromise and a desire for the unity of the left, understood as a project for hegemony in which perhaps they will be prepared to pay some kind of price to find a way out of the state of emergency. This means that their policy moves are being dictated by strategic choices, and the outcomes could therefore be unreliable, or even monstrous. So what is to be done? I feel an incarceration of my spirit hanging over me. My opting for freedom, as a symbolic act which is full of life and hope, is at odds with the future. We have to build it, this future. But the comrades are caught up in the immediate demands of the trial. Freedom and future. It is a terribly wearying task, but a passion that is nonetheless untamable. We can't afford to set our sights low by going for medium-level solutions and an artisanal approach. No, the French comrades and our friends here are right. Once again the project has to be large-scale and capable of sustaining the tendency. I know this both from my own experience and from the history of the movement. Each time, we have restarted at a higher level, without turning back. But this does not mean that we should not look back. And, as I see the comrades and review their faces one by one, imagining them walking and mixing in the cells during their recreation time, imagining their very strong desire to live and their righteous and dearly held desire for freedom, well, I begin to feel the tragedy of this next step. But it is the only way. Paris, 25 to 26 September. Folio 104. From what I read in the newspapers and from what friends have confirmed, the April 7th trial is falling out of the news. The whole focus of interest has shifted to me and to whether or not I am going to return to Italy. The comrades have attempted a strong push on the question of freeing the prisoners, calling for imprisonment to be replaced with house arrest. The court is taking its time, it will reply when the cross-examination of the defendants has been completed. At this moment they are cross-examining Francone. From what I hear it has been a very heavy examination, but from the little that I find in the newspapers it seems that he is defending himself well. What is certain is that the situation of the comrades is difficult. The court's reply as regards house arrest will almost certainly be no. So we need to proceed to a direct challenging of the court. We need to denounce the prejudicial attitude of the judges and the way in which they have conducted the trial thus far, taking apart its heavy accusatory mechanism. What we have here is not a courtroom which is trying to arrive at the truth of the charges, but a new accusatory horizon. They will try to give me a life sentence, of that I am sure. And what about Pannella? I saw him again yesterday evening. This time I protected myself in case of eventual provocations. A couple of comrades took him all around the houses first, to make sure that he had not been followed. He refuses to see the disastrous implications of the parliamentary stunt which he set up. With that operation not only did he push me right to the brink of re-imprisonment, but he destroyed that miraculous unity of forces for a political solution which we had built with such effort. A miracle which was having results even at the institutional level. Now, when he calls for me to hand myself over, he is trying to get himself out of a difficult spot. He wants to restore his good daddy reputation. He is cynically playing power politics, but it won't wash in my case. I think he is starting to realize this. His problem is not our defense lobby, which he set out to destroy, but how to restore his image in the eyes of those thousands of people who voted for me, and who could have been hundreds of thousands. If I do not hand myself over, he will become my worst enemy, because he will have to help in the destruction of my image. In fact, he will have to do it directly himself, in order to regain the confidence which my voters very definitely removed from him. But is he really such a fool? He cannot superimpose himself on the symbol that I represented. Anyway, at this point Pannella has become extremely dangerous. I have to stop meeting with him. He suggested that I do an interview with Biaggi, a good chunk of money, about 100 million lire. For that reason I accepted, on the understanding that I shall give the money to the comrades in prison. I am very tired. And I have been very ill. Today I collapsed in the course of the day. Paris, 27 to 28 September. Folio 105. I see Enzo Biaggi again today, with Gregoretti and the Guru, for an interview. We have to wait for a few hours for the camera team to arrive. During that time the three of them indulge in every kind of mischievous gossip about the current political situation. Apparently in the past few days Carboni has stated that Andreotti was the head of the P2. That provides enough material for a good hour of jokes and insinuations. I sit there listening to them, shocked not so much by what they are saying as by the fact that they see me as one of the family. The family. For Pannella and Biaggi there is always this sentimental invocation of the family. Personal stories. All very affectionate, like those good capitalists who exploit people but say that they're only doing it for their children. Gregoretti intervenes only to talk about a particularly nasty incident involving his son. He is very reserved. But Biaggi goes over the top. He seems to feel the need to talk about his mother. She pops up everywhere in his conversation. Mothers are a great stereotype in communication. I wonder what percentage she gets of his contract. Indeed, I wonder, did Biaggi even ever have a mother? We start the interview and complete it in short order. Biaggi and Pannella make a big deal of me as a person. They are totally uninterested in issues of pentatismo or the emergency legislation. For both of them the interview serves as a way of accusing me. Given the conditions, I think I did well. Today was perhaps the last time I shall meet with the Guru. He seems to realize that he's come out of this adventure with a bloody nose. Today's interview has been important for me. It opens a new phase, marking my definitive abandonment of the parliamentary adventure. I am restarting from the bottom, rebuilding a serious political discourse. I am beginning to get a sense of its dimensions and subjects. I shall write about this shortly. The most important thing today has been that the irrational and rancorous element, present in my departure from Italy, is beginning to pass. And at the same time the elements of rationality in my choice seem to me increasingly obvious and clear. How could anyone ever willingly involve themselves in those worlds that I have traversed? The world of the law courts, politicians and the media, with all their perversion. Certainly it was not tiredness that exhausted my desire for any of this, and it was not frustration, either. Indeed, I think that I have behaved well. It is a fact, beyond the malevolence, slanders and provocations of the media, I managed to pull in a majority in my favor. If it had not been for the cowardice of the guru and his political stunt. But when all is said and done, it is the vulgarity, the cheapness, the provincialism, the small-mindedness of those worlds that makes me so angry. What saves me is the fact that I can rise above it all. I shall never be able to respect Biaggi's posturings and his cheap emotionality. I find myself thinking that I would like to live in a world which accords with his sentiments. In Japan, in fact. Then, with the Bolognese bonhomie that is customary in those parts, I could send him a noose to strangle himself with, or a sword for him to commit harakiri. I cannot stand parasites. I have traversed a world in which not only pity is dead, but imagination too. What would a man like Penella be without the endless repetition of these rites, which are accountable to nobody? What would Biaggi be if he could not shed tears for his mother and transform tawdry emotionality into fat checks? Or say, September 29th. Folio 106. The discussions with friends and comrades here are getting heavy. They are trying to force me into drastic choices. They lead me to understand that my chances of staying in France depend on my deciding not to do politics anymore. You'll be an intellectual, they say, you're capable of it. Meantime, operations have begun to get me nominated to the Council of the Collège International de Philosophie. That will provide a cover, and also a possibility of work. But no more politics. I reply jokingly that the either, or AUT is a level of metaphysics, whereas for my part, as always, I prefer the and ET. I don't think that it will be possible to impose very general criteria on my experience of life. Let us leave open the question of possible reconstructions of political discourse. They are pressing me, and giving me a sense of the dangers in store. This evening I received a dramatic proposal from the French government, to go to Algeria, where I would be protected. I said no. It seems that the Italians are applying massive pressure, supported by that old paraberlinguerian Martinet, the French ambassador in Rome. Negri is on his own, that is the message from Biaggi, as repeated by Penella, and then by Gilles Martinet too, and by Marcel Padovani as spokesperson for the former. So this is the moment of attack. But I am not on my own. I think I have succeeded in making this clear to the comrades here, who are too jaded to want to believe it. I am indeed defended here. I am not alone. I am defended by a tradition of asylum and by a practice which is part of the material constitution of the state and of the libertarian beliefs of certain important socialists in the government. But, above all, I am not alone because I am moving in the context of a political and social situation in Italy of which I am completely a part. It is true that I have to succeed in changing my life, but this must mean transforming my removal of myself from Italy into a long-term victory. Certainly the situation is hard. But it will not be that way forever. The suspended state in which I live today is the suspension of political struggle in the current political, social, and economic structures of this Europe of ours. But behind this suspension there is the growth of the communist community. The solitude of this genesis and of this perception does not negate the reality of it. I am within that solitude. All their machines, their justice, their politics, have hit the buffers. The ugly irrationality of their violence is met with silence. But for how long? This blockage of reason and expression will inevitably bring about a radical change, an innovative break. Never has there been such a blatant need for a new politics and a new system of justice. I have very little to say about anything else, almost nothing in fact. I think only that the reason of the masses, the intelligence of the community, will express newness. Radical newness. That which is currently mute will express itself by rising up. It has to happen. There is an ethics which I feel to be growing beyond the conditions of oppression in which this world organizes itself. The crisis of the crisis state has no possibility of finding a resolution, except through an enormous revolution of the means of mass participation in power. We have an experience of this desire, the crisis of all the nomenclatures of the state and of its very form. The state cannot be confronted and transcended other than through the recomposition of the will for revolution. This revolution which is silent, but which nonetheless constitutes the ethical grounding of the singularities. The only obstacle to participating in the development of the new ontology lies in the fact that I am old. During the past few days I have felt old age creeping up like a marshy tide. My body tried, once, twice, many times, to get out. But each time it just fell in deeper. It was difficult to move. I licked the surface of the marsh, thinking that it was human skin. I allowed myself to be carried on my back by the water, hoping that a wave would not overturn me. My wonderment, my amazement at the new vital expressions of being, my passion at its renewal, I find these things lacking in me. But old age can be serenity, and it is not to be confused with death. No, Rosanna, no, I too fear a tumor growing inside me, but this aging, this exhaustion of the animal spirits, I cannot say that this is death and, with that, say that it is the justification of the sickness organically existing in our current institutions. No, I do not think that the idea of death is rational. When we used to say, as the comrades continue to say in court, that we are for life and not for death, we believed, naively, that the phrase was acceptable. Correctly, from their point of view, the judges replied by saying that we are extremists. So, is it the case that the only realist is the person who sees death as being indissolubly connected with life? And therefore the stink of death that stagnates in our courthouses is a sign of reality? No, I don't want to believe in, I can't believe in, this dreary funereal ceremonial of the institutions. Here I understand the revolutionary value of Epicurean and Spinozan thought, not to think of death because when there is death there is not life, and when there is life there is not death. Even in old age I reject death. So for that reason people should not expect from me an institutional loyalty that I cannot give. There cannot be loyalty in the face of death. I claim my habeas corpus, my liberty, my life. With this I realize how much I am, and remain, a revolutionary. Down with death, this is the slogan of revolution. During the past few days, among comrades, while we await the government's decision, we talk and talk, about this and other things. Meanwhile someone has been shuttling to and fro to the ministry. They return bringing various proposals which offer expatriation. I always refuse. Finally the word arrives that I have been granted asylum. I take the opportunity to confirm, with caution, that shortly we shall start doing politics again. To return to Italy. Emerging victorious, and sweeping away the filth of the politicians, down there. Paris, September 30th to October 1st. Folio 107. The monopolling organization says that 62 out of 100 Italians want me to be arrested. That sounds good to me, it means that 38 out of 100 don't. Always supposing that these polls actually have some kind of validity, there is no doubt that I am holding up well in the midst of the brazen and insolent propaganda that the regime is stoking against me. As for the Italian authorities, they want me dead. I had a precise account of what has happened in the past few days from a French functionary who has been literally terrified by the violence of the Italian demands. As he sees it, at least the forms should be maintained. They have been asking either for extradition or for my expulsion from France. The Corriere confirms the news. Obviously they are hoping to get me expelled to some South American country, where they can get me kidnapped. I have no intention of departing from here. This morning, at dawn, I went on a splendid motorbike ride through the streets of Paris. I had spent the night talking to friends, and at dawn we returned home. It is Sunday and there are no cars in town, especially not at dawn, when the weather is so blustery. How beautiful the city is, with its order and its intelligence. A rich arabesque carpet. My second home. Will it end up becoming my only home? The memories are piling up, of so many years spent in Paris, ever since I was a teenager, and of many friendships, and of dear teachers. I talk at length with Alexander M. An excellent philosopher and a great friend. He laughs like a lunatic when I tell him that certain people are advising me to take a Socratic attitude, in other words, to return to Italy and drink the hemlock. Unless of course I am elected to the European Parliament, but that, too, would mean swallowing the hemlock. No, he tells me, it really isn't even worth the effort of reasoning with such ignoramuses. He reminds me that Socratic formalism did not consist in the sic et simpliciter acceptance of the law, but in honoring just laws against their wrong application. Formalism in the polis is certainly not on a par with what we can expect of the Italian state, which is notorious for the very bad laws on which it is founded. In Alexander, good sense triumphs over high school misreadings of the classics. We talk at length about Spinoza. It is Spinozan to save one's own life and not to give in to compromises. Anyway, he asks, are you interested in the European Parliament? I tell him no. And what about the comrades? Today they were supposed to start the cross-examination of Oreste Strano, my old friend. How I love you. I cannot succeed in getting the comrades out of my head and out of my heart, not for a single moment. I turn over in bed, sensing that they are close by, like in the cell. Someone is breathing heavily. I smile. Yes, nighttime in prison is full of noise and of the troubled dreams of the people sleeping next to you. Paris, October 2nd. Folio 108. Today, at last, I got to see Paula again. Her enormous tension, she is continually followed and bothered by the police. But also an enormous positive tension, she is a communist, without embarrassment and without doubts, and she combines this great strength of hers with a sense of protection and a generosity which make a great woman of her. A formidable fighter? Her sweetness is matched by a willingness to discuss and by the broad horizon of her discourse. A great tenderness. Anyway, we try to get a grip on the situation. It seems to us that the trial of strength we are traversing is not going too badly for us. But it remains a trial of our strength, and we shall either win or lose. The margin we are treading is very neat and hard. Furthermore, there are urgent things about the trial that need to be dealt with, and I also need time in order to rebuild a capacity of intervention. What to do? Correctly, given the situation, Paula is also advising me to proceed cautiously. No more interviews. Okay. As for the friends, God preserve me from them. ILSONT Deacon. Paula brought me the back numbers of IL Manifesto. I read the bitterness in Rosanna's articles and her rhetorical postponement of any moral judgment, but actually that moral judgment is entirely implicit in the mawkishness of the piece. I read an abstract "Let's Forget Him" article by the restrained, but evidently irascible, Faraggioli. Then there is an outrageous attack by Cases. The snob signorina does not play out of character. I connected with these people with too much emotion. Today they reveal themselves as having not much intellectual staying power. I am saddened by this. On the other hand, I am amused by the apoplectic ragings of the great buffoon Montanelli. And of all the likes of him. Let them take it out on Panella. What do I have to do with loyalty to the institutions? Together with Paula we laugh about it. As we leave, she seems serene. Wait and see seems to be the best option. Certainly it seems that they are mobilizing their forces in order to destroy my image, and with this destruction to open new possibilities of repression. Maybe they want purely and simply to kill me. OVRA still lurks in Italy's administrative structures. But first, if you don't mind, destruction of my image. And they have to do this destruction, first and foremost, for the ex-friends. How boringly manualistic and repetitive the operating systems of the state services are. And how naive the ex-friends. I have no fear of being destroyed, but I do fear being killed. Paris, 4–5 October. Folio 109. Today I see the guru again, after he's been pushing and pushing for a meeting, creating incredible misunderstandings and strains. We discuss calling it off, on both sides. I really don't think that we shall meet again. But he promises me loyal support in the coming months and years. And so I do the same. Will he keep his word? I dare to hope so. As for myself, in the tiredness of these days, I still set to work. I am completing a long memoir for the French authorities, on the whole business of the April 7th case and on the undertakings I shall make once I receive a residence permit. Moi Philippe Riviere. I hope this is going to work. I still have not seen any of the Italian refugee comrades in France, not even the closest friends among them. I know that they are looking for me, and in so doing they are making problems for me. I would like one of them to read my memoir, so that I don't write something that could damage someone. I know that they have their own, ongoing negotiations with the French government, and I don't want to jeopardize them. I discuss this with the French comrades and they offer to act as go-betweens. What's more, they say, here among the émigrés there are perhaps more political families than there were groups in Italy. I can feel a strong tension building up inside me, to begin again. To begin again with political work, in line with, and matched to, the tasks which are required by the present, and not by the past. It is important that I manage to carry through this leap in consciousness, a leap forward. It is decisive. I am winding up the spring. When it is released I must be perfectly prepared to receive its impulse. Otherwise I run the danger of falling flat on my face. I have to pay a lot of attention to the French situation. This is now where I live, and I live protected among scientific and bureaucratic congregations, I mean, of the high public sector. Here politics is second nature. Today they see me as being part of their milieu, unlike previously, when they used to look at me curiously and half ironically, like at some kind of savage. A miracle due to the fact of my imprisonment, a transformation brought about by the way in which I conducted myself in prison and by the fact of having won a battle. Thus, if I want to revive my work, it has to develop in relation to the given political conditions. We shall see. These are difficult problems. Making your exit is an art. P.S. In yesterday's Corriere even one of the heads of the P1 Lodge, Cesare Merzagora, was attacking me as a coward, a destabilizer of the system, sick. But how is it possible that such a ruling class manages to continue to reproduce itself? What difference is there with fascism? What difference is there, let us say, between Merzagora and a fascist Freemason, for instance a Grandi or a Bottai? Why this never-ending pitiful tragedy? Paris, October 6. Folio 110. Dying a bit in order to begin again. The bureaucratic difficulties are numerous, administrative difficulties related to the granting of a residence permit, difficulties which then affect the preparation of my nomination for the College International. On its executive council there are representatives of 4 separate ministries. My closest friends preferred to defer the naming of the foreign components, so as to avoid creating scandals, and at the same time they have produced a warm letter for Tun. And political difficulties such as the lack of contacts with Italy, the media baying at my heels like a lynch mob, the enmity of the French ambassador in Rome, and so on. I am finishing the memoir. If it is used properly it could be decisive in the environment of the French high administration. But it is true to say that I am in a situation of very heavy isolation, and when all is said and done I cannot even count on being able to settle here. Given that, I have to program this isolation and this uncertainty. How long will they last? It's hard to know. However, there will be elections in France in 1986, and the right is growing, and, despite the fact that the right to asylum is written into the material constitution of this republic, if a right-wing government gets in, it would certainly be more inclined to accept requests from the Italian government. Thus the problem is how to organize a basic political work which can move from Europe to Italy during the coming 2 years. It is not the first time when I find myself moving in uncertainty, within a defeat and on the lookout for a refoundation. But on the other occasions, halfway through the 60s, and at the start and in the middle of the 70s, at least the material conditions of my existence were assured, and the fabric on which we were working had been created over a long period. Now, if I take a closer look, it is evident that the problems are dramatic. But probably it is precisely this radicality of the problem, with all the desperation and the risks which color it, that guarantees the intensity of its unfolding. And the importance of the result, if we manage to achieve it. This isolation is distance, but it can also be, and will be, an immediate coming close to the situation and a radical change. The tendency is moving within these limits. We are living an enormous paradox. The fall of the empire is not the same as the centuries-long process described by Gibbon, rather it is a rapid and deadly implosion. It has the rhythm of a heart attack, not of TB. It is within this tension that intelligence has to be organized. This separateness, which I discovered during the class struggle in the crisis, and which was bizarrely imposed on me, and heightened, in prison and now in exile, is beginning to present itself as a hegemonic rule of society. Deep, dark, ontologically determined, and without future. We need to die within it and be born anew. They accuse me of being a coward, let them continue to do so. I have always avoided notions of being strong and being weak, in fact I have preferred to embrace weakness, and if I have been strong it is certainly not by vocation but by constraint. Anyway, strength of spirit is a purely intellectual fact. It means locating oneself practically and theoretically on an average point in a possible history, heightening the independence and the separateness of the possibility of prediction, and thereby building their strength. We have to cover in the mind what the proletariat and all the exploited live in their everyday lives and obscurely construct in their concrete history. I have to turn myself into a marginalized person. I am that anyway, so why not make it a key element in rebuilding? The political situation in Italy is perverse, and the European situation is threatened by a right which is on the rampage and is increasingly fascist in ideological terms. However, alongside all that, sometimes in total separation and sometimes crossing the same institutional level according to rules which are no longer corrupt, there exist currents of thought and a will for struggle within which one can rebuild. Dying a bit, in order to be able to begin afresh. A terrain of immediate intervention, of direct protest, of effective denunciation is almost impossible, and anyway it is unrealistic to think in terms of going down that path. Now is not the time for a vox in deserto clamans. But it is also true that this is what a lot of people want. It is true that we can collectively construct the modalities and the potenza of it. Time is playing in our favor, because it is a new time, an alternative time to the slavery of work and oppression, a new time, which has been internalized at a mass level, and with unexpected dimensions. God help me, within this choice of a new time, of a new immersion in the deep substrate of the desires of the exploited. The risk is enormous, and only an extreme lucidity of analysis can permit us to construct the light-filled determination of conscious rebellion, a new capacity for constitution. From physical uneasiness to a rational undertaking, from rational uneasiness to the constitutive strength of the masses. Avoiding the temptation of suicide. So many times I must, yet again, traverse frontiers, recover reason's desire for living, and its joy. Once again I have to bring a fleshly reason to bear on the surfaces of the world. Paris, 7 to 10 October. Folio 111. I am working on Leopardi again. I have written several letters to Italy. I have resumed contacts with the German comrades. I am beginning to draw on the effective relations that surround me. You get over the tiredness of separation and isolation also, and above all, by relearning a real tiredness of the body, and by re-establishing a balance between affects and reason. The sweetness of life is not an extra, but a stimulus and a coloring of rational consciousness. Work and freedom can go hand in hand. I have to arrive at a criticism of myself, of the quantity of mechanical that there is in my existence and my thinking. Prison and the prison community have been an excellent propedeutic in all this. But only in one respect: the necessities of preparing our defense, the fact of being in the basements of the palace, the urgencies of material reproduction have instead boosted the inhuman characteristics of the spirit. These have to be eliminated. Every homology with power has to be removed from the spirit, and every residue scraped away. This is a fundamental presupposition in the methodology and epistemology of rational rebellion. I have to define at the earliest possible opportunity a form of analysis of myself. Freud would be a good place to start. Paris, October 11. Folio 112. Le Monde of October 11 carries a strange article, rather weird in fact. There is a Libyan whom the Italians accuse of being a murderer. Do the Italians want him extradited or do they not? Le Monde claims that they don't want him extradited because it would cause too many problems with Libya, and this leads them to expect that the extradition documents will not arrive. NB additional note of October 13. The Italians did not send the necessary documents, and the Libyan has been released from detention by the French. But then, Le Monde adds, why is it that this Italian justice system, which is so concerned with political relations, to the extent of dropping the extradition of a multi-murderer defended by Gaddafi, why is it that this same system has it in for Negri, who is certainly not an international killer? Obviously for internal reasons that cannot be stated publicly. Therefore, Le Monde concludes, necessary caution on the part of the state and the republican tradition of liberty would suggest that Negri should not be handed over. The article made rather an impression on me. While I am happy to know that an authoritative newspaper thinks that I should not be extradited, I am a bit surprised, unpleasantly so, very unpleasantly, to find myself being a commodity in these kinds of international bargainings. My friends, and various functionaries and lawyers whom I see, are all happy. They tell me that they had warned me about this internationalization of my case, since, given that I am a member of Parliament, I am a bit of Italian sovereignty transported abroad. I don't recall the reference, nor do I appreciate it. I am extremely puzzled. Should I perhaps accustom myself to living with this kind of risk? A continuous, unknown, and destructive gamble? No, my friends tell me. Given that the political nature of the case has been recognized, as indeed seems to have happened, it is obvious that you have been granted an informal right of asylum. All right, that may be so, but I am still puzzled. This is the least I can say. Meanwhile news arrives from Italy of a sixth charge having been raised against me, this time for the killing of Alceste Campanile, following the fifth one, for the revolt at Trani, and the other four already discussed and accepted. When will they finish coming? Will there also be a seventh set of charges, as seems to be promised in Barbone's statements and in Spataro's obscene persecutory mania, for the Custra killing? The number 7 seems to have an irresistible appeal for the judges in my trials. They have been seized by a will to destroy, a maniacal repetition of a deep political hatred, which is accompanied by resentment towards the fact that I have often demonstrated the falsity of their evidence. This maniacal persecution has become a structural element of the April 7th case. I remember the teachings of my old professor Oppiker, justice as the ascertainment of truth, as judgment, as a process of trial. My dear teacher, much as I respect your utopia, and it saddens me to say so, this is really not the way things are. Instead we have justice as a machine, as a dehumanizing structure, as a process without a subject. Unless it is, as in my case, pure and simple vendetta. Without even that modicum of solidity and blood that there is in real vendettas. I am experiencing here the vendetta of a corporation. The only element of dignity that there is in my case, apart from my suffering and my rebellion, consists in this extreme and exemplary dehumanization of justice. This is perhaps the most specific characteristic of the Italian crisis, and its revelation and denunciation are therefore an expression of theoretical dignity. However, I derive no pleasure from putting on this medal of representation. Just as I am not amused to find myself treated as a commodity in international transactions. I wonder whether I might end up being exchanged on the European market for a few barrels of South Italian wine or a delivery of Danish butter. Bah! Anyway, during these days, less than a month after my arrival, I have a clear sense that progress has been made in my situation here. My presence here has been accepted as a political presence. This means that I have substantial, albeit limited, guarantees of freedom. So now to work. Rebuilding conditions of liberty and communism, with a maximum of strength and intelligence. It is time to begin. Paris, 12 to 13 October. Folio 113. I see from the newspapers that Pertini too, the voice of the people, has said that Tony Negri has acted unworthily. I am sorry that our fine president did not take this splendid opportunity to remain silent, but then this was the man who signed the laws on preventive detention and pendentismo, even though he pretends to have forgotten this. And, for my part, I cannot forget his congratulatory telegram to Calogero on April 7, 1979. Nor do I thank him for having publicly admitted that the telegram was a mistake, after 2 years during which I had been desperately defending myself and affirming the truth of the matter. Anyway, the fact that Pertini expresses himself in these terms is a sign that the balance of forces has changed. Institutional unanimity, because this is what we are talking about, is particularly dangerous when it is exhibited by policemen and judges. The law and its execution should never exhibit signs of unanimism. Today I saw Blade Runner, the first film I've seen since I came out of prison. The protagonist is a state killer, and, as he hunts down the mutants, he gathers and applies the unanimity of humanity's interest in the preservation of the species. I feel myself to be a mutant here, and in any event I fear this fierce and deadly struggle into which I am forced. I converse with my ghosts. Why, despite everything, do I continue with the struggle? And what is this profound memory of rebellion and of refusal, which I feel that I interpret faithfully? Sometimes I fear madness in my pursuit of this ancient dream of transformation. Recently I have been rereading Hölderlin. How enlightened humanism can be. An enormous difference from the thought of dialectics and of the general class, of the bureaucracy and the institution, which little brother Hegel achieves. Hegel understood and served unanimism. Hölderlin lives the ancient phantasm of freedom and revolution. Why do these ghosts always seem to be ancient? Why this enervation of the world? Only reason sustains me, but it is an optimistic reason. A delightful afternoon today, not even Pertini can spoil it for me. It is raining on and off, a typical Parisian autumn day. From the window of the apartment where I am now living I have a fine picture postcard view of the Pantheon. At night its dome is a glowing presence in the orderly and jumbled accumulation of Parisian rooftops. I talk to the ghosts of freedom and revolution that have illuminated the nights of Paris. It all continues, and will always continue, until the liberation of all becomes a reality. Why is it that the mutant carries within himself this most ancient dream, which humanity holds dear? Why is it that this business of ontological repetitions is always so amazingly new? Today I also meet with the band of economists. All excellent people, and in this period, in their attempts to trace the causes of the crisis, they too are involved in discussions with their historical ghosts. In the fever of liberty we find common cause. Paris, October 14. Folio 114. How hard it is to return to life after these 4 years of imprisonment and 2 months of institutional bail. And particularly at this difficult moment, when I am pursued by the dogs of repression. But I know I'll manage it, and my work will gradually become productive and collective. Certainly, for now, the landscape is not like that, endless flight, weariness, conflict in my consciousness. I am studying Leopardi and rereading Roth. In both of them flight becomes a source of knowledge. This has nothing to do with romanticism in its exoticist or beat traditions. For me, in this act of fleeing there is imagination and contact with the future. I live and feel the future as something that I am beginning to possess. My hope is the only thing I own, plus, as of today, I have a good winter jacket. Revolution means conferring validity to hope. From tomorrow I'll start to see the French comrades regularly, to discuss politics. Our central topic is the shifting of all the terms of the debate and political propositions of the past few years, a shift that has taken place on the ground and now has to be grasped by the political project. Here in France the victory of the left in 1981 threw everyone slightly into disarray, closing the dialectic of the positions around the need to hold on to power at all costs. From what I understand, the interest has shifted away from playing dynamically with contradictions in order to excite reformism. It has moved to the problems of restructuring, as they relate to the preservation of the welfare system and to the maintenance of consensus. The modifications in the composition of the proletariat are huge, and this is where we need to do analytical work. A crisis of the methods and parameters of research. The problem is how to give a dynamic representation of these contradictions within a political framework. We do not see clearly the possibility of a vertical rupture, rather, we have the possibility of many forward-moving, transversal ruptures. The left's critique of power is that it does not grasp in an open fashion the system of small breakpoints and has no desire to carry it forward. The right is counter-attacking, it is very strong. It plays very astutely the transformation of the general picture of things, inserting itself into every little fracture and heightening its corporative character. The left in power seems entirely incapable of finding itself in this new framework, armed with the reformism of some vigor. The shadings of the situation are rather obscure. Reading the newspapers and comparing those of the right with those of the left, one has the impression of a civil war underway, because, particularly from the right, the attack is ideologically hard and insistent. But in reality this is only smoke. Actually the whole political situation is folded back onto itself. And sometimes it seems that, through all the polemic, the right is convinced that it will soon be back in power, and it applies pressure on the government to get it to resolve the most important problems. Particularly the dirty business of the big restructuring and the creation of mass unemployment in the traditional factory and industrial sector. What a difference between today and 1978, the last big struggles in the steel industry of Lorraine. At that time there was a real hope of being able to create a coordination between different class sectors. Today the analysis is blocked. Many comrades seem to believe that it is no longer possible to do analysis. But it is obvious that, without a deepening of analysis, there will be no political shift. Because such a shift can only take place through the identification of new subjects of political development. New social subjects. Who are they? The discussion is not moving very far in terms of identifying them. Here too, as in Italy but in different forms, the vectors of the formation of wealth and those of exploitation pass increasingly through the levels of the tertiary sector, science and informatic innovation of the social. Within the labor movement insufficient attention has been paid to all this. There is a complete lack of agitation on this question. Our discussions will go forward on this terrain. We shall see. The fundamental problem, however, is that of method. PS News arrives that a young member of Primillennia got himself killed during a hold-up here in Paris. It is very sad to hear of the death and desperation and loneliness of this boy. And it is terribly bad news, this reappearance, wild and isolated, of terrorism. Here, apart from anything else, it could create a very, very dangerous situation, both for the absolutely peaceful colony of Italian political émigrés, and also for my own position. Furthermore, I do not see how these residues of terrorism all'italiana, now deprived of a base, are going to be able to reorganize themselves, except on an international, interstate basis. And this makes things even more complicated. Paris, October 16. Folio 115. During the past few days I have seen various other old friends, social scientists and economists. I saw Benjamin. I continue to be fascinated by his narrative about the OS, the mass worker on the assembly line. He tells very fine stories of struggles. But the situation is certainly not such that you can construct a linear interpretation of reality on the basis of those struggles. I also saw Felix again, and he proposed that I start working for the college on the theme of the production of subjectivity. To see how the juridical, statal mechanisms have appropriated this production, to the extent of monopolizing it, and how the alternative spaces, ignored and repressed, find no way of expressing themselves except through war. I see Virilio, who further emphasizes this expropriation of the possibilities of struggle and of its multipliers of the speed of antagonisms and of war. How to emerge, scientifically, from this impasse of an objectivity that is too powerful. As for the pure economists, they defend themselves from this kind of propositional impotence by returning to the origins of their science, to try to find keys for a rereading of the present, with a very advanced disciplinarization of their research. The only openings are in the field of philosophy. Yes. And here there are both a limit and a hard thickness, traditional in some respects, but incremented by the crisis, the seeking after an epistemology which, since it is no longer able to transform, now tends to consolidate itself on the transcendental terrain. Even Tom comes to be translated in transcendental terms. I find many Kantian elements in the course of discussions, and increasingly I have a sense that this current is making headway. Critical Marxism seems to me to have been completely eaten up by this generation of researchers and social scientists. I see Jean-Paul. He tells me frankly that he is absolutely convinced of this fact, at the level of research. For that reason he has decided to become a grand commis of the state. He is working like crazy, in the universe of the possible, he tells me, having set to one side a passion for science which he felt was becoming sterile, in order to try to gain knowledge through practice. It is strange, but he communicates a lot of vitality to me. I think over and over about all the themes that have been transmitted to me. I think of my scientific production in prison, Il Comunismo e la Guerra, Spinoza, Macchina Tempo, and at the boundaries of my work, which has traversed all the themes of the crisis, arriving nonetheless at a blockage with a conception of subjectivity which is increasingly corporeal and substantialistic. I feel the need to return to Il Comunismo e la Guerra, one of the finest things I have written, a thoroughly open work. The Finland train, in this phase of enforced political rest, needs to have its machinery and its theoretical instruments set in order. It is evident that war and peace are becoming the background of a revival in theory. The crisis has by now expanded so as to permit us to grasp, at its sophisticated height, the elementariness of fundamental human terms. A very long discussion with Cornelius on these problems. Paris, October 18. Folio 116. I meet Jean-Pierre Fay. I get to know Châtelet and Derrida. Very different people, both in personal terms and in terms of their cultural and political history. But they have a great generosity and a deep and intimate understanding of the need to defend my escape, to consolidate freedom as an essential precondition for work, to do philosophy and to conquer a new freedom for all. We talk at length. With Fay, a historian and a poet, an extraordinary sensibility for the concrete and an incredibly gentleness in touching things. With Châtelet, an old and untamed philosophical lion, who never ever confuses potency of thought with the misery of reality, and always succeeds in being a man of the future and of hope. Derrida, very sharp analytical instruments in traversing and reconstructing an umwelt of chaos. With all of them I raise the problem of the relationship between the objective production of subjectivity and the potenza productive of the subject, that not which we no longer know how to resolve. My self-criticism goes deep. A subjectivity that is bodily and contingent, at the limit between the eventual and the possible, is what I have been able to grasp and heighten as a function of resistance and of escape. Just 1 month ago, among the islands of the Tuscan archipelago, the haziness of Monte Cristo, the looming island of Elba which, like a benevolent patron, shelters us from the winds and sometimes slips in a few little gusts for fun, and then the flat nightmare landscape of Pianosa, with its penitentiary and its motorboats at anchor, a nightmare which the evening, and sleep, love and tiredness have removed. The terrible contingency of that space of liberty. But how am I to resolve this condition of contingency, for myself, and for everyone? I communicate my uneasiness to the friends. The quest for a hard knot of ontological hope is what I feel to be open and living in this whole environment. For the first time in the general crisis of the human sciences, philosophy does not seem to be turning to superficials, as fashionable consumption. Uneasiness with the collapse of the traditional models of knowledge and epistemology seems to be affecting everyone, in various different ways. The obstacle does not succeed in becoming transparent. And it represses us. The dislocation of theoretical knowledge and of ethical action which is happening in the crisis does not happen without us noticing it, but without us being able to contain it in any way. No point in hiding from ourselves the difficulty of the situation and all the pain it carries with it. This can be immediately felt even in this cultural world, which succeeds nevertheless in keeping the terms of the debate clear. How I hate the dirty, ambiguous and priestly mush in which the Italian debate is suffocating, even though it deals with the same problems. The philosophical problem is thus one of setting in motion an excavation of the crisis through which we are living, an excavation carried out in accordance with its own terms, I juxta sua principia. And of redefining transparency and subjectivity in traversing the obstacle and its blind objectivity. I am reading Deleuze's book on cinema, the image, movement. I cannot be enthusiastic about his clear-cut and precise Bergsonianism. But what a lucidity in his way of constructing, through the problem of the image, the theme of imagination and movement in the conquest of time and space. All the themes of escape, of the Libertas Philosophendi, are thus linking up together, and transferring themselves operationally towards the problems of practice. Never so much as now, in the traversing of the philosophical, scientific, and political circles of this country which is hosting me, and which I know and love, have I felt with such urgency the proposition of refounding. From this point of view, my escape, this fact of being like Ulysses, naked and exhausted on a deserted beach, constructs a good opportunity. Paris, 19–20 October. Folio 117. I see Gabriel A. He brings me news of the machinations of the Italian embassy against my presence, as keynote speaker, at the Marx conference in Madrid. First they tried applying pressure in university circles. Then, given the short shrift they got from the various university rectors, they started pressurizing the government. The result of this is that Negri's presence in Madrid is deemed to constitute an element of destabilization of Spain's democratic government. Incredible. I have a long conversation with Gabriel about the situation in Spain, about the repeated coups, both threatened and attempted, about the seriousness of the situation in the Basque country, and about the terrible social conditions which are beginning to appear in Andalusia, as well as in the factory city. Poverty, unemployment, disorganization, hunger. I think to myself that these terms have been of no importance for us in recent years, but now they are starting to explode. Not only in the South, but here in Europe. Gabriel insists strongly on the originality of many of the local cultural and political phenomena, in particular as regards the Basque country, and he tables a theory of the autonomy of the social movements, which is extremely concrete in the relation it makes between politics, culture, and history. It provides a terrain for future work. But behind these problems of method I have another question, once again, what is the reason for this extreme distancing between power and potenza, between state command and the knowledge and liberty of the common people, of the workers? The total disproportion of the relation is patently obvious. The thing has exploded everywhere, all over Europe, and the victory of the social democracies has not been able to close this massive hysteresis. Why is it that reformism has not only been incapable of intervening actively around the class relation, but has also been unable to understand what it actually is? Why do we have this definitive degradation of political language, this caprice that a non-signifying political language introduces into command and into administrative and political organization? With Albiak I discuss how we have to see self-valorization as a moment that is absolutely innovative, as a supporting element not only in the scientific study of rebellion, but above all in the analysis of the conditions and articulations of the new constitution. The problem is not only how to recover the power of subversive knowledge, which was that of the mass worker, within society as a whole, but also how to re-articulate it at the social level. This is the task that awaits us. We have a science which is up to the job, even if it is temporarily somewhat latent, the science of rupture and refusal. We need to find ways to express the full constitutional positivity of the refusal. But the major problem is how to rebuild the subjects of transformation. When I think of the people whom I have seen to be active in recent years, and the new ones that Gabriel has indicated to me, there is no doubt, the South is within the North. The person in prison stands in relation to the social proletarian in the same way as people hit by unemployment and hunger stand in relation to the new workers and technicians, possessors of invention power. It is within this complex subjectivity that the new constitution of liberty and communism can be built. Gabriel tells me about the weight of the blackmail which the reaction continues to exercise on Spain's democracy, through the presence of the army. I ask myself, what difference is there, apart from the more elegant form, with what the magistracy is doing in the Italian situation? The full disarticulation of these perverse dialectical determinations of the material constitution is a job that cannot wait. It seems to me that we absolutely have to move in this direction what remains of European political and social autonomy, towards taking apart the perversion of the institution. This strikes me as a necessary precondition. In short, for the obstacle to be reduced to transparency, it has to be disaggregated and subverted. The epistemological value of subversion has to be entirely reinstated. Now, as I write, I get sudden flashes, Judge Francesco Amato and his stolid provocative manner as he interrogated me on this, on the theoretical value of subversion. What difference is there between his behavior and that of the officer of the Guardia Civil who went into the Cortes? I was carefully considerate in contesting that ideological agent of repression, just as the Spanish parliamentarians were cowardly in not standing up to his challenge. No. Even the word on its own has a power of subversion. So let us go forward, to reconstruct new horizons within subversion. Constitutional innovation, a new regime of liberties for the new proletariat. This shit world can be subverted from the bottom upwards. The network of class relations is huge, and its contents are ineradicable. The irreversibility of the revolution that has passed, and is already embedded in people's spirits, has to be affirmed, expressed, and shown. I am not tired, not any longer. I just wish I were among many. Soon. Paris, October 21st. Folio 118. This morning I took a car ride round Paris with a friend who wanted to show me the crazy underground topography of the new organization of the city. One tunnel after another, will this not result in a dark state of consciousness, lived by a subterranean humanity? It is all different, and infinitely more inhuman than the metro. It seems that a popular sport among the youth of Paris is to go down into the catacombs, sewers, and underground passages of the metropolis. I have a sudden flashback of the journey from Bastia to Ile-Rousse last September, an insane race, with cows lying in the middle of the road and tiny roads that were more or less impassable. The driver told me that he was a Formula One driver, and I could well believe it. What incredible blues and greens, and what a joy, as I held on tight. But here it is entirely different. Now I am living in the subterranean spaces of the city and in the darkness of a semi-clandestinity that offends my hope. But this is the world I am going to have to traverse. In its depth. And on the other hand I have the world of Italy. I read the back numbers of the last few weeks of Il Manifesto. As can be expected, every kind of thing is happening chez nous. Martinazzoli, the good minister, has presented a project on preventive imprisonment which is absolutely disgusting. Meanwhile the comrades of the UCC have started a hunger strike. As for me, Biaggi says that I give him a pain, good for him, the feeling is mutual. The Pentati of Milan are attacking me. Their lawyers and their families likewise. This makes me happy, no danger of confusion here. This Babylon amuses me, but at the same time it disgusts me. Trumpets braying out of tune. Long live liberty, I shouted with the simplicity of a René Clair. Then I think again of this absurd play between sunlight and the subterranean, and of the fact that the Italian scene generates only contempt and a sense of shame. Martinazzoli presents a law that is contemptible, Valiani supports it, and the final outcome is simply that the comrades do not get out. These people are butchers, and that is all. On the other hand, what should one expect, in the face of the kind of politics embraced by the likes of Craxi? A politics which maintains the corporative groups, both at the social level and at the political level, within their enclosed space. Refusing either to put them together, because it is impossible, or to create new forms of dialectic by pitting them, as they merit, one against the other. A politics in tatters. What happened to the much vaunted capacity for government? A swamp, more than a government. But we have to shatter this squalid image of power. It is possible. It is possible to emerge into the sunlight. The refounding of a politics of the left, in Italy, will have to take the risk of driving hard, the adventure of that Mercedes racing between the two coasts of Corsica, among mountains that are no longer inhabited. A shifting of the political problematics, this is the central point. The political generations of the resistance and post-resistance have to be completely eliminated from the scene. They are not our teachers, they are the ones who have erected the ambiguous art of institutional compromise and corruption, both administrative and political, into a method. The April 7th case is a phenomenon of corruption no less important than the cases of Sindona and Calvi. Corruption, in the Italian context, has become so much second nature to power that it has corrupted it. I do not think that honesty is an absolute virtue in politics, but dishonesty, if it wants to have margins to stand up, at least has to come to recognize the new vices of the new subjects. Dishonesty cannot be archaic. This is the reason why everything is so wide of the mark chez nous. A revolution that is simply conservative, on the basis of an effectuality that has already occurred, as Tocqueville said of the Great French Revolution, is the minimum that we have to impose. We really cannot tolerate these Romans any longer. We need light, sun, and clarity. Once again, a presupposition which permits us to follow the level of shifting which takes place in the situation, and gives us the strength to attack the obstacle with subversive intelligence. Paris, October 22. Folio 119. I changed houses this evening, and I expect that I shall be staying in this new place for a long time. It's costing me an arm and a leg. The money from my interviews is about to run out, and my Member of Parliament's salary is being eaten up by lawyers' expenses. We'll have to wait and see what happens. The view from up here is superb. I see the outline of the city like from the top of a skyscraper. Down below, the world goes past like so many ants. They flow slowly. And yet, what a potency there is in that flow. I have a telescope, which came free with the apartment. Food for thought arising from that, near and far, present and future, unique sensations and strange perceptions. How great and splendid the world is, down there. How much richness and how much intelligence flowing past. The only way I have of imagining the future is as political struggle and as time organized for the multitude. I am rereading Spinoza, from among the few books that I own and haul around in my baggage. In the coming days, from this apartment, I shall be better able to reorganize my life. As a machine of work and war. War for hope and liberation. I am very grateful to you, you my friends who have helped me. And how many comrades there are, close to me, and hoping with me, both in their happiness and in their desperation. Certainly, sometimes you look at me as a person would look at a wild animal, a man of surprising vitality. Surprising when compared with the overly pallid nature of intellectuals in France. However, here there is an incredible nostalgia for politics, communism, and revolution, and also for everything which buries it or submerges it or postpones it. Why? Why is it that all these forces are not capable of being present on the terrain of constitutive practice? Sometimes this great race of intellectuals risks ending up as a kind of waxworks, wax dummies, horrors, superficial recollections. No, this cannot be. Sometimes they are prisoners of the various traditional taboos of French culture, hatred of Germans and of the idea of German unity, a pallid nationalism, a certain tiredness when it comes to challenging political stereotypes, etc., but this cannot permit the extinction of a transformative intelligence, which is the only thing that nourishes reason. In all these comrades I feel that there is a blockage, between an analytical intelligence which uncovers the unbearability of this world and a will that pursues only general solutions to the problems. A kind of frustrated athleticism of the spirit. I think of the problems and of the people, one by one. I don't think that the blockage of the spirit can be allowed to translate into an exhaustion of hope. Here we have the finest brains in the whole of Europe. What is needed is that this intelligence, so sleepily sunk in desperation, finds a way of expressing itself again. We have to set in motion a series of European links and connections, so as to develop our hopes in common. I do not know how it is best to proceed, but this has to be done, and until it is done we shall not be able to produce very much. I talked with Felix at length about this project. He is completely convinced of it, but equally incapable of involving himself in it. This is implicit in his mill plateaus. I have myself tied up, like Odysseus, in order not to hear and be taken over by the formidable effect of that siren song. And yet he will have to make a move and take the responsibility for a new political initiative, for himself, and for all those who believe, correctly, that the sirens are right. His Mill Plateaus is a formidable European book. The finest thing that has been produced in the past 10 years. On the basis of this ensemble of ideas and projects which traverse the real we can undoubtedly construct a network of connections and transformation. As for the antagonism, that is growing, and it is our task to identify its constitutive parameters on the basis of the developing subjectivity. Europe, shattered internally in its institutions, and, externally, cracked by Yalta into East and West, is the greatest country in the world. Its intelligentsia has to rebuild itself. This determination seems to me absolutely fundamental. Today we are battling to construct the theoretical conditions necessary for understanding, development, and struggle within the general dislocation that has taken place. Breaking with East, West, and destroying even the memory of Yalta. Who would be better at doing it than these intellectuals, who are of the same race as those who destroyed Westphalia and the peace of the Ancien regime? Enough of the profound masochism of our experience of Europe. Europe no longer has a metaphysics, we need to rebuild it. We no longer have the secular religion of communist militancy. On the European terrain we can rebuild it. I have been talking in these terms continually over the past few days, and launching these hypotheses. My associates are in agreement. The European perspectives of our work need to be organized, and soon. Paris, October 23. Folio 120. On Sunday, hundreds of thousands of people marched for peace, in Germany, particularly in Germany, and also in Britain, Italy, and Belgium. Willy Brandt has taken up a position against the missiles. Poor Europe, capable of this last big dream. Peace. Meanwhile, the dirty war in Lebanon is moving ahead. Suicide trucks against the French and the Americans, hundreds and hundreds of dead. Reagan has occupied the island of Grenada, a strategy of transversal response, they tell me. That's Bishop's Island, poor comrade, I remember you from the Podere Operaio conference in Florence. Europe, confined between East and West, is sucked into the conflict in the Middle East. An irresistible dynamics of destruction. Here, in our own situation, the problem of peace is completely enclosed within that of urgency, the urgency of a crisis that is no longer controllable, and within that of having to defend ourselves from too many enemies, often terrorist enemies, invisible and suicidal. Responses of reprisal. Moving in a vicious circle, which is absolutely rigid. The problem of peace is felt as a problem of defense of life. We cannot go on like this. In this urgency, the debate about peace is castrated, crushed on the boundaries of estrangement. The urgency removes from peace its particular shadings. It is a Hobbesian operation, one is disposed to sacrifice everything to peace. This is a reactionary and suicidal ideology. In this way, peace becomes a formal negative, which provides the basis for a right of exploitation. If I were an African, I would care nothing for this peace. Here in Europe only a few forces are moving decently on a radical discourse of peace. A European peace capable of both breaking the blocks and extending towards the south, on a north-south axis, an action of resolutive political and economic construction. Is this only a dream? I talk about this with many friends and comrades. For all of them, particularly here in France, there is a preoccupation with rebuilding a political content of the peace movement, political and democratic. Peace as a terroristic no-future thematic is rejected, this thematic, like that of war, should be denied. The blackmail has to be overturned. If there is no alternative to peace, at the same time there is an alternative within peace. Allon says that, for the maintenance of peace, the only effective means consists of transversal war. This little world has to be considered for what it is, an ensemble of strategic borders. So, he concludes, we have to move realistically on the segments and to abandon the dream of peace and liberation from the power blocks. I reply that this will not do. Our realism disarms us. I prefer utopia, the great utopia which gives hope, rather than this way of proceeding through short-sighted perspectives and the acceptance of blackmail. Europe has the possibility of imposing a major project, European unity versus Yalta, and the opening of debate with the countries of the South, to recover a prospect of real peace. Only such a terrain can offer a chance to emerge from the blackmail of war, which the crisis poses as its fundamental bulwark and which functions in defense of the existing power and against all transformation. We need to link together, even if only within a single frame of analysis, the three great themes of peace, namely the breaking of the East-West axis, European unity, and a new North-South relationship. Only in this way will it be possible to break the hangman's knot, which was made at Yalta and which now strangles us. The discussion needs to open out. What is the so-called French power of dissuasion? Maybe it really is an illusion, but it offers possibilities of international debate to the powers hereabouts. Chauvinist leftovers complicate the question. In reality, this dissuasion power is simply a diplomatic tool. The debate has to be sharpened up, it has to go into things more deeply, and it needs to push the terrain of analysis forward. War hangs over us like a specter and paralyzes the spirit. The pages of Hegel's Jena philosophy of nature and phenomenology, where he deals with terror, reread them. Tragedy is born on the margins of uncontrollability, but the tragedy could be avoided by a radical change in subjectivity, huge, the kind of thing which is possible within these dimensions of the conflict. Therefore we have to come out of a purely strategic debate and insert the perspective of the great change which is underway, a change which has already happened in people's consciousnesses, and now has to make its appearance in an organized form. Now more than ever, the watchword of the autonomous reappropriation of politics, of the decision over life and death, are completely of the present. The spirit can extend itself in constructiveness only if we entirely pick apart the political contents of peace. Being against war cannot produce the result of desperation and terror. The ecological movement and the anti-nuclear movement have been almost swept away by the hysteria of peace. We need to reconquer the theme of peace as the thematic of a project. I undertake to work on these problems with seriousness, humility, and determination, as ever. I feel, for all the confusion of the situation, a certain solidarity with my determination. Paris, 24/25/26 October. Folio 121. Other meetings. The problem is how to define a social base for the discourse on peace, and how to identify the subjects who can, and wish to, align themselves with this project. How is it possible to proceed otherwise in this night of grey cats? The discussion begins from a series of basic observations. The South is already within the North, with millions of unemployed. And then, within the North, we are seeing the establishment of new social and racial aggregations, the multinational European worker. In England, the Jamaicans and West Indians; in France, the Macrobe; in Germany, the Turk. Are they only shooting stars in the current class composition? Perhaps so, but they indicate a direction in analysis, and an entirely anthropological mode in their definition. Culture, sensibility, historical and moral elements, and also religious, of class composition. A new elasticity of class composition is born precisely from the irreversibility of the elements and of the elementary subjects that form it. And then there are the aspects which are, in the most absolute way, characteristic of our world: the abstraction of labor power, its dynamic nature, the explosion of invention power as the substance of value. Science, permanent education and training, communication as the substance of value. This great Vergleichen which is in the process of developing. Lyotard confronts the problem in his latest book. See the excerpts reprinted in Change International. This is a strong theme. But how are we to relate all these analytic elements to a problematic of subjectivity? Here is the basic sticking point. No longer, certainly, on the oppositions between society and state. No, the antagonism no longer represents itself simply at this level. On the contrary, it traverses also many of the pathways of the state as producer. Nor is the separation of society from state any longer possible. But, having said this, what is the dialectic between the possibility of, and the reality of, the recomposition which is being determined at this level? Peace, the breaking of the perversion of the international treaties and of the state-based policies that are founded on them, the opening of a dialogue and of cooperation between the great invention power of the North and the proletarian energies of the South, the constructions of conditions for European independence to this end, and so on. All the debate and all the possible richness of projects is blocked by the impossibility of grasping, here and now, the mechanisms of subjective recomposition. The repression which has devastated Europe during the crisis also bears this heavy responsibility, that of having broken the continuity of the processes of emergence and of subjective reconstruction. And, today, anybody who has an interest in social transformation must address the effort of rebuilding things on this terrain, which has been stripped of its greenery and burned by chemical bombs. But is it inevitable that our research should be blocked by these obstacles? Not at all. Because peace on the one hand, and on the other hand the construction of the political conditions of liberation, cannot wait. I know that the times of political refounding are long, but we have to begin to traverse them. Probably we are at a good point. The possibility is based on the universality of the movements of rebellion we have lived, on the materiality of the conditions we have posed. Certainly, at the level of real subsumption, the definition of antagonism as subjectivity is a problem which is almost unresolvable, but this is the problem. Hic rotus, hic salta. It is at that level of the shifting, on that general equilibrium of the repression of life, overdetermined by the extremity of the desire for nuclear destruction, that we have to concentrate all our efforts of intelligence. Loading that abstract dimension with a maximum of physicality. I am working a lot. I am tired. But finally it seems to me that the fact of my freedom is beginning to produce new ideas and a political concentration on the necessary revolutionary transition. However, my urgency is being dissipated over timescales that are too long. I worry about this. I shout at myself, remembering the comrades who are still in prison, there is no choice, we have to do this. Hic Rhodus, hic Salta. Paris, October 27. Folio 122. A long discussion with Morgan. He is on a high. He poses the problem of creating a link with Italy. He describes the first steps of recomposition that can be glimpsed in the social, in the big banlieues of the metropolis. He gives an evaluation of the peace movement which is not entirely negative. He insists on the necessity of creating a network of information which is continuous and effective. My only objections have to do with the absolute priority of connecting with an international network. I talk to him about possible contacts with the German Greens and with the Socialist International. We have to match the project to our means. It is clear that the intervention cannot happen as regards Italy, except at the level at which we have already pursued the debate, in our documents A Generation in Prison and Do You Remember Revolution? The relative scale of things is difficult to grasp. The problem is one of political cadres and direction, and only in these terms can it be posed. He tells me that he agrees. He outlines for me the work that has been done in France for the consolidation of the project, at the highest level. But he adds that it is urgent. Certainly, I believe so too, but our forces must be up to it. We shall be intervening in a perverse environment. The obstacles that our action will face are terrible. We have to fight against an action of the state which uses the means of repression in order to delegitimate us as a political cadre. This is done through the Pentati and the henchmen of that state. Not only do we have to go beyond civil liberties arguments, to propose a new substance of political and historical evaluation, we also need to find the strength to destroy the perversion of a machine that is structurally predisposed to war and repression. This force, which must be built within the given realities of European politics, in the awareness that it is in the interests of all free people, needs to identify new social subjects in Italy with whom we can develop a debate about transformation and peace. At this point Morgan stresses the importance of deciding what our means of intervention will be. Given the blackout imposed by the media and their complete submission to power and its perverse characteristics, what means of communication are there left to us, other than the samizdat? The idea seems excellent to me. Therefore we shall soon begin to move on this terrain. We return to more immediate matters. We discuss prison, the trial, and exile. Discussing all these things with him, I find again the impassioned firmness of this eternal comrade and the sweetness of his intelligence. And also a certain deep weariness with the wretched situation in Italy. What atavistic punishment is it, that condemns us to have to endure a political class like the one we have? And what is it, this incurable sickness of the institutions? Why is there so much corruption, in people's ideas, let alone in financial and economic affairs? Why is there so much corrupt practice in the public sphere? None of us, dear Morgan, has any desire to set ourselves up as paragons of ethical virtue, but why is it that the vileness of politics in Italy is able to continue forever, reproducing itself in this way? Nevertheless, our hopes cannot be allowed to die. Because, whatever happens, Italy and Europe, and liberty, and the idea of justice, are not dead in people's hearts. They continue to move, and will always continue to move, this dystopia of communism and this practice of autonomy, which are the irreversible characteristics of our makeup, and are increasingly marked in the new generations. Paris, October 30th. Folio 123. I tell stories about prison to my very sweet compania. I see the fright in her eyes. Prisons have to be destroyed. I think again of my comrades, of the harshness of our destiny. The trial is racing ahead. According to the news that I am receiving, it is beginning to present itself, as it always has been, as an antechamber of the execution squad, but now publicly so. The judges have lost all restraint, paranoia and prejudice exploding on every hand, contempt for the trial process on their part, messianic and ferocious expectations of the Pentateuch. Listening to these stories, my imagination is hard at work and I can see immediately what is happening. The comrades have resumed their work. They have defined my flight as a very human mistake, but I don't care. I think that their behavior is very human too, in that damned cage where they sit, and facing the ferocity of the court. The Guru, on the other hand, has pissed outside the pot during these days. I was expecting enmity as a possible outcome of his enormous vanity. I did not anticipate bestial behavior. But what can you expect from a priest who sees the Pentateuch as human beings, and the breaking of community loyalty, the enslavement of truth to the needs of the market, as perfectly legitimate facts and operations? The Corriere della Sera has offered the Guru the front page, to insult me. It's not worth the effort of replying to him, really not. From Italy, everyone tells me that I should ignore him, because replying would simply give him life and enable him to continue reproducing himself in this vile way. I agree, I won't reply to him, except to remind him that he was the one responsible for getting me voted back into prison, so he had best shut up. I am angry, really angry. He is a low specimen of humanity, first because he knows that he's playing with me like a cat plays with a mouse, and that I don't have the opportunity to respond adequately, and second because he is encouraging the court in its persecutory behaviors, not only in relation to me, but also in relation to the comrades in prison, weakening their defenses and blackmailing them, and third because he is now shouting from the housetops that he believes what the Pentateuch are saying and that I am guilty. Penella is showing himself for what he is, the anti-party of the partitocracy, a man of the P1, on equal footing with Mirza Agora and the others. People tell me about his friendship with McNamara and the IMF, not bad for a character who claims to be an upholder of the rights of the starving. But how is it that I ever imagined that the decrepitude of the Italian institutions could somehow allow a flower to flourish? Anyway, the problem is not the Guru. May he drown in the swamp. The problem is the trial, its linearity as a showcase trial, and the non-resistibility of its violence. The problem is the Pentateuch and the prefiguration of our eventual sentencing in their dirty accusations. I look at my own situation and I think about the accusations that the Pentateuch have been throwing at me. What barbarities! I am innocent. I shout it aloud. But they do not hear me, and if I were there, in the trial, they would not want to listen to me, they would block their ears and they would laugh hysterically, true demons of injustice. I imagine the Pentateuch pontificating, pigs like Barbone and schizophrenics like Furani, worms like Ricciardi and ideologues like Ferrandi, cretins like Romito and manipulators like Casirathi, monsters like Morocco and pathetic figures like Donat Katan. Oh my God, what a filthy house of beasts! And I imagine the tiredness, the contempt, and the desperation of the comrades in that courtroom cage, having to listen to all this monstrous falsification of our history, to this insult to the truth of our struggles and of the communist project. I would like to be an exterminating angel when these fantasies grow in my mind. Then a strong jolt of consciousness brings me back to myself, and again I understand that liberation can only be a collective fact, built and rebuilt within the boundaries of a practice of transformation. But how am I going to manage to say this to the comrades? How can a correct political line replace the horrible tedium of day after day in prison and the daily injustices of repression? Paris, October 31st. Folio 124. From inside prison it is hard to get a clear view of the world, it is like looking at things from a distance, or from high overhead, you can only make out the big aggregates. On the other hand, when you are free, your attention tends to get dispersed among the infinite articulations of reality. Sometimes this is useful, at other times it is dispersive. However, it is very good to be able to tie threads together and construct a project, passing through the many possibilities. This is what it means for people to be free. And this is what I finally feel myself to be in these days. So here I am again, alive. I look around myself, and things have a new, warm reality for me. Future, things to come, we are starting over again. Only today Ferruccio gave me an ashtray which I had for years on the desk of my office at the institute. When he left Padova, Ferruccio brought it with him, as a memento. A strange ashtray, a printer's plate, made of copper, a photograph of a workers' demonstration in 1969, folded up so that it made a rectangular ashtray. Francesca R. had given it to me, she'd taken it from the print room of El Unita. Now I look at it, and I recognize more or less nothing of the image. Maybe a placard of a demonstrator in one corner is just about identifiable, maybe a clenched fist too, maybe. The cigarettes stubbed out in this ashtray have erased everything. Copper, like memory, is absorbent, which means that all certainty of an image disperses. Time has passed. The old has been transmuted into nothing. At best, the ashtray bears witness only to the thousands of cigarettes I smoked, and to my weariness. For years I kept it there on my desk. Ferruccio, I thank you for having brought it away with you. But this piece of metal is no longer any use for anything. The image cannot be retrieved. But I, for my part, have a whole life ahead of me waiting to be rebuilt. With what intensity I feel that desire. A life to restore, by renewing it. I feel precisely, all over again, the complexity of freedom and of the project. I stitch together again consciousness and will. Paolo C. arrives from the USA. He brings me messages from friends. He tells me that we should reorganize ourselves politically in order to return to Italy. On what basis, I ask myself. Certainly, we have to organize a communist discourse of liberation and establish contacts with all the forces in Europe which are moving on this terrain. But, for God's sake, we should not nurture impossible nostalgias. Any return can only be the fruit of a revival of communist struggle at the level of the needs of the present class composition. This has always been our real continuity, our style in dominating historical breakpoints. And now it is clear how the big themes of the new phase are taking shape, themes of liberation, peace, Europe, and North-South relations. Escape is this declaration of liberty, in positive terms. No, enough of nostalgias. Once again, only functioning brains will succeed in producing community. I throw the ashtray in the bin. Paris, November 1st. Folio 125. Sometimes I have the impression of a kind of deep disorientation. Certainly I have the will to start again, and the project of scientific and political work is gradually becoming better defined. But shall I have the strength and the control for it? Life is a system, and I ask myself whether, with one or many of the orientations changing, it is possible that all the values of my life will fail, like in some kind of meltdown. I mean those values that have governed it for all these years. My existence is somehow in suspension today. I force it towards an outcome, but I also fear a great falling apart, a great collapse of its values. I struggle against the grating of my senses, the absence of desire, the emptying out of life forces, the weakening of imagination, the disorder of initiatives, to which 4 years of prison have confined me. And I fear the shadow of all this on that act of refounding that I am demanding of my consciousness. I need love, in order to mediate this transformation of life and to rediscover gentleness and sweetness. I am not tired, I am disturbed, emotional. I think that I can succeed in the undertaking of refounding and transformation, but I absolutely need to organize it within a process which is broad and human. I am not tired, I am only enervated by the perpetual prolongation of tensions. Often I feel that they are running me, rather than me dominating them. Tonight a strange excitation took me out of myself. A desperate burning desire for life and love. A delirium, a desire for creation and destruction. I don't know what I would do if I had to return to prison, I don't know if I would be able to survive. Now, though, I want to survive and create new life. But with method, reorganizing the decisions of liberty rationally and gently. Paula did not arrive this evening. I was waiting for her, but she was not able to shake off the police who were following her. Quite properly, she didn't want to lead them to me. I was anxious while waiting for her. Franco and Emilio are pontificating from prison on what I should be doing, on what I should have done, etc., etc. It is pitiless on their part, but the prison gives them the right to speak out. Today I saw the request for an authorization to proceed against me in connection with the Campanile killing. It is really unbelievable. How can one defend oneself from this pack of raving dogs? In Il Manifesto Pilenga launches a ferocious attack on Rossana. She describes her as a chic intellectual, a Parisian, an evil teacher, with enormous vulgarity. The article is a heap of insulting commonplaces and cultural frustrations, really scary. The Italian provinces on the attack. Grumph, grumph. A ferocious string of insults, which come from a pentita. They tell me that the letter was published because Il Manifesto came under a lot of pressure. I can believe it. They need to defame people so as to construct the perverse legitimacy of their power. The main fact is that the dirty spirit of pentatismo, intertwining with provincial vulgarity, has run through the whole of society, above all, through Italian culture, much more deeply than we ever thought possible. The hearings are beginning in the Rosso, Tobagi trial. Finally the socialists have found a little bit of courage and dignity, which has enabled them to launch a justifiable attack on Spataro and the Milan procurator. The latter have called for Barbone to be set free. Incredible. What disgusting horse trading. No, enough. New life. I want new life. I want to destroy these murky presences, the ghosts of those horrible memories. In defending myself, I put a maximum of rationality into the political struggle for liberation. I have somehow displaced my contempt for the dirty origins of making justice in Italian style and for its tremendous effectiveness in debasing the spirit. No, enough. I have to produce a maximum of impassioned intelligence and disenchanted sweetness, so that I can also overcome the ghosts of this history. Within this very powerful chiaroscuro I define the new life which is due to me and which I want to rebuild. To clear out the chambers of my memory, to form hopes. I want to have a child. A material and irreducible sign of sweetness returning into life. Paris, 2–3 November. Folio 126. What we are constructing in our life is a system of values, concepts, and relations. Sometimes it happens to us that the forward shifting of a value drags the whole ensemble with it to a higher level. Sometimes this does not happen. In that case we suffer the system of life as a pathology. At this moment I am experiencing the strongest ascesis that I have ever experienced, as a result of these months of huge passions and of very sincere imagination. Perhaps it is precisely the accumulation of the imaginative dimension, so repressed in prison and so suddenly liberated, which today permits me so much strength and hope. Maybe I succeed in bringing reason up to the level of the body which has been set free. There must no longer be a dilemma in living reason and body. I was thinking that I had become old, but I find that I have formidable energies. And I find that the delirium is sweetly conjoined with a capacity for balance and a strength of decision. I am working like crazy. I reiterate, in the long and subtle manner of letter writing, an action of pressure on friends and enemies. I focus basically on the politicians. I defend my cause and my escape. This is underground work. I used to do it from prison too, and it was very fruitful. Before long, those who are denouncing me for the act of liberty which I undertook will be definitively isolated through the counterpoint of my untiring defense. There is nothing else that can be done. The comrades in prison are reproaching me for not conducting a campaign on their behalf, but it is not possible, because these foreign governments will not permit me, and because the links with Italy have collapsed after the campaign organized by the Guru and by the usual band of enemies. So the only possible solution is to find a line on which I can establish an initial relationship of power with foreign governments and re-establish links with Italy. But this means being capable of reconquering an internal equilibrium, matched to the highest level of the project, and being capable of setting in motion a maximum of animal spirits. And of bringing all our friends to this understanding of the project and to the strength of its realization. I know the technique of these radical shifts forward of the spirit. Everyone has to understand that it is only on this terrain that it is possible to achieve liberation. It is pointless to delay, and both useless and stupid to sit counting the column inches and minutes devoted to you in the media. It is in the depths of relations of power that the situation resolves itself. How is it possible that the comrades, those in the prison community, those whose previous history and whose struggles have always been developed within this dialectic, how is it possible that they do not understand this? They will understand. I ask myself, why don't you write to them, Tony? Because it is useless. Here I make no appeal to anything other than my ability to understand, in all my uncertainties, their suffering, and to know how to resolve it into an operation for freedom. This, and only this, is what we have agreed. If I do not succeed in this operation, the responsibility will be mine and mine alone. For this reason, the whole schema of values, concepts, and relations which constitutes my being must be brought to a very high tension, that of liberation. Of their liberation, which is also mine. Which means the possibility of resuming political work and reconquering the political space we need, these things which have been attributed to us by the history of the struggles. With how much pride and how much commitment I feel this task. The body can be free only if all the comrades are free. The struggle will be long. I must be capable of sustaining it. Here the supports are minimal, if compared to the ends, but they are not non-existent. We have to nurture the dimension of the struggle for liberation and fill it with a new program. There are no alternatives to this plan. And there is no alternative to the fact that I myself assume, directly, in the first person, the weight of the work. But in order to keep it up I have to continue to rebuild myself too, and see to my wounds, and get them out of my system. Now, entering at last into a phase in which I feel my liberty to be balancing out, I can recognize the fearsome weight of the suffering of these past years. This weight has to be transformed into strength. I have to impose the imperative of liberation onto the whole system of my life. Paris, November 6. Folio 127. The infamy of the characters in the courtroom is only a symbol of the infamy of public life in Italy as a whole. As I read the Italian newspapers, I am increasingly traumatized by what I read. It scares me how the degradation of everyday life and the barbarities of the judicial system go hand in hand. Having been educated and bone Marxist, I think sometimes that I should be more cynical in my reactions to this spectacle. But I cannot. Civil degradation and penal barbarism interweave to such an extent that you cannot get them out of your mind. It makes me want to laugh when I read moralistic journalists or high-minded judges declaring, with Protestant rigor, that our civil society and the state are shot through with mafia and terrorism. And why not their own newspapers and their own courtrooms? In the business of ophthalmology, removing the beam is more important than seeing the mote, as someone once said who knew about these things. People often accuse me of having replaced humor with sarcasm, and they remind me that humor has an educative value, but how can one avoid falling into invective in situations such as these? A state which is founded on infamy. Law, their law, no longer has a place. I read and reread the fierce outpourings of Leopardi on the ways of his Italy. I would like to do an edition of his writings. Ferocity is the least you can use against these clandestine gangs, which infect our society. Enough. Until large numbers of people are capable of saying no, there is no progress to be made. There is a place for moralism. Down with cynical reason and with the infamy of its articulations. Enough, in my spirit, I exit from Italy. Yesterday Patrick was telling me his theory about the suffix ship, which expresses the idea of community in English, or community on board. A Viking theme, government within a framework of solidarity and discipline within a framework of needs, in the physical dimension of necessity. And, on the other hand, community as the original determination of big abstract themes such as peace, liberty, and wealth. This etymological theory is fascinating. Community against infamy, against the perversion of the final stage, unfortunately not of capitalism, but, of this imperfect and blocked democracy, mediating and corrupt, which operates so much as a straitjacket even on capitalism itself. With Felix and with Jean-Paul I talk a lot about politics. We are essentially in agreement over the fact that the broad themes of revolutionary reconstruction, of peace and Europe, of the breaking of Yalta and of commitment to a north-south axis, are today impinging on the edges of the European social democratic movement. It is therefore towards those forces, collaborating with their project of mobilizing participation and democratic decentralization, that we might direct ourselves, with a view to a campaign for the destabilization of the existing regimes and against their perversion. The insertion of these broad political themes as an explicit force implies an accumulation of contradictions which otherwise are unsolvable. The project of Lenin in England can still be pursued. Yes to the center-left, no to reformism was the title we gave to an issue of Class Operaia 20 years ago, in '63 I think. I am certainly not rediscovering the autonomy of the political here. At that time its dialectic appeared to us as an element which could permit a certain linearity of the project. Today all this has revealed itself to have been an illusion. Only a radical overturning catastrophe can destroy the perversion of regimes that render us slaves. But the fact that dialectics is exhausted as a form of thought does not deny the allusion to an antagonistic thread of action. One can live innocently in a world of perversion. A mutant is marked by the irreversibility, the irreducibility of the mutation which has taken place. The community is a republic of mutants. So why should we fear a relationship with the great European social democracies? They are no better off than we are, and radical overturning is looming over them in the same way it has hit us. It will not be impossible to shift the debate from ideological trifles to the level of great denunciations, of great choices. The problem is posed only at the point where the possibility of this shift becomes actual. Community against perversion. I feel the political project to be growing. I am looking forward to meeting many friends, and the German comrades. It needs to be destroyed, it needs to be blown up, and then the terrain needs to be purged, it needs to be annihilated, that horrible Italian sewer, the antique symbol of a power which eternally renews the same old stereotypes. Damned Italy, the Italy of the judges, the sullenly filthy Italy of the prisons, perfidy and perversion. I would like to throttle you all with my own hands. But it is better to have the long work of reason and the torture that history and its radical changes impose on these people of infamy. The political line is disputed, over the radical overturning catastrophe, between the capitalist reformism of the social democracies and the proletarian pressure against any law of so-called equilibrium at world level. It is played out on radical change, on the limit between reformism, restructuring and the new force of abstract labor power, on the reversal of the major axes of world development. The political line is played out on an overthrowing of you, you heinous and perverse torturers, and of your demented bestiality. Paris, November 10. Folio 128. There is one thing in this whole business I am going through, something not fundamental, but for which, to put it mildly, I find it hard to forgive many comrades. This is the fact of their not considering, or of isolating, not mentioning, and devaluing, the enormous investment that Paula has put into the April 7 case, both politically and personally. The trial, indeed our whole situation, would not have been what they are without her presence and commitment. A woman, a wife, a mother, and an intellectual who, with enormous effort, has become an exceptional political figure. To the extent that she has become utterly political, people might say that she has been recognized as such. The political terrain does not offer gratitude, and each of us is repaid by the work they have done. To this I reply, true, were it not for the fact that in our case the political has been the human. Paola's political investment, her personal power, was the charge of humanity and hope that managed to pass through the prison gates and gave us life inside. Nobody, after my decision to escape, has been willing to recognize this extraordinary human wealth in the huge work done by Paola. For everyone, she has become purely and simply a wife, the wife of the fugitive. I don't want to accuse anyone in particular. I just want to accuse the political syndrome of cynicism, politics as such, including that of our friends and comrades, its temptation and its capacity to annul the human and to disaggregate every true ethical investment. Apart from anything else, it is stupid. I saw Paula today. Her conversation oscillated between ethical commitment to the continuation of the struggle and disappointment, extreme tiredness, and feeling of the weight of our separation. But there is enough energy left in her to make her raise the question of my return to Italy. She tells me, as far as the media are concerned, you are now seen as an exile, forever. The court will sanction your defeat, both political and personal. But this is not true. Negri will return to Italy. The battle is not over, neither at the political level nor in the courtroom. She makes this point extremely passionately. She is right. I have the impression that she sees me as a child, to be protected and loved independently of myself. Her maternal instinct has become a great political force. So maybe from now on our relationship is a bit incestuous, Paula. It won't be, if we both entrust ourselves to the inspiration of love, to the freedom which comes from desire, to this rebirth of feelings of love and to its passion, newly invented by the long purgatory of prison. No holding on. No possessiveness. But a love, a great love that extends over the whole of our life and opens itself to the comrades, and is able to nourish itself with the abstraction of politics and the dream of revolution. Our children, Paula, are all of this. Our life, Paula, is the sweetness of a project, of an intellectual and abstract project that has succeeded. Today Anna, my daughter, arrived. She is pure Lombard sweetness, our origins, refound, along with an intelligence and an amazing desire for life. With touches of egotism. She should not. She knows that. The game is entirely within these tensions, which we have to understand before quitting it. I experience a certain world weariness when I see Anna. She is too beautiful for my mediocre desire of living to be up to the task of handling the provocation of her force of life. But it is in this that I renew my nostalgia for struggle and my need to pull myself up to their highest limits. We have the possibility of giving back to the world that youth which, in the struggle and in prison, we rediscovered as a heritage in all of us, as revolutionaries. The revolution has already happened, and I rediscover it fully and actually in the smiles of my children. Yes, Paula, I shall return to Italy, we shall return, and soon. Paris, November 13th. Folio 129. The tragedy of the April 7th trial in Rome continues, with cowardly behavior on all sides. The president of the court does what he likes. Even the worm Tarsitano has found new courage. At least under Nazism there was the advantage that the trials were shorter. The traditional defenders, those of the lobby, say that they are overcome with a serious sense of guilt over my flight. Pessimism of the intellect and optimism of the will, they want good solid objects over which they can emote, these gentlemen. A sadism of pity, petroniuses of penal judgment. What a disgrace! Such a court should be rejected out of hand. They are allowed to accuse me and my comrades of horrible crimes, and to launch infamies against comrades who have displayed a determined moral consistency in the courtroom of the fascist forum. No. The court's rejection of the proposal for house arrest, which the comrades have been calling for the past 5 years of their imprisonment, was inevitable. I have a huge bitterness about this. How is it that they are able to renew this monstrous strategy of insults and unwillingness to hear us, this juridical policy of everything as normal within a mechanism which continuously overloads us with injustice and prejudice? Why this naivete? If it is deliberately created, it is even worse than pure stupidity. Today Rosanna is taking a solid position in favor of a political solution to the years of lead, against the hypocritical and impossible proposal of an amnesty. A political solution for the restoration of a state based on right. But what forces does she have behind her? What possibility of really having an effect? I don't see how the problem can be solved. All the signs are pointing the other way. The historic compromise is again belching out its old stuff and trying to pass it for new. Firmness and the hard line are not only an ideology but a vice. Any political solution requires a force behind it. Where is it? And will there ever be a force without a denunciation of the perversions of this trial and this regime? We have traversed it, this regime, from left to right, and vice versa. We have recognized all its contradictions, and we have gone into all the holes of this particular cheese, really like worms. But why theorize this traversing as the exclusion of the construction of a new force? As Ginsberg's Miller teaches us, both worms and angels can dig into the cheese. Why does the pessimism of the intellect always want us as worms? Certainly this trial was born badly, it was constructed in the national unanimity of the historic compromise, and, for the best part of 2 out of the 4 years of the initial phase, we, from prison, saw no friends who were willing to lift their heads above the parapet and into the line of fire. Now our friends are murmuring that we have to be careful. Again. All right, we are cautious in practical terms, but why, for what reason, should we be cowardly in intellectual terms? How can we think, even minimally, that it will be possible to free the comrades outside of a political and civil movement that destroys the elements of structural perversion of Italian justice and of the Italian regime? I propose an outright onslaught on the court. I find myself facing 1,000 articulations of prudence. But why so much cowardice? Why so much pessimism of the intellect? I see them here in France, the social democratic friends of our civil rights lobby, ruining the fruits of a tremendous victory and an exceptional state of grace through their absolute lack of liberating and political imagination. On our side the level is lower, but precisely for that reason it should permit a somewhat higher excitation of the will. And instead we have ruin. The trial is plowing ahead and the execution squad is getting prepared. The court is a manipulated process and a guaranteed outcome. We have to fight back against this fearsome ferocity. At mass level, and in terms of hope. May this regime of torturers end its days in ruin and dishonor. But what is astonishing is the fact that people who are aware of all this, and who should be looking for new lines of attack, take refuge instead in alibis and despair. Why are the voices of freedom among us so few and so timid? Why is it that hope does not succeed in crying aloud? We find ourselves with oppositions that are simply oppositions of, and not against, the regime. The cruelty of the emergency laws is experienced as a necessity to be nibbled at, not denounced in its entirety. The tragedy of the Rome chapter of the April 7 trial, the horrible farce of injustice, is continuing. It makes me sick to think of it. It fills me with disgust when I see those faces. Not even sarcasm is possible any longer. I nurture a political dream of the destruction of these butchers and of the pleasure of bringing about this reality in practical terms. Paris, November 16. Folio 130. I have been co-opted as an overseas member onto the Council of the Collège International de Philosophie. This decision, taken by my friends and colleagues, has made me very happy. I am well aware how little I deserve the honor. But I am young and capable of giving great commitment. I enjoy teaching. There are many things that I still have to say. Anyway, this opportunity to teach will involve me in the work, the hard work, of scientific rebuilding. The crisis of methods and models. And yet the disaster is not as deep as some people would describe it. There are too many positions hastily arrived at. As we know, time has a way of dealing with fashions. Time, this is now my philosophical theme, and I return to it often, continually. The antagonism of temporal values seems to me the only key for opening some of the doors which have been closed by the crisis of the theory of value and of Marxian ontology. In the college I sense a strong interest in the rebuilding of a philosophy of hope. It seems that, at last, the theories of disaster and epistemological nihilism are on the defensive, even in France, their land of choice. I do not know whether I shall manage this on the edges of being, on that terrain of pure and non-resolvable antagonism which I had constructed, to reopen a path of great ontological horizon. It is difficult. Nevertheless I want to make my contribution. Teaching is good. Memories come flooding back, the enthusiasm of my lessons in Padova, the seminars at the Institute, and then those meetings, either abroad or at other universities, where I was able to give bodily form to my thinking, speaking it aloud far more than writing it out. That profound emotion which, in discussions in class, pushes you into finding ways to be clear, almost an excavation you do into yourself, for others, driven by their need for understanding. And the spirit often trembles at the difficulties in store. Teaching is often, and can always be, a method of research. In communicating, you arrange in new ways the materials you have accumulated during your research. Darstellian, Hegel called it. But its high dignity is not accorded by the metaphysical thread which Hegel claims to unravel, rather, it is given by the intensity, by the corporality of communication. I have an incredible need to reconnect with this corporality of communication, to readjust the measures of the relationship with the real. In communicating you form concepts which criticism often does not register. Certainly, criticism is fundamental, but how can one exercise it if the concept is not constructed vividly within the complexities of communication? The years spent in prison have been a kind of intrusion, a raid into the void. Now I experience this void of communication as detritus and passivity. With a certain inertia. Teaching will force me to break the inertia and to locate myself in a living milieu. I have to have the courage to take the plunge and swim. For me, if I am to succeed in operating practically, at the political level and in life, restarting teaching is a precondition. How pleasurable is the tiredness you get from teaching. I remember the fear, the genuine tremors, which I faced during the period of my seminars on Marx beyond Marx at Ulm. Before I went in I had to drink a Calvados. Today my uneasiness will be even greater. What I have to impose on myself is a new education of myself to begin with. Teaching demands great generosity, like a stripping bare of one's own scientific knowledge in order to show it, and then only slowly to recover it with its clothing. This moment of nakedness is fundamental. It is fundamental because in teaching only a pure subjectivity can accept open dialogue and the free development of discussion. When, in 1968 and after, the professors refused this naked condition of liberty, they were not defending the substance of teaching, they were reneging on it. Now, in the difficulties of the situation where I presently find myself, returning to teaching seems like an act of hope. Paris, November 22. Folio 131. From the Ministry of the Interior I have been informed that it is likely that I shall be granted a residence permit in a couple of months. Really good. We shall see. Among the Parisian intellectuals whom I meet, I continue to encounter kindness and brotherly feelings. Châtelet tells me stories about the university and anecdotes about intellectuals. Old Kojève, a Hegelian functionary of humanity, as is clear from his conversation, half musing and half sarcastic. Castoriadis colors his discussion of the problems of war with a love for humanity in revolt which reconciles you to sectarian philosophy. Humanity and liberty. With all of them I experience a rebirth of hope. Yes, here too the miseries of academic life are visible to the naked eye. But here you don't have that courtier spirit which is the plague of Italian culture. The reference to the universal is never peaceably given, here it seems to be sought. I move with great pleasure in this world, I feel as if I have been plucked out of the destructive passions which have too often colored my relations with academia. Memories of other friends come flooding back, in conversations that I would like to carry forward, in this anxious quest for the universal. Rebuilding a life in which we can demonstrate this constructive and creative tension. It should not be impossible. Paris, November 26. Folio 132. They have bombed the restaurant run by the Milanese comrades on Boulevard Saint-Michel. That's all we needed. I gather that they were accused of not having taken a position in favor of irreducibilism, and, on the contrary, of having distanced themselves from that position. The truth is that they had not even declared themselves in favor of dissociation. This is a really horrible thing to happen, the reminder of a horrible and persistent reality. I have broadly settled my accounts with the past, but how can I repropose the result of it in the face of this subterranean and cowardly reappearance of such ghosts? I think they may have been supported or covered by the secret services. Operations worthy of the OVRA fascist police. But saying this solves nothing, the problem remains. Ghosts from the past, flashes of violence. How to root them out of our existence and out of our history? I would like to succeed in this through a simple action of intellectual erasure. It is not possible. They keep coming back to you, like some of those ugly old songs you learned in your childhood. These kids who continue to plant bombs, they are certainly not members of any organization, they are splinters, but this is precisely what makes the whole spectacle so horrible. It is not possible to settle accounts with the past on this terrain. These ghosts can only be destroyed through a firm capacity to propose a future in political terms. Our accounts with the past cannot avoid a political debate about the future, they can be settled only through the opening of our accounts with the future. In the state of war that dominates this world, there are always going to be uncontrollable breakaway elements. The scenario we face is one of war. But a forward-looking solution implies taking these dimensions into consideration. Every thought-out new constitution has to be a constitution of war. In other words, this is a recognition that the needs of transformation have to be imposed in a dynamic of constitution of war. The problem is not paradoxical, it is realistic. It is possible to resolve it in positive terms. Only on this condition, not avoiding the war, but organizing it and controlling it socially, only on this condition is peace possible. And, within these conditions, set up a debate and a political work which will also eliminate uncontrollable splinters. Soon we shall see a resumption of terrorism in Italy. Under two forms, one of revenge terrorism, oriented against the repression, and one of international terrorism, for instance state terrorism and overdetermination of the conflict. Here in France only the second type is present, I see no reason why it should not also reach Italy. Having said this, what will enable us to intervene will be a design that is no longer simply political but also constitutional. The only way to deal with the horrible persistence of these old ghosts is a deepening of the debate and a constitutional substantialization of the project, for all of us. We have to operate a major shift in our terrain of intervention. Only a struggle on the terrain of constitution, and against the old constitution, can validate our thinking and make it possible to eliminate the ghosts of the past. On the other hand, how are we to resolve the problem posed by the existing counterpowers, that of the corporations and of the disaggregation of the state into separate bodies? How are we to destroy the compromising physiology of the Italian state? Our accounts with the past will be settled in the future, in the project of a new constitutional charter for political struggle, in the organization and control of war. Here we have to understand the ontological backdrop, namely the degrees of irreversibility of the Italian situation. Within the framework of a resumption of revolutionary movement, the left has to defend liberty and the counterpowers, and not the existing constitution. The existing material constitution in our country produces terrorism. Enough of ghosts, we want hope. Paris, November 25. Folio 133. Farewell Italy. Goodbye, old witch. Today they set free Barbone, the killer. The law of that state and its judicial corporation are exultant. It is good to be proved right, to have understood that perversion was inevitably going to triumph, but still, what sadness and what anger. Injustice has an advantage over justice, the former is always absolute, the latter always relative. The murderer and his accomplices in killing, informing and provocation have been set free. That has been decided by a legal system which a great majority of the population rejects. I literally feel like vomiting when I think about all this. Then, in the next days, these vampires will be transferred to Rome, to spew their infamies over my comrades and myself. Barbone, Morandi, Ricciardi, the more the merrier. When this trial began, I wanted, whatever the cost, to attempt a strong negotiation of this difficult path of justice. It would have been a struggle, but I was committed to it. But now everything in me is in revolt against that, against our intention, and mine, to seek justice. What we have here is a festival of infamy. My anger is accompanied by feelings of nausea. We have a long road ahead of us before we can get out of the desert. Apart from anything else, it is inevitable that, in the conditions brought about by the Milan sentencing, the so-called armed struggle, in fact simply a series of killings and revenge crimes, now devoid of any strategic project, will resume. In the sentencing, the punishments are very heavy. It is inevitable that desperation will breed further acts of desperation. Justice no longer exists when it lives only in the last resort, as an ultimate refuge of constitutional illusion. I don't want to make improper comparisons, I am only addressing the problem of the conditions of consciousness at the outer limits, on this last edge of the desperate reaffirmation of a social and constitutional action. What difference is there between a Spataro and the last volleys of Salo? Goodbye, Italy. Goodbye to any hope of justice that your land might ever produce. Only a very deep-rooted constitutional change will make it possible for liberty and hope to flower again chez nous. I don't think that illusions are possible here. We have to destroy everything in order to be able to renew. People are calling for an end to all this. I watch in anger the delay in the comrades' initiative. They should have been ready for the upsurge of contempt for low-life pentati and murderers such as Barbone, and ready to construct, on the basis of these elements, the destruction of the whole system of emergency legislation. Instead, small delays in forward thinking have combined with big illusions, to prevent this much-needed response. Not only is Italy's temple devoid of metaphysics, it is also full of shit. Tomorrow, I am sure, all the newspapers, as interpreters of public opinion, will protest against this incredible sentence, but, pharisaically, they will make a distinction between the law on the pentati, which they will support, and the excesses occurring in its application. I am sure this is the way things will happen. And the intellectuals, now capable of swallowing everything, will protest, not too much, adelante congitio, and that will be an end of it. The comrades placed in prison through the infamies of Barbone will remain there. An accommodation with injustice is part of the mindset of the petty bourgeois and of the sentimental and intellectual sphere of the Italic intellectual. And yet the falseness of the Pentato, the dirty games played around him and around his family, the role of the PCI in this whole business, the dark manipulations of memory and mystification, the partiality, the stage management of the statements made by the Pentati, all this has been crystal clear in our trial. They have given him his freedom, and, before that, the license to kill, in return for his denouncing Rosso and substituting for Furani in the accusations against us. Why can justice not be done? Because there is no justice outside of revolution. We want independent judges, judges who are free. Only a big transformation can produce them. Each movement of the Italian justice system is like the flowing of a giant sewer. How will it ever be possible to block its disastrous effects? This peaceful radical change that we have to set in motion in order to succeed in all this, I can imagine it, but we are not succeeding in programming it. I promise, however, that I shall devote myself to this with all my energies. Do not tremble, Italy, you old witch, we are all sure that nothing will change. Unless, but more of this another time. For the moment, may only shit fall upon you, shit to the point of suffocating you, my dear red, white and green Italy. But other than that, and forever, long live Paolo Rossi. Paris, November 28. Folio 134. Anaximander, the things that are perish into the things out of which they come to be, according to necessity, for they pay penalty and retribution to each other for their injustice, in accordance with the ordering of time. It is not true. The history of mankind is a history of liberation. It has been improper, criminal, to superimpose onto the history of liberation the business of progress. Liberation is progressive, progress is not in itself liberating. It is not true that the things born and produced bow before the revenge of time, which annuls everything. We inherit and produce liberation. The idea of the eternal return is a myth and a reactionary ideology. Death to the reactionaries and freedom for the peoples. CAIRA, 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 les aristocrates à la lanterne. Time moves within injustice, ontology forms against injustice. Only that which is alive has continued life. Liberation is not antagonistic law, or it is not only that. It is a dimension, the only progressive dimension of being. The obstacle is reduced to transparency. No, it is not Furani, Pisi, Barbone, and Savasta who produce the history of this Italic people of ours. No, these are monstrous superfetations, symbols of the current material constitution, just as the Savoy monarchy and the Republic of Mussolini were. No, the history of consciousness and ontology in Italy are phases of a process of liberation. A history of struggles, of vital enthusiasms, of great theoretical and practical anticipations. I have lived this great experience, I have no regrets for it. Far from it. When I look at them from near or far, these experiences seem to me to be enormous. A liberation that has traversed people's consciousnesses like a strong wind across the valleys. It is only a question of months or years. It is impossible that we shall not see an avalanche of destruction of the old and the construction of a new landscape. The horizon is already there for the new. Today several tens of thousands of people marched through Paris. They were headed by second-generation Arabs who were protesting against racism, and to that end had organized a march from Marseilles to Paris. Now, the triumph of the march. A new labor power, a new political composition, an allusion to the future. It's hard to say exactly what I felt when I saw those people marching. A jumble of perceptions. But one overriding feeling, that the flowers of liberation are here, blossoming everywhere, mature and strong. They are still in their beginnings, but a mature force is preparing their explosion when the time comes. I live in restrained conditions of liberty, yet I have never felt so strongly the power of this clandestinity, so to speak. The clandestinity of the seedling sprouting beneath the snow, of the seed in its husk. Liberation is a state of the soul. We are discovering with horrible concreteness the channels of the new exploitation and of the restructured domination. Fear as humor, anger and sarcasm as rational denunciation, and a reproposition of hope, these mark us out as supermen. A collective superhumanity. A potentially realized degree of liberation. We really do not need to go back to Lenin's "What is to be done," to point to ways of revolution. In those days, it was a little compact group of people who went hand in hand down the paths of revolt. Here, instead, it is a whole world that can no longer abide its time. This is the infinite, incredible force which we have to take from potential to action, to the action of radical change and hope. Today, following the march of the Boers, I was looking at the people's faces, serious old communists, skilled workers and young smiling Arabs, bearded 68 ERS and young whiter than white technicians, manual labor and intellectual labor, a new race, but really abstract and polyvalent, the only ones gifted with revolutionary imagination. The mutant. Papageno. And my thoughts went back to our own struggles from 67 to 77 and to the incredible substrate of hope that underpinned them. Let us break the frozen earth, let us complete our crossing of the desert. The obstacles are becoming ever more transparent. The perversion is madness and dispersion, we can fight this perverse power. We can oppose the time of power with the time of hope. There is the strength to do it. Today they were tens and tens of thousands. It was the entry of the chosen people into Palestine. This diaspora of ours, in the clutches of the time of repression, is at an end. The Messiah has already appeared, all we need to do is to realize, realistically and potently, his prophetic potentiality. In ordinary terms, we have this already, in ordinary terms, let us unveil it. We are all Peters, and on this rock we shall build freedom. Paris, November 29. Folio 135. So it is true, I am expecting a child. It is good to grasp, in a real event, the reconstruction of hope in life. Love runs ahead and anticipates the realization of hope. We move within being, and these fruits of being can be determined by us. When we reconquer the capacity of giving life, only then have we returned to life. I wanted a child, a new child, a hope which grows, which increases and builds, and which can destroy my unease. A child for a new time, a child for the absence of memory. I was never satisfied by vitalistic and brutally realistic oneness, but rather by the complexity of the signs which can accumulate on this determination of existence. The threshold of life on which new hope can be built is narrow. Prison teaches you this ruthlessly. However, from desperation there can emerge an animal in revolt, which is the sole antidote to dispersion of the spirit and to the trap of suicide. That's why I wanted a child. To me this seemed to be projecting forward a century. In prison I so much wanted to have a child. She was afraid that saying no would mean losing our friendship. I was afraid, too, that my pressing would have the same effect. Things got blocked there. Then there's the additional problem, the problem of my security, not only in the legal sense that I am in a foreign country, but, given the curious new habits of the secret services, also from a physical point of view. This is a powerful shadow to hang over hope. And yet my tension within myself is healthy. I think, I write, I have arrived at a new tenderness in my relationship with my intelligence. This business of the child can be a resurrection. Today she left, to try to solve some of these unresolvable problems. The child, her work, the relationship with me, and with her family. I also don't know if these pages of my diary will stop here, on this particular arc of my life which seems to be coming to a conclusion. Perhaps that would be good. I have done many things during these months, at the juridical, political, and scientific level. That concrete revolt against injustice, which the start of the trial and the fact of getting my head out of the tomb of imprisonment had allowed me, is now composed on a horizon of new and general possibilities. Hope seems to be shaping itself afresh into life. Today she left, just as she entered my existence, on tiptoe. Will she come back? My mother used to tell me that only children stop the inexorable time of death. Children and revolution. These very clear and simple things, which we need in order to confirm an ethical meaning for life. These years of imprisonment and escape, of struggles and study, have shown me the need to relate our hopes to natural rationality. To this second or third nature which the process of liberation has constructed for humanity. We have to rebel in order to reconquer nature, to carry forward the process of liberation. There is no difference between nature and liberty, there is a continuity of struggle and of continuous building, of the one and the other. The flaccidity of this desperate world which surrounds us, the solitude of man in the overbearing massification of life, this huge prison which embraces all of us and stands over us, just a few magic words of love, and the odd act of hopeful abandon can liberate us from all that. And strength, a collective strength, so necessary to the transformation of the world and to the process of liberation, nourishes itself on these fundamental acts. There is no artful or fierce alternative that can break the determinacy of this dialectic. The force we need to build in order to destroy hatred and repression, to found communism and peace, lives on justice, and justice lives and reproduces itself as an impulse towards life, in the dimension of nature and freedom. The strength to undertake a new cycle of revolution is a strength that we shall find by merging with the strength which the human collectivity puts forth every day in reproducing its own life, with love and with desire. What strength there is in the birth of a child. Paris, November 30th.